Well, we're back. Slowly but surely, we are back. I remembered I haven't played Tiny Bunny yet because I was saving it for a Halloween stream, and now it's a Halloween stream now, ain't it? English, please. Now, I played the intro to this game previously, but not the actual game itself. Alright. Yes, this be the Spookathon. We got many new spoopy sounds, so feel free to spoop and support. William added them in, so I expect a lot of extreme nonsense. The wind clawed at my window all night long. It wandered the fields and howled like a hungry beast. An endless song weaved from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, sneery, twined in the air. They're shouting and laughing and arguing about something. Something was running through the snow while casting long shadows that occasionally creeped close to my bed. Our house had a mind of its own. The creaky old mind of a building that had seen a lot in its days was seemingly trying to share its wisdom with the inhabitants. The lonely house faced the forest, and the dark green thicket gazed back with its hollow eyes, wrestling and whistling and swaying back and forth. One could come out and stand at the edge of the forest to reassure themselves. There's nobody behind the crooked. Fuzzy silhouettes swaying in the wind couldn't possibly do any harm. It's all play of light and shadow. Just play. I knew it was just my imagination. I was already 12 after all, still.
Убери книгу немедленно.
Hey, put away your book.
Сколько раз говорила, не читай за столом, вредно. Сидишь, сутулился весь.
How many times have I told you not to read at the table? It's bad for your health. Look how slouched you are. Takeshi! I didn't protest to put the book about Conan the Barbarian aside. I was stuck on a line I couldn't understand after reading it 3 times anyway. Olya had already finished her breakfast and was munching on some cookies. She was so enthusiastic, she almost looked like your typical girl from the commercials.
Пока не съешь, из-за стола не встанешь.
Not going anywhere until you finish all of it. I, on the other hand, was still trying to drill a hole in the plate with my eyes as if it would make the porridge disappear. Hazy anxiousness welled up inside, all because of the previous sleepless night, the black forest around our house, and the gloomy wind. The longer I waited, the colder the lumpy white substance became. A jellyfish from the Cousteau Odyssey. I love that show. Wonder how horrifying the bottom of the ocean is. Cold the black forest is at night. Spoon fell out of my hand. Mom showered me with a cold glare from her green eyes.
Что я говорила?
What did I just say?
Я достану.
I'll get it! 10 seconds to catch my breath before battling the nasty porridge once again. Felt around for the spoon. This carved on the other side of the table. Karina. That's my mom's name. She carved it out with something pointy when she was little. She sure was a rascal damaging the furniture like that. She'd scold me for a week if I did something similar, though. Did I remind her about it? No, she's been in a bit of a bad mood lately. Imagined her being my age, sitting under this table. Wonder, was Mom afraid of the dark back then? Sounds coming from or the thick forest? Yes, there is supposed to be an echo. I imagine my grandma coming to little Mom's room, sitting at the edge of her bed while Oya sleeps nowadays, and saying things in this soft, smooth voice. Taiga's a special place, little girl, watching you closely and sniffing you out, and trying to discern what kind of beast you are. If you're a good sort, it won't abandon you in times of trouble. If you're a bad apple, it'll grab you by the side and drag you under the ground. And that would be it. Grandma was caring. She never fought with anybody. Yelled, never swore. Those were the times with the maddening screams until late at night, without smashed dishes and mutual accusations. Parents used to love each other back then. I remember listening in on one of their conversations by chance. They were talking about Grandma getting prepared for her funeral. She'd already bought a casket, and she called it her cute funeral box. It waited for its time in the closet, patiently. It was black, upholstered with meat-colored material on the inside. I saw it when my grandma was getting buried. The house didn't change since the time she was alive. Only all the photos were gone. Glass covered pictures with gray faces of my ancestors. They all had a dead but watchful look in their eyes. I crawled out from under the table. Olya was done with her cookies and was looking at my share like a shy woodland critter. I turned my gaze towards the frosted window. There were a lot of dark pines outside, but they didn't grab my attention. The pattern of frost formed a picture on the glass.
Оля, гляди, лиса!
Well, Olya, look, it's a fox.
Где?
Where? It almost looked like those optical illusion thingies they put on the back of student notebooks. Mixture of lines at first glance, but if you blur your vision a little bit, look at her or sit at an angle.
Да не на улице, на
Not
стекле.
outside, on the window.
Смотри, вот нос,
Look,
вот.
there's the nose, and here's...
Ну-ка, доедай.
Hey, eat up.
Да, да,
Yeah,
сейчас.
yeah, just a moment.
Я ничего
I
не
don't
вижу.
see anything.
Живо.
Hurry up, there's
Совсем
not much
немного
left.
осталось.
Well, there it is, but it doesn't really look
А
like
я говорю,
one. And
похоже.
I'm telling you, it does.
Не-а. Похоже.
It does.
Прекратите.
Stop it,
Ну
these
что за
kids,
дети?
I swear. But now I couldn't see the fox either. It had disappeared. Went away. Only the frosty pattern, similar to stretched out nettle leaves, kept creeping up the glass. My dad entered the kitchen with long, measured steps. I want to have a beard like his when I grow up. Mom would always ask jokingly, "Come, shave it off, it stings." So long ago, nowadays rumbling doors and witty comebacks were an everyday occurrence. Olya was always covering her ears when she hears something like, "What's the point in all this?" through the wall. "It's all for your sake," Dad would reply. "It's for the sake of our family." I always caught every sound in fear for hearing the most dreaded, most deadliest word that started with a D. It's not really that deadly a word. It's probably healthy. Divorce. I didn't even want to finish it. It was scary to imagine that me and my little sister could be torn apart and taken to two different families. But unlikely that you'd split apart and taken to two different families. Unless one of the two of you isn't related to the dad, I guess.
Да что твоя лиса?
Anyway, your fox is nothing. I have an owl on my window. Oh, you and your owl talk
Так
again.
ты же вчера мне
You said you
верил.
believed me just yesterday. Has
Никто
anyone
ключи от
seen
машины
my
не
car
видел.
key? Now the voice a bit loud. I just did. Has anyone seen my car keys? I remember leaving them on the windowsill. Right. Maybe you did, and maybe not. You're a grown man, a father of two, and still... Karina, please, stop. Just let me get ready in peace. Keys are in the basket near the phone. Well, thank you very much. Anton, stop making a martyr out of yourself and finish eating already. But the owl! There was no owl. But there was one. It had giant glowing eyes. Olya sprung up from her chair and placed her hands on her little face, imitating a pair of eyes with her fingers, the size of an apple each. Last year, you had Babai in your closet, and now this owl? Oh, am I allowed to actually look that up? The Babai? Slavic folklore, a nocturnal spirit used by parents to threaten their ill-behaving children. So get a monster. But I saw it! Olya shifted her gaze back and forth from her dad to mom to me, but I couldn't find any support. You thought about befriending it? You know, like feeding it with imaginary mice. Don't bully our girl. She's just afraid to sleep alone because she's so little. Olya pouted her lips in rebellion and rushed into the hallway. The staircase that led to the second floor creaked. Mom gave Dad a strict look. Oh, that look in her eyes. It's so uncomfortable to be pinned under it. Dad just snorted in reply and left, ringing with the keys he just found. A minute had passed and the theme song for The Little Mermaid echoed through the house. It was stored on an incredibly worn-out cassette tape. Dad had already had to glue together once. It was so easy to fix objects, by gluing them back together, for example. But how do you fix a relationship? Mom moved to the living room and I was left alone, anxiously stealing glances out the window. Olya had trouble sleeping ever since we moved to this house. She would toss and turn or curl up in a ball under her blanket. Sometimes she would jump up in the middle of the night and turn on the VCR. Cartoons helped take her mind off all the troubles we had with the move and our parents. Olia said that she saw that giant flying monster outside her window, became obsessed with it. Her parents did everything in their power. They tried every little trick to get rid of these ridiculous fears. Olia refused to sleep alone and didn't believe that the owl was just one of her nightmares. After last night, I was unsure what to make of my sister's words and what to think of it myself. Can nightmares be infectious? At night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep and ended up thinking about what to expect from my new school. There were a couple of days left before the beginning of a new term. My imagination drew long, twisting hallways that led to a classroom full of kids. But all the students behind their desks were simply dark figures cut out using a template. Circular holes gaped in the middle of their faces, and pairs of eyes blinked inside those holes, as if some completely different creatures were looking at me from behind the flat black silhouettes. Their cruel glares, filled with icy sneers, made me shiver from head to toe. Will I survive here? Will they gang up on me and beat me down and stomp on me with their bloodied shoes? Damn school can burn for all I care. I just wish for anything to happen to it. It didn't really matter what. I didn't want to go there that badly. I didn't want to see people who were just itching to smack me on the head or trip me up. Think of a new offensive name for me, worse than the previous one. Felt like glasses I wore made me an outsider or some sort of monster. My gaze slid across the drawings hanging on the walls. Consider myself a great artist, but Olia begged me to hang them. Drawing was the only thing that made me happy of late. A small circle of friends I had also enjoyed my paintings, and they promised to call me from time to time. Sometimes I imagine Mom picking up the phone and saying in a cold voice, "We've got the wrong number." Or, "Anton is not around." Anton is not around. I imagine my future classmates lying in their beds just like me, listening to the howls of the invisible werewolves just outside their windows. Maybe my new classmates will like me after all. But who would ever like a boy with such thick glasses? I mean, my dad used to wear glasses when he was little, and now he's married to the most beautiful woman on the planet, my mom. The house creaked, pressed by the wind. The condo we used to live on, at a 9-floor concrete building, buzzed with the neighbor's drill and rumbled with the TV set from behind a wall, or cried like a baby from the big family next door. Our current house, although I can't really call it new, was completely different. Silent and easygoing during the day, its shadows lay dormant in the corners, on the closet cobwebs, and under the stairs. All woke up during the night. Something was watching me from every corner, almost as if the old photos of my deceased family with their ashen eyes were hanging on the walls in the place of my drawings. The floor was squeaking, the rusty drains were moaning, the attic was occupied by noisy trash. One could think the house was performing some sort of demonic melody. And I realized I was, in fact, hearing music, and it was already playing for a good while. Somewhere at the edge of my perception, I could hear a flute, mixed in with the sound of the wind, the creaking old house, and my thoughts, too. I stood up and rushed to the window. I wanted to reassure myself that this music was nothing more than a product of my imagination. It sounded like someone was playing it out there, amidst the cold, snowy night, right? Someone was dancing in the field. Black silhouettes I could barely make out, with the dark forest as their backdrop. They jumped around, basked in moonlight, bumped into piles of snow, rolled around and crawled on all fours. Stories about wolves playing under the moon came to mind, but these were clearly not wolves. They stood upright at times, circled around holding hands and whipping up snow, disappearing into the shadows for a brief moment and then coming back. Something bizarre was going on. Shadows dancing in the starless abyss almost made my imagination go cold, making me anxious at the same time. Suddenly, the music had stopped. The dancing shadows froze in place, and I could swear, pierced me with their eyes. One of the silhouettes immediately parted from the bizarre shadow carnival and sprinted across the field with giant leaps. Glided on squeaky snow without leaving any prints until it was devoured by the pitch-black shadow of my house, which became even darker and thicker. My heart was jumping around like a bird inside a cage. I shut the curtains with a swift motion and stepped back toward the bed. It saw me. A freezing torrent of fear washed over me. I stood in the middle of the perfectly dark room and listened to some unwanted guest move and scrape around, looking for an entrance. The sound moved to the right. It circled round the house. My guest would be at the front door. I jumped to the bed and covered myself with the blanket as if it could protect me. The shackles of fear locked my muscles. I remember the funeral. My grandma laying there, her hands crossed on her chest, her facial features sharp like that of a tin doll. Ants running up and down the legs of chairs that held my grandma's casket. I imagined those little creatures climbing up in her head and pulling up her eyelids with their tiny legs, and her wrinkly eyeballs would once again move inside their sockets, and she'd be able to see her grandchildren. I was chanting the spell she taught me throughout the whole procedure, and now lying under the blanket, listening to squeaks and howls, I was repeating the same words. On the island of Buyan, Underneath the blemished sun, in the sea of color blue, stands a cabin made of wood, and there laid hard and ashen hair for the spawn of the devil's lair to feast and always leave alone God's faithful servant, named Anton. He will leave this house must, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Bizarre sounds had appeared. I cautiously peeked out from under the blanket and saw the curtains waving around like a hanged man, and the night doused me with a new portion of boiling terror. Sound scratched at my eardrums. In reality, something or someone was scratching at the front door, literally hurriedly crawling at the wood, demanding to be let in. The door was shut. Dad had become very cautious recently, so he installed a sturdy lock. I remember him staring at the forest intently as if he was looking for someone. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I hugged my knees, placing my chin between them, and drilled the door with my eyes, but so flimsy and weak before the might of the darkness. And then the doorknob twitched slightly. And then it turned halfway once, twice, as if the person who tried to enter had no hands. The doorknob tilted once more and then started clicking violently. My jaw cramped from fear. My wet fingers clutched the blanket. The door creaked and opened. The wind taunted me, moaning inside the tin drains. Now you'll see. The door was wide open. The darkness writhed inside the carnivorous mouth of a doorway. Tusha. It was as if the night itself was calling out to me, flapping its black wings and squeaking with rusty hinges. I was trembling, ensnared by the web of darkness that hung in the corners of my room, waiting for the one who weaved it to come out of the gaping black hole. Uni. My abdomen tightened and my chest rose up, ready to inhale a desperate scream. But before I was able to do anything, the darkness asked me, Tosha, you sleep? My sister's pale face protruded from the thick shadows. I almost screamed from relief. Olya? I'm not sleeping. Did something happen? Olya frowned and stuck out her lower lip, a clear sign she was about to cry. It's there again, staring at me. Shoo her away, Tosha, please. I'm so scared. Fear that was tormenting me just a minute ago crawled away and hid somewhere in my stomach. I needed to calm Olya down. It was just a dream, sillies. Don't be scared. Dreams don't bite. No one's gonna harm you. Olya sobbed. She was trying her best to believe me. But was I sure myself? I have an idea. Let's go to your room and watch the video Sleeping Beauty, for example. You like that cartoon, don't you? Why does the Sleeping Beauty have a prince and I have a scary bird? That question took me by surprise. All right, well, let's watch Cinderella. My thoughts became tangled and fuzzy. What's that? It studied me with its eyes while dancing feverishly under the moon. The darkness was clinging to the window, and it couldn't be fooled by Grandma's old chants. It couldn't be satisfied with a feast of lard and long ashen hair. Tosha, you coming? Yeah, just a minute. I knew it was coming, and it still scared the shit out of me. Fuck! And that is why I didn't want to laugh at Olya and her owl in the morning. Who could be visiting us here, in the middle of nowhere? You don't know anyone around here. Persistent. Felt extremely unsettled from just a silly thought that our morning guest could have come from the woods. I could barely hear voices coming from the front door. My mind was urging me to hide. In the closet, under the table, behind the curtains, where Olya's always hides. Tosha, come here. Felt like kettlebells were tied to my feet, but I still dragged them toward the hallway. A couple of policemen towered over me in the doorway. It smelled like frost and worry. My mom always winced and grumbled the moment she saw patrol cars. Worse than bandits. The moment, though, she looked somewhat confused. Hello? The senior officer, who wore a grim expression, nodded. A boy got missing yesterday. His name is Vova. Look at this, please. Have you seen him? The policeman held out a photograph to me. There was a ginger boy around the age of elementary school, pictured with a wall carpet as the backdrop. He had a striped cat in his hands and wore a wide smile. No, I haven't. Are you sure? Look closely. Where would I see him? I don't know anyone around here. I barely leave the house. Well, maybe you've seen him from the window. That's right. Your windows look right at the forest, don't they? Window. No, I haven't seen anything. I see. He sounded tired, but his eyes, his stare, long and heavy, was full of suspicion. I squirmed unwittingly under the weight of guilt which his giant shadow cast over me. The policeman finally tore his eyes from me and glanced over the hallway, the stairway, and the cracks in the ceiling, which I hadn't noticed before for some reason. How'd you like your new place, by the way? You getting used to it? Bit by bit. It's just our daughter misses the city a lot. Misses the city, huh? Have the locals been treating you well? Yes, everything is all right, thank you. The policeman pierced me through one more time with his brown eyes. My head started spinning. Could I help you somehow? I asked that in a shaky voice, to look like a polite boy, to end this pleasant or unpleasant conversation sooner. Well, now that I think about it, you look like just one of my nephews, little fella. He's a witty boy, around your age, wears the same type of goggles. Always engrossed in reading some mystery. Told me he wants to enroll in a police school when his family visited this summer. Wanted to help other people, just like me. Felt uncomfortable, as if a distant relative and not a police officer stood before me. You know what? Little boys like you should stay at home and steer away from trouble. Times have changed so. Mom interjected in a cold voice. You don't say. Ah, well then. What grade are you in, Anton? 6? Have you made any friends here so far? Not yet. I'll be going to school for the first time after the break. Ah, well then I'll leave you my number, just in case. Call me if you have any new info. The policemen were gone, along with their shadows and the smell of cheap cologne and the photo of a smiling boy. Face still stood before my eyes. I wondered what it was like for him, being all alone, there. For some reason, I thought of the forest, swaying in the wind. How did his poor parents feel? And what would my parents do if I'd gone missing? Would they cry and thrash around hysterically? Would they accuse each other like they always do and forget about me eventually? Mom, this Vova, did he go missing in our forest? Seems like it, poor child. I looked out the window, at the road. Police UAZ drove off toward the village. I assume that's just a cop car. Yeah, just a cop car. Drove off toward the village. The officer's nephew came to mind when I was splitting off old paint for the windowsill. Oh, don't do that. An old house like this is going to be made of lead. Remembered all the teenage mystery novels from the Black Kitty series that I read this summer. Contemporary Russian original or translated teen mystery book. Your average boys and girls investigated all sorts of mysteries there. Looked for clues, spied on suspicious people. After an amazing set of adventures, bam! Solved any complicated case. Became local celebrities and must have made their parents very proud. I noticed a trail of policemen's footprints that led to the forest, and it clicked in my head. Why don't I start an investigation of my own? Maybe I'll find the lost boy. And then I'll get a reward, and Olya will be so happy. Not only Olya, Mom and Dad too. Maybe they'll even forget about their quarrels for a while? Maybe I'll even save us from the B word? I fantasized about buying Olya a Tamagotchi and getting a cassette player and a bunch of tapes for myself. that dates this quite precisely, now doesn't it? I'm just like, this is probably just after the Soviet Union fell. And I am probably right. And a whole box of Kinder Surprise. When was the last time our parents bought us any toys? Last autumn, I think. Dad had lost his job at the time. There was that annoying song about it. Accountant. A song by an all-female Soviet pop band named Kombinistaya, a combination that became wildly popular in the early 90s. I had little to no idea what the accountant's job was like. They count money, I think? Neighbors used to envy us. Nowadays, Mom and Dad barely had any money to afford sweets, and Dad would always divide a single chocolate bar between me and Olya. Sometimes I gave her my share, too. No matter how much I wanted to eat sweets, she was still just a pipsqueak. Couldn't wait to go out looking for clues. I'm going outside! Yeah, right. You want the police to go around with your photograph next. The forest is so thick. What if the boy got snatched up by wild animals, or something even worse? Even worse echoed through the hallway. I won't go far. I'll stay away from the forest. Did you hear what I said? Or should I repeat myself? Go pack your school bag, or go play with Oya. Sound of splashing water came from the kitchen, and the argument was over, and Mom had the last word. Dark, stuffy closet. Mom says it smells like mice. But how would she know their smell? She hates when I stick my nose in there. She's afraid I'll cut myself on the freshly sharpened axe. And Oya can't even be lured close to it. She thinks the babai is living there. I tried to help her fight her fears once. I opened the door, turned on a dim lamp so she'd see there's nothing but cobwebs and Dad's tools and scratched walls. She still didn't believe me. And I like to hide in the closet and listen to Oya count outside 1, 2, 3, better hide from me, and then drag her feet on the creaking floorboards, hoping that she wouldn't need to look for me in the cramped monster's den. Lied to Mom? Going in the fridge. Oh, and the freezer. Grandma kept ice cream for me and Oya there, but now I could only see meat bits for soup and clumped together pelmeni. I grew to hate them already. What's clumped together pelmeni? Dumplings made by boiling thin unleavened dough filled with mincemeat. One might even call it Russian fast food. So like, well, yeah, dumplings. I took a peek at Mom's crossword. She'd get very angry when someone gave her advice, so me and Dad faked knowing the answer and being about to reveal it all the time. I found that fleeting thought. Vertical, 9 letters, the name of the Philistine deity that protected them from viper bites and had the nickname Lord of the Flies. Isn't that Beelzebub? I think. Maybe. Yeah, probably. Decrepit and stain-covered calendar was once my favorite form of entertainment in Grandma's house. I remember waking up and running to the kitchen so I could tear off yesterday's leaf first thing in the morning. The coming day would get lost in the taiga forest without my help. One day closer to New Year's, closer to Grandma's funeral. I hadn't touched the calendar for years now. Since the time they started writing dark and spooky death chants that only made me gloomy, instead of funny proverbs and superstitions, to be exact. Grabbed a dusty calendar leaf with caution and tore it off effortlessly. Sadly, the spooky descriptions from my childhood were still there. 7 horses carry the log. If 7 can't carry, bring the 8th from a ferry. They will take it away and never come back. This is the fate. The log cannot escape. Crumpled the gray leaf and threw it into the waste bin, hoping to get rid of the anxiousness that washed over me, spreading inside me like an ink stain on blotting paper. Emercom of Russia has declared a state of emergency due to adverse weather conditions. According to the weather forecast, a cyclone is moving toward the region. A cyclone? Really? Expect heavy snowfall, blizzards, and snowdrifts on the road. Keep your eyes open and take care of yourself. Not good. Terrifying. Side of an old ocean freezer, were checkered with my childish drawings, Mom's recipes, and all kinds of stickers from bubblegum with dinosaurs that Oya liked so much. Among the still life picture hung a piece of ruled paper with the phone number of a police officer who visited us. First Lieutenant Tikhonov. I read inside my mind, looking at the officer's sprawling handwriting. The scrap of paper was held by 2 pieces of broken magnet from some old Soviet toy, and those pieces just barely covered up the numbers to taunt me. I leaned toward it to unveil the mystery, take the piece to a safer place where it would wait for its time when I would finally find Vova and be the first to call the police with the happy news. Mom's reproachful eyes stared at me. What do you need it for? Hands off, you'll lose it. Angry my mom was the last thing I wanted, so I lowered my hand. Trust had seen so many people come and go in this house. It was black as if it absorbed all the human sin from the long years it was hanging under the ceiling. Grandma died. Mom was going to take it off and hang a horseshoe in its place as a lucky charm, but she cut herself Well, across a sharp corner and almost fell from the stepladder. Dad called it a sign from above and ordered the cross to be left alone in its rightful place. Mom's peg top, a family relic. Mom played with it when she was little, and then she gifted it to me. Olya was next in the succession line. The toy belonged to her now. She stared at the dancing spindle as if it could show her something, a fairy tale, or maybe even our future. Now even my little sister was a bit too old for the squeaky peg top. Oh. Parents prohibit me from making long-distance calls, but from time to time I really want to hear my old friends. Sometimes I just pick up the phone and listen to the whole low hum of the Zoomer. Distant crackling, imagining the wind howling and the ice-laden chords. Oh, I did already look at everything. I do not want to talk to the mother. Hell no. Fuck no. Nope. Big nope. Shit. I will whip you if you take a single step out of the door. Well, fuck. I actually have to talk to her. Difficult to lie to Mom. There's no other way for me to run away from home. Mom, there's something wrong with the TV. Picture's dim and there's stripes all over the screen. Mom's face became visibly distorted. Oh, you're killing me here, so you have enough of these shooting these stupid ducks now. Told you the kinescope will go dim because of your console. Where will we find a TV technician in this hole, huh? Maybe it's just the settings? Please, go see for yourself. Change. It worked fine in the morning. Maybe the snowfall caused it? Mom rubbed her hands clean on her apron and went to Olya's room. Well then, I guess we're going to the front yard! Can I put on clothes first? No? We're just going straight out. Straight in our sock feet. Let's go. Opened the front gate and went to the field, carefully so Mom wouldn't see me from the window. When I crossed half the distance to the forest, the snow piles became as high as my knees. I remembered my nightly fears. I saw those silhouettes around here, jumping around and holding hands. Hypnotizing music played all in my head, all on its own. Light of day, those distant figures felt like a simple dream. The sun turned my nightmares to ash. Aftertaste. Distant ringing in my ears, distorted shadows crawling on the snow alongside me. Barely audible whisper in my head, blurry and almost kind. Everything was so silent I felt like the world was totally empty. No ground, no sky, no parents, no Olya. Time reached its limit, a one-way trip that ended at the forest's tiny stockade. Sometimes silence was much scarier than any scream. Our parents would scream at each other while arguing. Me and Olya turned to stone, listening to them. Then always came the ringing silence. Our apartment became numb a couple days before we departed. It was hard to remember the last time Mom and Dad joked around, laughing, or spent time together. Almost like all of it was in a previous life. When they kissed with Olya present, she always frowned and snorted in a funny way. But one day, it all changed. Something important had left our home. Something scary filled the remaining void. It was as if a fire broke out and our parents were hurriedly packing our belongings, trying to save themselves and us. Who, though? The people with cold, dead eyes who sometimes visited us in our previous home. The eyes that only saw balls of worms on the black ground and everything. Somewhere from far away, a siren was going off, trying to warn us of the coming menace. I shuddered, chasing away my delusions, and looked around. There was only me, white field in the wind that was whipping up icy dust and belts of powdered snow. I squinted for the sun and turned my eyes to the sunless forest. It looked especially dark in contrast with the blinding whiteness. Knobby tree roots slithered under the snow like fat snakes. Rotten leaves and coniferous needles froze into the ice. Dry, prickly branches intertwined, bringing up uncomfortable thoughts about bedsit. Are they protecting the forest? Are they keeping something from breaking out? Some object was hanging from one of the pointy branches. I tried to get closer, drowning in snow, but when I got almost to the edge of the forest, I saw a knitted mitten. It looked like a wounded bird among the hungering semi-dark. Did I take it to the police? The senior officer looked gloomy, but he still reminded me of Captain Casanova from my favorite TV show, called The Streets of Broken Lights. Russian mystery TV series telling the story of Russian police officers, the longest-running series in the history of Russian TV at the moment. He was also always anxious with a tired look in his eyes, but still brave and strong. Mitten helped them find the lost boy? Bova! I heard a distant shout. It looked like it came from the river. Bova! As if the trees were calling out to someone. Bova! Sounded closer to me. Someone was standing there behind the trees, hiding. Bova! Knew someone was looking for the lost boy, but still, something unsettling about that figure. Stillness, how it was bent unnaturally toward the ground. Blackness. There's no one there, it's just branches and roots. It's all just my imagination. A nearby bird flapped its wings loudly. Shadow split from the tree and disappeared from my sight. I looked away for just a moment. When I turned my gaze back to the same place, it was gone. So it was my imagination after all. Silence reigned for a painfully long time. My muscles were tightly sprung. My heart was beating somewhere in my throat. Any noise, any little movement, any small whisper for the thicket, and I'd sprint. Never the sort happened. I looked at the mitten once more. Indeed, the power is on, or I wouldn't be able to stream. Silly grins on. I'm scared. I'm gonna take it. I decided to take the lonely mitten from the branch. Vova! A shout rumbled across the field and dissolved into the distance. No echo, no hope for a reply. I stepped towards the bristly tree and tried to claim my find. Didn't budge. I pulled hard on the branch, cracked, and the mitten tore off, landing in my hand with a squishy sound. All too heavy, wet. I squeezed it without thinking. Something dark spilled from it, forming a tiny string between the mitten and the snow. Steam rose from the snow pile. I froze in place, studying my palms in disgust. Red. The sound of cracking branches invaded the silence. I didn't have to think twice before running away. Someone was chasing me from the darkness. Breaking pine branches, closing the distance with great leaps. Snow was slowing me down. Crazy thoughts flew through my mind. I'll get caught. They'll get me. I'll be dragged into the thicket. I'll be gone forever. But there was only one more voice, probably one of reason. It gave me strength and spurred me on. You can do it. Don't stop. I heard an animal roar behind me. It was so loud my ears went numb. I felt like the sound had come from the pack of hungry beasts rather than a single one. Their nostrils sucked in the freezing air. They sensed my fear. Two giant wings flapped above my head. An enormous shadow flew over the clearing. A hoot, a wheeze. The roars were coming from all directions now. From the dried up raspberry bush, from the twisted pines, from under the windfall. Hurry, run, don't look back. I felt like I was inside a nightmare. The snowy clearing became viscous like quicksand. I was stuck in place. I pulled my leg from the mushy trap just to be caught in a new one, even deeper than before. I continued to drown, sinking deeper and deeper with every desperate push. Was the snow ever this sticky? I screamed in horror after realizing this wasn't snow. Someone or something in the snow pile was clutching my pants. I gathered all my strength and rushed forward. The pressure on my leg was gone. My boot slipped out of the hole and my soles were on a hard surface again. I reached a clear path with one jump and from there ran to my house. Its gloomy facade didn't look threatening now. That house was my line of defense from the shadows that flapped their wings and the creatures that were hidden under the snow. I tripped over the doorstep and smashed into the door. In all my hurry, I still managed to notice the claw marks, as if a dog was striking the wood with its paws, demanding to be let in so it could escape the cold. I hadn't noticed those marks when I was leaving. The heartbeat in my ears was much louder than my surroundings. I couldn't hear whether someone was following me or not. What if they were already in our front yard and Mom had locked the door? Drowning in fear, I pulled on the doorway, and it immediately gave way. I rolled into the hallway and shut the door behind me. Porch planks creaked as my pursuers ascended the stairs. My fingers slipped off the lock and I couldn't click it into place. I gritted my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, whipping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitiful, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than blankets. Wheezing breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. Smelled of pine and sweat. Mom peeked out of the kitchen and chastised me with the same frigid voice she always used when talking to Dad. What exactly didn't you understand when I told you to never slam the door? I didn't mean to. Stuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone. Breath was too. There was someone in the first place, of course. Here, a mere 5 meters away from Mom, my fear was slowly weakening, melting like snow in spring. With it, the last bit of strength I'd left in my body, too. My legs gave way. I propped myself up against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression had changed immediately. Cold mask of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before all those quarrels. She finally saw my condition, my wet pants plastered with snow. Where have you been? And what did I tell you, huh? I told you to stay home! Am I nothing to you, too? I was afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like when I was very little, wanted her to cuddle me. Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel and her voice rang out. Your dad can't find his cigarettes. Be honest, did you snatch them? Were you smoking in secret? There was someone chasing me, I thought. I stuttered as soon as I started explaining myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom leaned towards me and sniffed my clothes like a beast, searching for the smell of tobacco. She squinted her eyes in suspicion and looked into the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant. She covered her mouth with her hand. Oh, look over there at the fence! My heart started thumping as if I became prey once again and my pursuers were following me in the field. I could swear that I've heard something scratch at the door, just like in my nightmare. Mom beckoned me with her finger, and I gathered all my remaining bravery to look into the kitchen window facing my fear. I could barely discern hairy silhouettes swimming in the snow through the icy winter patterns on the glass. Dogs. Just a small pack of strays with no name and owner, barely reminding of the hungry monsters that live on the edge of the forest. Oh boy, you were scared of them? I think they'd be rather scared of you, Anton. They were chasing me, like a bunny. And what if they're rabid? Smile had slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if it was her first time seeing them. If they attack Olia. Mom? Oh, I wish your dad could just shoot them all. Oh, look, Mom, look, they're alive. Huh? What? Are they your friend or foe, after all? Make up your mind. You're not a little kid anymore. Mom sighed in annoyance, and I felt so bitter that I bit my lower lip and fixed my gaze on the cobweb-ridden corner just to keep myself from crying. Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pence among a pack of stupid strays. And what for? What use do I have for this mitten? Of course! Dark and sticky mitten that belonged to the last boy made a squishy sound in my hand. Seems like I was clutching it the whole time. That was my trumps card as a detective. I hurried to present this clue to my mom. Mom, look! I think this is Vova's mitten. That boy the police was asking about in the morning. It's drenched in blood. I found it hanging on a tree. I can show where. Let's call the police right away like the officer told us to. Mom, look! Ew! A shadow of doubt slowly crept onto my mom's contorted face, as if she was trying to remember something distant, like someone tries to remember their dream, but the images slip away. Stop it this moment. Olia will go insane if she hears you. She already has trouble sleeping and whines all the time, and you joke around like this. At that moment I realized that the mitten was actually wet. No. There was no blood whatsoever. I wanted to sink through the floor from embarrassment. Come here, my boy, cried Wolf. Oh, don't just stand there. Come take your pills. A golden-colored pill, reminiscent of a dead wasp, fell into my palm. I already took one during breakfast. Don't talk over me. I told you stay home, and your dad would have given you a good whipping for that. Come on, take it. You won't be able to sleep at night, and you have school tomorrow. I had to swallow the bitter medication, drinking it down with similarly awful water that gave off a taste of chlorine. Maybe it wasn't Vova's mitten. Maybe it wasn't a mitten at all. Like the forest monsters. Olia's owl. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? Either the pill had an immediate effect, or my overexerted brain didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity washed over me, bringing yawny indifference along with it. Anton, you done? See, you can do it when you try. Take off your coat. Are you asleep? Oh, Mom, I was just thinking. What about, I wonder? It's just something silly. Mom scrutinized me with suspicious eyes, as if she wasn't sure she was looking at her own son and not some doppelganger that had come from the forest. Is everything all right? With the exact same expression when the policeman asked you about the window. I'm all right, Mom. She heaved a deep sigh. Fine. It seemed like the house had changed. The sofa's fabric had become discolored. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. Light bulbs also felt different, dimmer, and yellower. and the saliva inside my mouth had a different taste. A melody from Aladdin could be heard from the upper floor. Olya was done rewatching her favorite Little Mermaid episodes and switched to other tapes. I slowly changed into my home clothes, stopped before the sink and studied my reflection in the mirror, like I was trying to solve one of those spot the difference puzzles. Then I went upstairs. Jafar's and Iago's voices died down. I walked past Olya's bedroom and slipped into my own. A Triceratops figurine. I know about all sorts of dinosaurs. Velociraptors, Afrovenators, Ipsilocephalodonts. I remember going to the movies to see Jurassic Park back when we still lived in the city and taking pictures with the T-Rex in the hall. It turned its head and roared. It was awesome! And next to it was a Robotech transformer. I love this cartoon. And when a jet fighter speeds up into the intro along the sounds of blaster fire, you know your next 20 minutes will surely be amazing. Awesomely. It's so true. Robotech is so good, you guys. Then Treaty Space Station is captured. Rick, get ready for battle! I dreamt of becoming an artist since Dad bought me my very first comic book. Fly magazine was the coolest. I especially liked the big space-related edition with alien monsters and the funny episode about a gendarme. Fly, for Soviet and Russian periodic adults comics magazine, extremely popular during the crazy 90s. What made the magazine stand out was the refusal to use material from its foreign counterparts. Yeah, there was a big thing back then about, like, Soviet Russia, because of its lack of ties to the US. A lot of companies, in order to placate the US, wouldn't sell anything to Russia. So Russia would create these really weird Soviet knockoffs of everything, like everything under the sun. So there's a few things that still exist from that time that have kind of like leaked back into like North American and European culture. But yeah, it's just one of those things where if a comic book, for example, they couldn't have comic books about Superman, so they would create like Russia Man, which would basically just be Superman, only with like some Russian elements. But it would mostly just be Superman, because they knew kids wanted to read it, so they would just make their own versions of it. No, stop. I started drawing all kinds of stuff since that day, and I seem to be getting pretty good at it. One of my letters is even published in Fly once. Maybe someday they'll even publish my comic. Monsters, Ghosts, and UFOs. Encyclopedia of Paranormal Phenomenon from Rosman Publishing. I've learned about the Loch Ness Monster, the Medusa Gorgon, and Bigfoot from there. Olya's always scared of the book. She could barely handle sifting through the monster and alien sections with me, but the middle part where they start to talk about ghosts really freaked her out. I even remember hunting ghosts after I'd read that book. I measured the distance between items on my table every morning and checked to see if they moved due to some supernatural force come the morning. They didn't. But to be honest, what was I expecting? To meet Casper the Ghost? I don't know, you seem to have a problem with werewolves at the moment. Well, I just saw the feet. I'll let her stay there for a bit. Let's open this. One of the drawers was empty. I hid the mitten there. Wish. Simple action drained the last bit of strength from me. Sat on the bed. And then I noticed there was someone behind the curtains. My tired hand dropped to the sheets. Whether it was due to the medication I took or the stress I underwent, the room began to contort as if the wind was blowing the walls out like a pair of sails. Or as the room bent and undulated. The only stable thing in the whole room was the figure between the windowsill and the curtains. A flimsy piece of cloth was stuck to my hidden visitor. It reminded me of burial sheets. Olya? Who else could be standing there? I stood up and licked my dried-up lips. Yeah, Olya, it's so funny. The silhouette was unmoving. It was enveloped softly by the curtain, as if there was a thick layer of darkness there, not a human being. I reached towards the curtains. Badum beat my heart, controlled by medication. The wind sang in the field with a chorus of voices. For a second, I wanted to return to the bed, just lie down and watch the person behind the curtain, knowing full well they were looking back at me. Looking without blinking and waiting for me to fall asleep Plastic rings rustled against the holder when I pulled open the curtains. Gotcha! I knew it was you from the beginning. A blindingly bright halo lit up above Olya's head with the setting sun as the background. My sister was shining. But she was just a baby, Dad always used to say she was shining with happiness. Always retorted, but Dad, she's not some flashlight. But I brought her to the window one day and sunlight poured on her smiling face. I felt like I was holding a light-woven child. I saw everything. Oh, really? But did you hide? She was just like my mom when she was little, before she put her head on her sad mask of tiredness and switched to her commanding tone of voice. It's nothing, just... Olya ran up to the table, her eyes round, and asked, You stole something and you hid it here? You a thief? But don't be stupid and steal anything. A clear image came to mind, that mitten hanging from a tree branch. What if I did steal it after all? Forest or the tilted figure standing behind the black trees? Olya could be selfish and stubborn when she wanted. Well, then show me. Swear that you won't tell anyone, and then I'll show you. Don't trust a kid that young with a secret. They'll tell everyone instantly. That is one of the... If you are ever taking care of a child between the ages of like 3 to 5, don't expect them to keep any secret. They will tell everybody. Olya wore a plotting smile. I swear on Mom's heart. An oath she heard in one of the movies about pioneers that we watched. Pioneer movement, an umbrella term for communist children organizations existing around the world. Somewhat reminiscent of the Scout movement. There's no way. There's no way! Wait, what? No, there's no way. There's no way. I went to a kids club called Pioneers, but they wouldn't have had that here. It was called Pioneer Clubs. And it definitely looks like it's just a Christian thing. Yeah, that's definitely, yeah. that got me. That got me. I was like, wait, what? My church had communists in it? Are you kidding me? They're very right wing. They were very right wing at the time. Still are. I'm not though. Fucking weird. Hey, Caitlin the cutie, how you doing? Mario. Yeah, we lost the kitty ears because we had a power outage and the ears had not been saved in their own little file, and I was unwilling to go frickin' figure out how to put them back on. So, witchy hat it is, because I already had that one saved. Alright. Back to the awesome ghost story / werewolf story / small terrifying child with white fucking eyelashes story. Aw, well, hopefully you feel better soon. This does have some jump scares in it, but, I mean, I don't know. I find it fun. It might not be so fun, though. I don't know. An oath she heard in one of the movies about pioneers we've watched. Don't say things like that. Olya nodded and made a gesture with her hand, locking her mouth with an imaginary key. Filled with curiosity, it was splashing in her giant eyes. Up in the drawer, and Olya leaned in, holding her breath. It looked like it was not just a simple mitten, some sort of exotic critter. Is this someone's mitten? She said that as if she couldn't understand what she saw. A certain boy lost it, and then got lost himself. Now do you understand how dangerous it is for kids to wander into the forest, right? It's really cold out there. Will they find him? They will. Police are going house to house, showing his photo to everybody. Olya traversed the room with care and pressed her tiny palms against the window. And why are they going to the houses, but not the forest? Are they scared? The question caught me off guard. The police aren't scared of anything. They already scouted the forest. Yeah, right, flashed in my clouded mind. They really check every nook and cranny. The darkness and cold and whispers of the icy branches dwell. That's the case. How'd they miss the mitten? Did it appear later? Me. I changed the topic, as if trying to get Olya as far away from possible from the forest thicket. We may get a reward if I go and find the boy by myself. A lot of stuff, like, you know, in the Wheel of Fortune. It's Wheel of Fortune, right? Oh, okay, apparently it was called Field of Wonders. To be described as a partially adapted version of Wheel of Fortune. So yeah, this is one of those things I was talking about where, because the Soviets had no right to use any American stuff, but they knew that stuff was popular, they'd make their own versions of it. So I guess it was called Field of Wonders. Sounds cool, right? Olya wasn't listening to me. She was piercing the forest with incredibly adult eyes. Uncharacteristic for her. What if the owl got him? Nonsense! An owl wouldn't be able to lift a human! But you know what? I was picking my words with utmost care. I forced them out of my overexerted brain. Stay away from the forest. I think it's... how should I put it? It's cursed or something. It's like in a fairy tale? No, more like in the spooky tape our parents hide from us. Olya shivered and stole a glance at the window. Saw you running away. Someone was chasing you? No, I was just hurrying back home so Mom wouldn't be worried. I looked at my sister. My heart was tearing apart. She was so fragile. It was so easy to stifle her light. A gust of wind and her small fire would be gone. You're lucky. Mom wouldn't even let me go outside. I feel like a princess in a tower and I can't go anywhere. I'll die from boredom here. You're wrong. No one's ever died of boredom. And you have me and your cartoons, and Mom and Dad will be good to each other soon. You know what I would wish for my next birthday? I wish for Mom and Dad to turn into children so we could go play together like we used to. Yeah, and if you'd make them as small as bugs, we could place them in a little box. Olya giggled and tugged at my sleeve. Osha, let's go watch Aladdin. Fatigue won over my desire to be with my little sister. I was washed over by some sort of heinous apathy. No, you've been drugged by your mother. I'm too tired. I don't want to. Oh, come on! It's so boring alone, and Mom is always busy. We can pick a cartoon you haven't seen before. I know all our tapes by heart at this point. Not all of them. You haven't watched Peter Pan. Remember how you fell asleep in the middle of it? And so much happens after that. Let's go, let's go! Maybe a bit later. Should I tell you how it ends? Let's leave it for tomorrow. I won't tell you tomorrow. Let's go. I know. Let's go play hide and seek. No, Olya. Well, then draw me a dino. Olya, please. Draw it. Leave me alone already. I blurted it out without thinking, and then I was immediately taken aback. I'd never screamed at my little sister like that. Olya stared at me in shock. Her lips started trembling, a precursor to tears. My heart was seething with disgust and embarrassment. What's happening to me? I hurried to prevent Olya from crying. All right, you win. Let's go watch cartoons for a bit. I don't wanna. I came up to her and put my hand on her soft head. Let's go. Let's go watch Peter Pan. Oh, you'll fall asleep again. I smiled and lifted her chin. Her eyes were wet and felt bottomless. Promise I won't. And I'll draw you a full Triceratops later. Hooray! Try Prepare Pops! Well, close enough. Olya rubbed her eyes with the sleeve of her pajamas, and a shining smile had returned to her face. I'll go ask Mom for condensed milk and bread, and you rewind the tape. Bread is fresh, just how you like it. All right, just be careful not to spill the milk. You'll be yelled at again. You want to bet I won't spill it? The tape's somewhere in the nightstand. You go look for it. Olya disappeared into the doorway, and I dragged my feet into the neighboring room. A piggy bank. Olya's saving money for a real puppy, because Dad said that taking care of him will take a lot of money. Olya's countless toys. An old teddy bear is the main attraction here. Olya doesn't sleep without it. Digs her nose into its fur when she sleeps. Scary window where Olya sees that accursed owl every night lurking in the dark. Olya keeps curtains open during the day, but as soon as twilight comes, she shuts them tight so she won't see the pair of hungry eyes outside. An old futon TV was gathering dust in the corner. All that was left was clicking the button on the front panel. Tube warmed up and the familiar white noise started dancing on the black screen. Almost reached out to turn off the VCR when the noise calmed down and a blurry image appeared for a moment. It was a dark taiga forest, just like the one outside my window. Picture split the screen in half. Something creepy, resembling human speech, was coming out the speaker. Just a few minutes later, the scenery was again overshadowed by noise. Did it catch some rogue signal? Local TV station only showed Soviet cartoons, and even that was pretty rare. And only just recently, I used to always watch Robotech before school. It was so awesome. Maybe I should tinker with the antenna? What if I catch the channel again? But on the other hand, while you had asked me to find the tape, it wouldn't be nice to disappoint her. In my sleepy state, I didn't have the strength to do all of it. Picture finally cleared up. The moment I rejoiced at finding the weird signal again, the TV started coughing, a voice barely coming through the cacophony. He was often seen at the moment when small snowy hills were lined up on the screen, pierced by rickety crosses, and a male voice was narrating with a slow, mournful voice. It was a pitch-black night at the cemetery. In that fateful dark time, little Senya met her face at the face of the monstrous thicket dweller. The locals call him none other than the Forest Master. I froze and did my best not to move. As if by doing that I could scare away the narrator, I listened very closely to his every word. The beast dealt with the helpless girl in a masterful manner. The camera panned down across the snow with something black spilled across it, looking for jagged pieces of cloth that were thrown all over the place. I didn't want to think whether Senya's remains were wrapped up in there, so I shut my eyes without thinking. The voice continued. Wolves are rare guests in these parts. Here's what Tamara, the old woman that lives in a nearby crypt, had to say. The close-up shot of the old homeless woman, weary from life and alcohol abuse, rattled on the screen.
Ah, yes, such a fearsome beast it is, worse than the rising dead.
The old woman splattered saliva all over the rectangular mic.
The stink, it's like...
The rest of her comparison was swallowed up by the sound of a horn.
I've never felt anything like that. It was just standing there, yes, right where you stand. Boyo pierced me with its eyes, right in the middle of the day. Was so huge, that one, with glassy eyes.
Obscenities were covered by another beep.
You know, they say if the demon lays its eyes on you, it'll snatch you and put you into his bag and you're done. Ha ha ha, but he won't touch me. Hee hee. Likes me, it seems. So they even call me the Devil's Wench. And
it's definitely true. The carnivorous monster will not touch those who fell to the level of forest beasts, going for the innocent child's blood instead. The Forest Master's presence is felt more and more on the outskirts of our country. Torn between believing what was said and shrugging it away, I decided to record the remaining of the documentary for some reason. I quickly grabbed the tape that was on top of the TV and put it in the VCR without even looking at the cover. I pressed record, turned the sound up, and paid attention to the clipping signal. It's not called the Forest's Master for nothing. All the animals obey it, be they hairy or feathery. They're all precursors for its appearance. If you hear howls out in the distance, then it most likely knows where you live. If you find animal parts all over your doorstep and birds watching you from the trees, you'd better hide. It's already coming for you. And if you wake up at night and see a pair of eyes in your window, then soon... Jesus fucking Christ. The TV suddenly went mad and looped the last word over and over again, piercing my ears. I got goosebumps all over my spine. The tape ended and was rewinding to the beginning. The sound of rustling tape reminded me of leaves of the wind and the low howl of the beast. I woke up from my stupor and pressed the button. The TV ejected the tape. For a moment, I thought it was stained with saliva. But that was just light from the chandelier, making the black plastic glossy. And I saw the cover. Oops! I'd recorded it over Peter Pan! That's what I get for hurrying. It was bad enough that I'd ruined Olya's cartoon, but I also put this creepy stuff over it. We can't let her see this. We'll drown in tears. I snuck a glance at the door. I could hear the clatter of glass and the squeaky floorboards. Olya appeared in the doorway. You haven't started without me, have you? Olya brought the sister with a tray with unevenly cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk. No. I was looking for the tape. Did you really want to watch Peter Pan? I do. Turn on already. Mom will watch her. Come watch her Brazilian drama soon. Come on, think, big detective. You know, I didn't like Peter Pan. Maybe we should watch The Little Mermaid instead. I've already seen it so many times. And you promised me. So stubborn. I know. Let's watch a couple of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles episodes first. Deal? Olya frowned, but ultimately gave up. Put down the tray and crossed her hands on her chest. You want it so much. Can you open the milk can? I'm afraid I'll cut myself with the sharp edges. As soon as I stood up, colorful dots popped up before my eyes and my sore legs were pierced by thousands of needles. Only when I reached the sofa did I realize the can was already open. Olya had tricked me and played me for a fool. My stomach became heavy. I wanted to rush toward the TV, but my little sister was faster. She picked up the remote and proclaimed in a victorious tone, Gotcha! As the remote's master, I command you to watch Peter Pan! I couldn't even open my mouth as the VCR had already eaten the accursed tape. She'll play it and then black crosses on unnamed graves and...
Got him!
Thank you. Black crosses on unnamed graves, empty crypts, bloody scraps on the snow, and the insane devil's wench. I better tell the truth. Olya, stop! I erased the end of your tape by accident. I'll trade it with you for 2 of mine. What do you mean? You couldn't erase it. Me and Dad broken off all the plastic pins with a screwdriver. I can't record anything over my cartoons now. My little sister pressed the triangular play button on the remote. Squeezed on the inside, awaiting this out-of-the-world voice of the narrator. But I saw the duel between Peter Pan and Captain Hook instead. I sighed in relief. My head, heavy as a leaden ball, now rested in my hands. Olya smiled in joy. Put the tape on rewind and started spreading milk all over her bread. When the cartoon started, she forgot about everything in the world. She really got transported to the Neverland like she always wished. To be honest, I also imagined myself there, in a land where one never ages, where no one ever argues over little things, where no one listens to fight and the sound of broken plates at night. Now Peter Pan's land was especially far away from me. My thoughts dragged on and stumbled upon the horned beasts that waited me among the trees, and the narrator's mournful voice haunted me, sliding over bushes and ravines, like a winged carnivore would track its prey. Felt like I was dreaming with my eyes still open. Then my sister's scream pulled me back to reality. So she shut the curtains fast. Why? No one's watching you. Dark, and when it's dark, the owl comes. I'm scared. I got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, and closed the curtains. I did my best not to look outside toward the treetops, toward the taiga forest, which seemingly drew closer and closer. Of course, it was just a visual effect from the shadows of branches scraping the snow. Posha, Mom thinks I made the owl up. Dad, too. He thinks I'm a liar since I'm small. The owl exists. Honestly, it does. You do believe me, right? That it comes every night and... I swiftly grabbed Olya's hand and looked her in the eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination. But did I really have those qualities? Yes, I believe you, all right? Just don't nag our parents about it anymore. They're already dealing with a lot, and so they'll just get mad at you. Come tell me if anything happens. And don't look out the window. But it wants me to look. It doesn't matter. Act like it doesn't exist and never existed, like it's made up, like Mom and Dad say. It'll get tired of waiting and fly away. We followed Peter Pan's adventures as if nothing had happened, as if the forest didn't kidnap kids, as if our parents weren't tearing each other apart bit by bit. Captain Hook was running away from a crocodile, and Captain Pan was headed to London on a gilded sailboat. By some miracle, I lasted longer than my little sister. Olya's eyelids had dropped. She started snorting slightly, resting her chin on the side of the bed. The chorus was singing the ending song. The world of Disney was lit up by a silvery moon. Another moon peeked out from under the first one, scary and wan, hanging over the taiga forest. A horrific report had got recorded over the credits. My throat went dry and my pulse became faster. I looked toward Olya. She smacked her lips in her sleep. I squeezed the remote with all my might, ready to press stop at any moment. I rewound the recording, checked to see if it was intact, then carefully took out the tape. The protective pin was still in place. Stood up and left Olya's room. Whether it was by providence or by curse, I hid the tape alongside the mitten at the exact moment Mom peeked into my room. Enough playing around. It's your first day at school tomorrow. Go to bed. You should sleep properly. You don't be teased for being sleepy, right? Adults think everything is so simple. The sound sleep would ensure my classmates would like me. Covered myself up with a blanket up to my neck and listened to the house humming. There's something invisible rustling in the corners. My inner voice had a question for me. Do I want to hear that mysterious flute again? Yes or no? Maybe it's just part of growing up and I can't fully understand my own desires. The forest wailed behind the barrier that was my walls. Some ethereal entity wandered the fields. Branches shook as calling for me. The wind howled on in the night. My thoughts were like annoying flies that entered my head before becoming weak and tangled. Notice how I fell into slumber. Has come after all. The day I feared the most. First day of a new school term. New school, new teachers, and most importantly, new classmates, who I always have trouble connecting with. Most other kids with glasses, probably. Forced myself to get out of my warm bed. Dad would usually drive me to my old school, but this morning, the bedroom of my parents was silent. Did they sleep in? Maybe it was a good thing. I didn't want to get the daddy's boy reputation for day one. Hey, crummies. My parents were still probably tucked in, dreaming about the good old days when everything was so simple and easy. Dreams, even if far removed from reality. I silently sneaked out to the first floor so I wouldn't wake up anybody, especially the peacefully sleeping Olya. Did my best to step on the middle of every floorboard. I used to play like this even in our old apartment. If my soles touched the space between the floorboards, it counted as stepping into the lava. The clock was spurring me on with its hands. I need to hurry. Faster! Faster! I was too fast. I needed to circle the hallway once again. Boiling lava was bursting out of the cracks between the floorboards. I need to watch my step to survive at any cost. Hippity hop. A frog jumping on molehills like a fearful bunny in a grove full of woods. Made a sandwich in the kitchen, shoved it down my throat, and drank it down with cold tea. My appetite was as good as if someone being led up the scaffold towards a guillotine. I lowered my gaze and saw that one of my feet was standing on two floorboards at the same time. Burnt to a crisp, huh? I moved my foot. Disgusting little snakes writhed in my belly, fear of getting hit, called nasty names. Lock clicked. I need to go. It was dark outside, fitting for an early winter morning. The darkness never fully left the houses around here. I took my time tying my shoes, buttoning up my puffy down jacket, trying to delay my unpleasant exit into the semi-dark, into the unnerving unknown. I rubbed my glasses for good luck, though I couldn't remember a single time these thick pieces of glass brought me any good fortune. The sky was again akin to a giant. On the east side of it, a black cloud was swelling up, licked up the stars to the sky and extinguished the rising sun. Darkness was plastered all over the treetops. Cautious cries of birds got tangled up in the thicket. I locked the front door with a long key I wore round my neck. My parents made me wear this noose, afraid that, being a total klutz that I am, could lose the key otherwise. The wind whizzed on the other side of the gate. It invited me into my new life, toward dubious adventures, and tagged alone like an old buddy, pushing me in the back. Wide shadows that pines threw out covered a third of the clearing. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I hid my nose in the coat's collar. I was squeezing through the thin firebreak, my hair ruffled up and my back hunched over. Tall trees stood on both sides of the tiny trail. The snowy blanket rustled under my feet, and the canopy of intertwined branches above my head cut me off from the already sparse starlight. The night had no plans of moving away from the forest. In this darkness, the trees reminded me of shaggy old women that smelled of burial earth. Their trunks turned into cracked, wrinkled faces with holes in the middle as their mouths. If I lost focus even for a moment, mold-covered witches would drag me into the forest depths. Then my parents would be walking around these parts, screaming my name. The dead can't answer the living. Or can they? A sense of panic was growing in my chest. I was fine with Dad carrying me into the school in his hands now if it saved me from watching the darkness rise up in the ravines like black dough. It felt like someone jumped into the bushes behind me, so I turned around. As soon as I started walking faster, I heard the snow squeak behind me. A forest took a deep breath with its giant lungs. The windfall cracked. The wind and the birds were left behind in the field. Now I could only hear the forest creak. I walked, listening closely, and the unseen presence grew stronger, as if someone was following me, trying to match the pace of my footsteps. I turned my head so fast it made my neck crunch. A tiny trail behind me disappeared into the darkness. Tree branches overlapped, forming a natural tunnel. Who's there? The question escaped my lips and dissolved into the unending creaking sound of the wooden idols, the pines around me. Why did I think going through the forest alone was a good idea? I'm either going mad, or someone had intentionally lured me away from home. Distant lights granted me a smidgen of hope. A country road! I ran there as fast as I could, afraid that afraid that the trail will shrink and clawed hands will grip me by the shoulders, turn me around, and make me look at the faces of the hungry forest denizens. In the end, nobody stopped me. I almost flew to the decrepit wooden bridge, disbelieving my luck. The bridge's supports were bathed in a spring, tarry and ice cold. I put my hands on my knees and looked up at the forest. Then snorted, trying to calm my breathing. The thicket was pretending to be asleep. It looked peaceful, lifeless. The remaining part of my commute lied through a snow-laden road, illuminated by sparse lamplights. I chased away bad thoughts and ran as fast as I could from one circle of light to the next, seeking protection from electric lamps. Just like in that game, where you first need to be the first to proclaim, "I'm protected." Huh. Apparently they played a form of tag where there was an area where you could be safe from being tagged. Yeah. That's okay, I read it in the right order. It's just like in that case, that protection was flimsy at first, with darkness writhing outside its bounds. Then I noticed something remarkably eerie. In a place from the light where an inclined lamp couldn't reach, a hairy, crooked shadow came alive with a guttural roar. It felt like its features deterred light. Its unnatural pose instilled fear. My eyes almost popped out of their sockets as I stood there, blinking, trying to chase away that illusion. The shadow didn't disappear, and even got closer. My insides were gripped with horror. I stepped back and almost fell into a snow pile. The black silhouette, on the other hand, straightened up and addressed me in a sweet voice. "Sneaking around, huh? Trying to steal my soul?" Words got stuck in my throat. Who could be talking in such a silky voice here between the forest and the dormant village? "Will you say something, dummy? Cat got your tongue? All right, I'll bite off your nose then. That'll teach you not to poke it in places it doesn't belong." A girl stood before me, judging from the voice and the silhouette. But I couldn't even reprimand myself for getting scared to death by a girl, or noticing a gaping mouth under her hood, with something dangerously shining inside. I was stunned. In the cavity of her hood, a frighteningly real fox face was staring right at me. It wasn't just that her jaws weren't moving and the eyes weren't blinking. A mask. It's just a girl with a fox mask on. At least I wanted to think that. After a surprise like that, a nervous smile involuntarily crept onto my face. I was just going to school, and then you. What about me? Ever seen a fox feed a dog? And indeed, there was a small dog circling the girl's legs. One of the strays that were chasing me yesterday, probably. Sorry, I didn't mean to. After hearing my voice, the dog whimpered, lowered its ears, sniffed me out, and then started wagging its tail. I guess I still smelled of the bologna I ate for breakfast. I was shifting my gaze back and forth with the dog to the girl. She didn't seem scary anymore, just weird. "So you didn't mean to, huh? What's your name?" "I'm Anton. And you?" "And I'm not." Hee. She's weird. Definitely has a couple loose screws, but she has a nice voice. My astonishment has turned into a mix of happiness and relief. This girl I didn't know was definitely human, if a bit eccentric. I was also a bit angry at myself. This foxy girl was walking around through the darkness without a problem, and I shuddered from every little sound. I could just walk away, but the girl had piqued my interest. Next time a police officer was asking me about friends at a new place, I'll tell him I befriended a talking fox. "Well, do you live around here? In the village?" The fox giggled and purred. She spun around so hard that the hem of her coat lifted up. "No, dummy. Foxes don't live in villages." "So you live in the forest, then?" "Have you been living under a rock?"
It's obvious that foxes can't survive anywhere near humans, as long as they're foxes. Her jokes were also weird. Just like her carnival mask, paper mache with fur glued on it. The dog reminded us of its existence with a loud bark. I unfastened my backpack. Dad would sometimes throw food in there without my knowledge, cookies or apples, even my favorite crab sticks. He called it a gift from the bunny, an eaten part of a business lunch or a treat specifically bought for children. Parents would tell their children that a bunny asked them to deliver said treat, but it could also be any other animal, a squirrel or a bear. The stray strolled towards me with mincing footsteps with a pleading look in its eyes. Fox definitely did treat it to something, but it was probably still hungry. Why are you dressed like this so early in the morning? Going to a costume party? The girl shrugged, throwing silvery snowflakes off her nose, and her human form along with them, turning into a genuine beast. A real fox. Agile, cunning, dangerous. A moment of hesitation and you'll be ripped to shreds. She'll tear you up and gulp you down without breaking a sweat. I couldn't help but just stand there as a stump. Until I heard her calm, melodic laughter, hidden underneath the beastly mask. I wish you could have seen your own mask, sweetie. Sweetie? Did you say sweetie? I got embarrassed, went right up to my hair roots. I'd seen a fox in a zoo once when we went there with Dad, but it had patchy fur, and it was gray and skinny. This girl was a fiery color, and furry, just like in fairy tales. I was still rummaging through my backpack, my fingers, searching for a dog's treat, came upon a soft, crumpled object. You'll see. The real beasts will wake up soon. You should ask them where they got their human faces. The girl's shadow was dancing in the lamp's light. The dog yapped in agreement. I freaked out and dropped my finding on the snow without getting a proper chance to examine it. The cold wind instantly covered the hole it created with the snow. The dog rushed to dig it out and wanting to get its treat. The fox just snorted. Now I was so embarrassed I wanted to sink through the snow. It was still dark outside of the electric circle. On the contrary, the darkness seemed even more thick. All the neighboring houses were sleeping deeply in its inkiness. I did my best to continue the conversation with a weird girl I didn't know. So are you going to school? Oh my. You are a real dummy. Don't you get it? Well, I was trying to be friendly, but she can't stop mocking me. Calling me a dummy and all. To just move along without paying any attention to this weirdo and her stupid dog. Why are you so mean? Don't answer if you don't want to. Not like I care. Still, something froze me in place, tugged me toward the dark figure. Mysterious appearance, her voice that was velvety and just languid enough. I was intrigued and excited. I watched her as people watch fires burn. Oh, stop pouting. Look here. Zulka took a liking to you. The dog was digging through the snow with sharp movements, snoring loudly. Fox turned round and looked at the windows of a nearby house, at its timbered front through the white mist. The tip of her fake nose was shining under the lamp's light. And maybe someone else, too. I went red again, like a boiled crayfish this time. She talking about herself or someone else? I hoped that semi-dark would be able to hide my embarrassment from the girl. I cleared my throat before asking, and who's that person? I waited, counting my heartbeat. Fox didn't reply. Her sly stare was scanning the frosty patterns of someone's windows. She was reading them like a glass book. I wonder what she can see in the winter paintings. The stray stopped rummaging through the snow. It ran to me, holding my object in her jaws. A mitten. Could it be the one I found in the forest? What's it doing here? When I looked closer, I realized it was just my mitten. Maybe Mom stuffed it in there when I was asleep? But a certain missing boy immediately came to mind. Hey, do you know anything about Vova? I imagine the scene, silhouettes dancing in the clearing. Dance of the night when Vova had disappeared. A boy who, when found, could provide a big reward and maybe save my family. For my birthday, our parents promised to take me and Olya to Disneyland in Paris. But instead of the long-anticipated gift, they gave me a simple brick game console. Visibly embarrassed. I was crying my eyes out back then, demanding to take me to the promised amusement park. It was the first time when Mom and Dad had a big fight. Like greediness shattered their relationship. If only I could fix everything, gather everybody I love, and take them to Disneyland. On the night Vova had disappeared, I think I saw someone looking like you, dancing under my window. Couldn't be true, but I felt her mask become even more sly. Fox was sniffing me out. Oh, that got you worried? For yourself or for someone else?
Olia! As soon as I thought about my sister, my chest tightened and cold sweat streamed down my spine.
Well, then listen closely. A boy named Anton. This is a big and scary forest.
Fox Girl stepped forward menacingly.
And I'm not its only tenant. The other beasts already know about you. Beware. Come again tonight.
I shouldn't have talked to this evil in child... Oh, I shouldn't have talked to this evil in child form, I thought, panicking.
You and your parents will be fast asleep. Sneak really close and dance.
The Macarena!
Hey, Macarena.
Oh, look at you. Your mouth is agape and Tasha. He saw me near his window at night. Yeah, right. Are you by any chance a dimwit? Nobody would let me go outside that late. Children go missing here, you know. I touched the plastic frame of my glasses, puzzled by her silly joke. She'd got me scared to death. Hey, why don't you stop playing with your glasses? I was also nearsighted once. Listen to me, and maybe I'll become smarter. Remember, what did they call foxes? Cunning? My words seemed to hurt her. Hey, what did you... I'm sorry? Her laughter was akin to the jingle of a pair of silver bells. I'm just pulling your leg. Of course we're cunning. If you're agile and brave enough to befriend a cunning fox, I'll help look for your Vova. There's a reason why you're doing it, right? I shrugged in reply. Her insight was alarming. I know why children have been swarming our forest recently. Sometimes you can find a lot of interesting stuff there. One day I saw a huge pile of candy, swam by it until my jaws cramped. And swam did it until my jaws cramped. Pile of candy? I couldn't deduce whether she believed in what she was saying from the tone of her voice. I showed her another smile, a fake one this time. Ooh, you're so wary. Well, what do you say to this then? She held out her hand in a furry mitten. There's an assortment of sweets on her palm. In the city where I used to live, sweets like this were sold in markets or in kiosks. Which I saw my favorite bubblegum in a vivid wrapper among the tasty treasure. A familiar name was on it, Turbo. The triangular fox face poked her nose toward me. Take some. My pockets are full of these. I sipped the treat and catching a whiff of the girl's smell. Fur, fireworks, and citrus. The smell of holidays. My fingers tingled where I was carefully unwrapping the gum. Peachy aroma entered my nostrils and something else. Something unfamiliar, but pleasant. The fruity cube ended up in my mouth. I started moving my molars, chewing the gum. Tasted like your usual Turkish gum, only my tongue went a bit numb. I couldn't believe my luck after opening the insert. People put bubblegum inserts on their palm trying to flip it by throwing the air. The player who happens to flip one or more inserts claims them as their prize. The inserts were often considered collectible. I looked at a Mercedes-Benz, an extremely rare and hence desirable collector's item for any boy from my previous neighborhood. My heart skipped a beat. I was barely able to tear my eyes off the inserts, still stunned. This is... Now do you see what can be found in the forest? Still, I wouldn't go there alone if I were you. I get so flustered over simple bubblegum after all. Imagine what would happen if you found a travel case worth of these. It'll surely blow your mind. Unusual treats, just like everything else about her. Carefully hid the insert in my bag as if I was putting a rare butterfly in a can. The fox giggled. This is not how things are supposed to go on a Monday morning. Who are you? I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer anyway, or she'll just lie. I really wanted to see what was behind her mask. Becoming more and more assured that underneath it wasn't just a simple young girl. What if Vova also found a snow pile with sweets and now he's rolling in it? Actually, what if he just decided to stay in the forest? He must be so cold without a second mitten then. The wind caught her words like smoke from a fire and carried them deep into the darkness, into the creepy thicket. The trees behind me creaked with their bony branches. Or what if something happened to him along the way? Something terrible. The forest reacted to her words. It became alive. It sniffed me out, perking up its ears just like a curious beast. Fox girl pierced me with her eyes again. Wild beasts?
You find that scary?
Well, I don't know.
He doesn't know. Oh my, have I befriended a dunce?
Didn't like being called a dunce, yet being friends with her sounded nice. Hey, my grades are good.
Really now? Will you come with me, good grades, Anton? We'll find your Vova, and you'll be able to ask him what he found deep in the forest. As long as you're with me, nothing can hurt you in the forest. You'll see.
Worms of worry writhed in my belly. Oh, for fuck's sake, every time I right-click by accident. Better run, whispered my mind. I don't believe you.
Do you take me for a liar? Whatever, you're just like everybody else.
The girl sounded hurt, although I didn't know if she was genuine about it. She turned around as if she'd immediately lost all interest in me. Gum felt bitter now. Remember my dad's favorite saying, "Where are your manners, son?" Indeed, the fox was kind to me. Please don't get mad. Foxes can also be nice. Like in fairy tales. I just need to know what kind of fox you are. The girl giggled, holding the nose of her mask in her hands.
Follow me into the forest, and you'll get to know me. But not right now. When it gets bright. I mean, your whole body is shaking, you poor thing. I don't want you to get a stroke. Hey, let me accompany you to school.
After hearing this, the dog barked in agreement and stopped messing with the mitten. I leaned in, trying to grab the piece of handwear that was almost ran away from me. Well, I mean, if we're going in the same direction. Went toward the school at the lost dawn. Here and there the lights came on in the windows of houses as we passed, as if their inhabitants were sending us warning signs. Silhouettes lurked behind the curtains, dogs let out occasional barks. Spirals of gray smoke rose from the chimneys, TVs bustled and dishes clanged in kitchens. We watched the village slowly rise from its slumber while carefully treading snowy wheel trails. I walked in the left one and she took the right one, and the dog was following right behind us. I expected the fox to bring up something weird again, but she stayed silent, all the way to school, as if playing with me some game only she was privy to. She would giggle from time to time when the dog sneezed from the snowflakes that fell on its nose. I was the first to break the silence. So, what is your name?
Here it comes. Names, names, names. You people always need to put labels on everything. What name would you give to a fox like me?
I don't know. But I read about Alisa the fox.
You know what? I don't mind. I'll be Alisa.
I couldn't understand if she was joking or not. I turned around as if looking for an answer from the dog, from the dark sky devoid of dawn. My silent questions were left unanswered. School's outline was already in our sight. Giant brick box stuck in the endless night. Lights in the windows didn't bode well for me. The warden trees were guarding the schoolyard. Screams, childish laughter, and someone's whistling stirred up the silence. I went here with Mom when we just moved, and the place looked cozy at the time. Empty corridors that smelled of polish and puffy snow outside. Second time I came alone to get the books and just kept on imagining my peers rolling down the railings, grade schoolers running to the library, and teachers marching down the corridor with an air of self-importance around them. High schoolers were smoking at the entrance in track pants and wool caps perched on their foreheads. Their appearance destroyed the last hopes for a coat. Their stingy eyes and the teeth yellow from nicotine, their smirks, all of it had the same gloomy effect as the cloudy winter morning. Absorbed by my thoughts, I completely forgot about my companion.
I'll wait for you in the backyard. After school. Near the hanged man.
Near what? She just ignored my question.
Don't be late.
I hesitated. Blowing hot and cold again. That's what Mom said when I'd have trouble choosing between two options. Thinking about Mom helped me reply. I'm gonna go straight home after school.
Well, Antosha, I'm going to let you off the hook. The others will creep up to you with their smiles and sink their teeth into you. You won't be able to shake them off as easily. Remember my words.
Fox opened her mouth in a wide yawn. What kind of trick is this? Someone running in the distance called out my name. I instinctively turned around. A huge snowball whizzed past my shoulder and hit the dog. It whimpered and ran toward the spring. Darkness devoured it. Fox girl was also nowhere to be seen. She dissolved into the frosty air. Was she hiding in my shadow? I gulped. Swallowed the gum. Unlucky. After taking a deep breath, I went toward the school, toward the cutlets and the dough, toward the light raining down into the snow. There's a fresh-looking Volga parked nearby with one of its front wheels perched up on the icy curb. Black like soot. As if it had been straight out of the horror story my dad liked to tell me when we hid in the attic during a thunderstorm. I remember him always wearing a sad smile while mentioning the black car that snatched children. He would say, "Looks like a funeral car on the inside, white curtains and all. And it has DSC in its license plate. Do you know what that means? Death to Soviet children." Funny, I was born in the USSR too. Whose nest is this, I wonder? Thieving magpie? And it probably has all sorts of shiny things in it. Pieces of colorful glass, bottle caps, polished coins, child braces. Tall man was standing near the gate, puffing out clouds of smoke into the wind. He didn't look like a teacher. He was a PE guy, maybe? Carefully studied his face that looked as if it was cut from a piece of granite, and his hair lip that was holding down a cigarette. He was playing around with car keys and staring back at us. The light from the cigarette was reflected in his eyes that were sitting deep in his eye sockets. I froze in place. The hulking man lazily tore his eyes from us and walked toward the road. A buzzing crowd of upperclassmen with their winter hats tipped to the side. I'd better not draw their attention. I could hear muffled voices behind the door, saw blinking lamps. Darkness creeped along the windows, and it felt like the school was drifting in open space like a lonely, lost spaceship. After going up to the second floor, I noticed a crowd around the notice board. Everyone was taking part in a lively discussion. I moved closer and took a look at something everyone was interested in through a wall of backpacks. There was a piece of paper with something printed on it, glued to the left of the notice board. Vova Matyukin, 10 years old, grade 4, left his home on January the 5th. Around 4 o'clock, never returned, was last seen at the bridge over the Sendor River. He was wearing an orange coat with a hood, black wool cap, scarf, and mittens with green stripes. Might have had a plastic toy gun on him. Features, assorted things. Please call these numbers if you have any information. Child missing. Vova Matyukin. That was his name. A 4th grader. On the gritty print, Vova looked dead, with a black mouth and dark, empty eye sockets. Could it be the darkness dwelling deep in the forest invaded his pores and mutilated his face? Plastic toy gun couldn't protect him from the whispering branches and the howling wind. Empty eyes of the lost boy pierced through my soul as if pleading. Unable to make a stare, I turned round and rushed to the window, took a seat on the windowsill. The corridor was slowly filling up with children in groups of few. Nobody paid me any mind. In the darkness of the school toilets, child voices were hammering a nursery rhyme. For the fox and for the bear, bunny tasty meals prepared. I turned my head toward them, trying to get a better look at their features, but my attention was stolen by a loud clicking sound. A female teacher marched down the corridor, her chin raised up high. Her heels were hitting the floor like miniature hooves. And a girl was trailing her every step. She was also looking pompous, stopping along the way and whispering some secret in her friend's ear. She was probably a class rep, since she was carrying an attendance register book. Karina, take this, please. The teacher opened the classroom door, and the crowd of children swarmed in, screaming and pushing. Out of all of them, a small, red-headed fat boy caught my attention. His face was full of blisters. He looked like the insides of a pomegranate. Bad feeling risen up in the hair on the back of my head. Seen boys like him before. Unsettled eyes, cackling laughter. The girl who was a smaller copy of the teacher warned the boy with a wave of her hand and entered the room, the clearing in the crowd. Some other guy stood in the way of the crowd, and the redhead immediately shoved him. "Move your legs, moron!" The boy flew headfirst, flailing his hands, trying to keep his balance. The fatso burst out laughing, and a couple of kids joined his nasty cackling. Their laughter sounded like someone was snipping with huge garden scissors. Classroom sucked all the kids in. The corridor stood empty. I wanted to grow roots and stay on the windowsill. A handful of lampposts outside were battling the darkness, writhing like fluorescent fish in the black ocean. Maybe I could still run away? Sighed and dissolve in the dark. Imagined myself running through snow at squeaks under my boots and now becoming lighter and lighter with every step. Bringer's trill blew that illusion away. Tore myself from the window with great effort, and took a couple of deep breaths, trying at least to calm down my mad pulse and enter the classroom. The grim teacher looked at me over the frame of her glasses, clearly annoyed. I'm the transfer student. I was told to come here? The snowy forest trail was winding in front of my eyes. The pines rustled, but it didn't sound predatory anymore. She buried herself in the register and flicked through the pages. Your last name? Petrov. What are you mumbling there? Say it clearly. Petrov. Well, you're not on the list. She measured me with a long and heavy stare, as if trying to see if I was lying. I wanted to sink through the floor. Hazy faces observed all of that from the left. The classroom breathed and snorted in unison like a living organism, like a dangerous beast. Are you sure? I don't have you on my register. My knees chose the worst time to start shaking, and I felt dizzy. I clutched my fists so hard my knuckles became white. They told me to come to classroom 204 and ask for Lilina Pavlovina, class 6C. Apparently everyone in the classroom took my words for some sort of joke because they were all laughing. What's wrong with this? The classroom fell silent. The kids heard their smirks for a better occasion. Why do we hire so many interns? They all know how to put lipstick all over their bulging lips. But when it comes to real problems, I have to solve everything. How did they send you here without any proper paperwork? Oh, we've had the same thing happen so many times already. Wait here, I'll be back. After I have a little chat with them. The teacher flew past me, mumbling something to herself in righteous anger, and I was left standing at the center of the classroom. Convict in front of a firing squad, I lowered my gaze, feeling the mocking stares from all around the classroom directed at me. Prickled my skin and danced on it like laser sights. Again, I imagined running far away from this place, fighting the clawing wind, soaring high above the pines in one long jump. The wind at my back was my only companion. The eyes of my future classmates were asking, this new boy, is he one of us or an outsider? Somebody whispered something, and stifled laughter rolled through the classroom. Wipe the board! It was easy to guess who the main prankster was here. A Four Eyes! Are you not blind but also deaf? I said, wipe the board! My knees weren't the only shaking part of my body anymore. I was trembling from head to toe, and I prayed for the teacher to come back sooner. Prayers were answered by the powers that be. And what should I do with you now? Where will you sit? Well, you can sit with Samon, I guess. Alone anyway. No way! Fatso put his backpack on the seat beside him in defiance, scratched his belly, and smirked. Are you back to your old tricks? Should I call your grandma here again? The classroom went silent. And what's she gonna do? I'll be the one to do something if she doesn't. Now put away your backpack. Damon didn't move a muscle. He started studying the portraits of writers on the wall, looking bored. I need to do something to resolve this somehow, to save myself. I cleared my throat and continued in a stifled voice that sounded nothing like me. I'll sit in the last row. I think there's a free seat. The teacher snorted loudly. She looked at me, and then at Simon, and then back at me. Fine. Go there for now. And you, Baburin, I'll have a talk with you later. Come to me after class. You'll be on cleaning duty, you got it. Simon forced her to twist a smile. Juicy pimples were growing on the tip of his nose, ripe for the taking. I walked carefully, afraid to stumble and fall, causing another outburst of laughter from everyone. I took my seat at the back of the last table where I was met with a pile of old posters. The outcasts took their seats and the class was ready to start. Now this is settled. Let's start the class. Today's theme is traditions of Russian and international literature in Zoshenko's Don't Lie. Fatso turned back to me. His stare informed me of the coming days, weeks, and months of bullying. I've got my eyes on you, said his watery look. After just a couple of periods, I'd already noticed a huge yellow spit stain in my notebook. Into the cafeteria, this Samon accidentally spilled the glass of compote on me. Really? You're gonna waste compote on that shit? Compote's so fucking good. A dessert drink brewed from a mix of dry fruit and berries. Then he flailed his hands round after exiting the toilet so that some of the liquid from his hands would get on me. Just before the final period for today, Samon pushed me into a buzzing crowd of girls from our class. They made way cursing, but I couldn't hold my balance and ended up ramming my face into the girl I took for the class rep before, right on her chest. Ow! I immediately stepped back, dying from embarrassment. I'm sorry, are you alright? She suddenly put her hands at her hips. You look at him, groping me in front of everyone. I'll tell my mom! Spell you, you pervert. There was some sort of sadistic pleasure in her eyes, as if she were a child about to put a lit-up match to the chafer beetle. I didn't mean to, he pushed me. We all saw that, you know. No one's blind here. She stared at my glasses while showing me a creepy smile. I started to fume on the inside, but Samon's laughter cooled my head. I pushed you? You sure? He swaggered up to me and enveloping me in the smell of sunflower seeds and rotting teeth, and then pushed me to the ground. Like this, huh? What you gonna do now? Bully towered over me as if saying, come on, hit me. Let me see you try. I'm gonna get expelled my first fucking day, let's go! Listen, you. My throat went dry, my lips were moving on their own, my voice was akin to the stifled squeal. Simon wore, oh god, his fucking teeth, wore a mocking smile. Go on, Four Eyes, why you stop? We're all waiting. You ever touch me again? Simon slowly stuck out a finger and poked my forehead. I did? So what? If you ever do it again, here. One more. And again! Oh my god, I would already clawed his face off. It's a wonder I didn't get expelled from school, I'm just saying. And again, he was poking me with his finger so hard that my head tilted backward. Mustn't cry or I'll be done for. What a wimp like you do to me? My vision went blurry. My soles tore off from the floor. I rushed forward and threw a random punch without looking. That's a bad choice. Hopefully you will actually hit him, though. Yeah! Sorry. What I saw when I opened my eyes was beautiful and horrifying at the same time. Simon was holding his ear and blinking in amazement. Was I the first person to rebel against his absolute rule? I needed to run, but I was already surrounded by his cronies. Lilia Pavlovna Petrov just hit Babarin. Simon's cheeks grew even redder, and his pimples even whiter, like the heads of larvae. But a smile flashed in his face that was only noticed among his comrades. Then he got really close to me. The smell of rotten teeth washed over me. You are fucking done. His voice was evil and dangerous, like someone tore off the lid from a kettle with boiling fat. I was waiting to get hit, counting the thumps of my heart and guessing where his fist would go. Solar plexus, the jaw, the nose. But he just turned around and walked off. Thought, cold and sober and extremely rational, popped up in my head. I'm going to get killed today. I was late to leave the school after classes on purpose. Simon didn't attend the last period, so I was hopeful. What if he decided to dodge the cleaning duty and ran home and forgot all about me? I heaved a sigh of relief, like someone on death row whose execution was delayed by a day. But I didn't let myself forget his tone and his vengeful gaze and his scary, electrified smirk. While the other students were leaving the school, laughing loudly, I was pretending to skim through my books near a window, staring outside, nervous. Simon was nowhere to be found in the front yard, nor near the school gate. I didn't really believe I was this lucky, so I decided to be extra cautious and stay for some more time in the corridor that was already gradually getting less crowded. All the bustle moved to the first floor. There was a skeleton poking out of the biology classroom. Some jokester put a cap with the American condor on its head. The sound of running water was coming through the bathroom. I was the only person left in the whole school. I'm not alone. The sudden thought came to mind. Remember the missing boy? His portrait was on the notice board near the schedule. I remembered his smile. Him looking at me. They've changed his eyes for this picture. Holy shit, I can't handle it. The fact that he's most likely already dead. Oh my god, the cat's eyes are different too this time. Hello? I shuddered and turned around. First, my eyes stumbled upon the black violin case, and I noticed a girl from my class was holding it. She sat in the first row of the second column. I could swear I caught her looking at me a couple of times. And I was sneaking glances at her myself. Sometimes it just feels nice to look at something pretty, the spring, the sky, or a girl that's not in the crowd that laughs at Simon's jokes. And she wasn't whispering the dirty laundry of other people to Katya. She spent all the breaks just like me, staying in the classroom or looking in the window or drawing something in her green notebook. Hello. I turned red and pretended I was studying the pattern on the wooden floor. It's cool the way you hit him. It was just an accident. Almost. I started shoving books in my backpack, at least to put something in my hands. Simon wasn't like that before. He also transferred here just recently. His grandma told me that it almost felt like he went mad. Even the upperclassmen fear Simon. Did you know? But you're different. You're brave. I mumbled in reply. Yeah, right, me? Brave? Hero that's been standing around the hallway to avoid a beating? The girl looked at me with her clear, attentive eyes. Do you live over the river? In the wooden house? Yeah? Scary living there. And you also had to cross the forest. I wouldn't be able to do that. Shivered at the mention of the forest. Thought of the intertwining branches of the snake-like trail, the endless darkness that spread like mold among the crooked trees. So I straight up lied. It's not that scary. Well, what's so scary about it for you? She smiled after a brief pause, as if brushing off a daydream. Well, actually, never mind. My name is Polina, by the way. And I'm Anton. I already know that. Hey, Anton. She stumbled, as if trying to decide whether she should continue. What are you doing after school? My chest felt prickly after her innocent question, yet somehow it felt pleasant. Nothing much? I stumbled and didn't finish my sentence. Alisa's predatory smile flashed in front of my eyes. Her playful eyes in the slits of the mask that were probably just a product of my imagination, though. What if the fox girl is waiting for me after the school? Was it just another one of her weird jokes? Wonder if she's hiding a big red tail under her coat. Suddenly got covered in beads of sweat, like after a PE class. I wanted to take a shower as if just thinking of the foxy girl made me dirty and soiled my clothes and lured me into the forest's embrace. Well, I have a violin lesson, and then I'll be free. My grandpa hired me a private tutor. Our music teacher is a violinist, and he doesn't have anyone to teach here, except for me. She waved her free hand into the air, imitating the movement of a bow on violin strings. I could almost hear the music. It chased Alisa out of my head. Looked at Polina's lips, catching her every word, and was frozen from the unusual sensations. They were warm, soothing, and tingly. Felt like I was very small, and the feelings were immense, and they couldn't fit inside me. They say there's a serial killer on the loose in the village. Normally, Grandpa would escort me home from school, but he's been sick lately. I stuck a glance at Vova's photo. His eye wells were studying me. Lips were wearing black lipstick. Portrait on a gravestone. I mean, I'm not a coward, it's just... I think I'll be safer together with you. Look, you go home with me, Anton? There it was. Finally, everything I read about in adventure books, everything I dreamt about was seeping into my life. Mysterious crime, a beautiful stranger, a heroic duel. A duel? Thinking of Simon instantly sobered me up and returned me back to Earth, and it started shaking under my feet like the deck of a ship. If only I could rise to the occasion in front of Polina. No matter how brave I was trying to act, it was obvious for both of us that I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against a big guy like that. And him knocking me out wouldn't even be the worst of it. The worst part would be that Polina would see all that. She'll laugh at me, like everybody else. No, I don't need anyone to see me in such a shameful state. I doubt I'll be able to today. You know, Simon's waiting for me outside, and I need to deal with him one-on-one, like a man. Nonsense. Lena brushed off some hair from her forehead, and I sensed a weak aroma of blackberry. Lena was like water when you're thirsty. You gulp it all down and still wanted more. Remember the summer evenings at the country house, fires, pungent smoke, berries hanging over our fence for the neighbors, soft cover of pine needles under my soles. Those few peaceful nights when I felt completely safe. My mom resting in the hammock, my dad putting meat on a skewer. Had I foreseen the upcoming catastrophe and the crackle of the coals and our parents' laughs, and the smell of fleeting July? Could I have seen how fragile the world was? Did you really think that savage would give you a fair fight? He'll just swarm you with his friends without giving you a chance to catch your breath. Suddenly, Polina suddenly flashed a devious smile. If we go together, they'll be put off. And I'm not only the first violin of this village, I'm also a girl. I've heard from a delinquent that I know that he'll never attack anyone when there's a girl around. Can you imagine? They have this weird code of honor. A delinquent, you know? I thought, worried. He better than me? Taller? More handsome? Oh, I have to go to music class. She made a couple of steps and stopped. Amazing, Polina didn't look like those beauties from magazine posters or actresses from movies. The flickering light of the ceiling lamp, she looked much more alluring. Can you play anything? My parents bought me a guitar a couple years ago. Immediately remembered my meager attempts at making music. Change. We're all waiting for change. Soy's song entered my thoughts and my desire to change something. Victor Soy, a singer and frontman of popular Soviet rock band Kino that played a mix of new wave and post-punk. Her hit song Changes was one of the popular tracks of the new Russian era, and died in a car accident. Guitar got lost somewhere, as if refusing to move to the old house near the forest. My parents gave it away to someone who wanted it more. I don't, sadly. Oh, that's a pity. Oh well, I'll be going. Bye. Her shout was captured by the loud echo. Shoes also echoed through the school's hallways. Bye. I wasn't sure if Polita heard me. I looked out the window again. The schoolyard was empty. Just a couple of grade schoolers throwing snowballs at each other. Nobody looked like the hulking Simon with his cronies. This was giving me hope. What should I do? Lena could become my friend. First one in this new place. Besides, she may be in real danger of meeting a killer, and I'll be her defender, her knight. And even though my inner voice was hesitant and whispered about running away from killers and lurking in the woods at night, Lena was worth the risk. The red, cunning fox was also intriguing. She promised me to help look for Vova, and that would bring me a reward. More money would almost guarantee peace in my family. As for Olya, imagine my sister happy like those girls. We get prizes from Supanev in the finest hour. Russian TV host, prolific showman of kids' TV in the 90s. God damn! He died too! Apparently crashed his snowmobile. To be dancing with the famous singers, maybe a new popular boys band like this thing that I can't fucking pronounce. A Russian boy band popular in the 90s. Consistent of 3 singers, its singer and vocalist Igor Sorin died to a fall in a 6-story balcony. Official police report claimed it to be a suicide. Substituted him in the band and later died from cirrhosis. Jesus fuck. Mom and Dad hugging in the Ostenko Pavilion. And then all of us going to Disneyland. Can't fix a divorce, kid. Somebody left their school shoes on the windowsill. Judging from their size, they belong to a boy my age. Turn me around and I'll tell you who's stupid. Something offensive is written on the other side. How long would Simon keep turning it around if it fell into his hands? An abandoned zinc bucket with a rag in the bottom of it, filled to the brim with murky tap water. It reeked of salty chemicals, and the stench was so intense that I felt sick. I staggered away from it, praying that I don't meet the same fate as the person on cleaning duty. I really don't know who I should pursue. But I also need to take a quick break. So, for anybody who has been hanging out here, should we go see Alisa, the fox girl, who's very possibly the actual murderer and kidnapper who probably killed the other kid? Or should we go hang out with Polina, who is a girl this character's actual age, and is playing violin, and is possibly going to protect us from a bunch of bullies? I forgot how to make a... I'm gonna make a poll. Violin girl. Or fox girl. And I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I will be right back. You guys can vote in the poll. Which would you like to see? The story with Alisa or the story with Polina? Because I have a funny feeling it's gonna make a big difference to how the game ends. If you're on mobile or some other device that doesn't allow you to participate in a poll, feel free to write it in the chat, just like Grinzon just did. And I will be right back. One smart fellow, he felt smart. One smart fellow, he smelt fart. Oh, I see what you mean. You called me a girl. I'm all done now. I have a baseball bat. Oh, honey. Honey, no. You're getting... Oh, actually, my mic is tipped down. Ooh, it has come loose. That would be why it's... It was pointing at my crotch. My crotch is not what is speaking. Thank you, microphone. Excellent. Thank you for pointing that out. It came loose. Okay. It shouldn't move. It should actually, yeah. Anyways. Casey's mod. Alright. I'll turn off this juicy music now. A bit. So Casey's mod is talk about pillow talk, right? Well, we don't know whether it was speaking or not, but I'm pretty sure if it was, it'd be like, "Yo, bitch, what the fuck you doing?" And then it's only like the ass end of the silent generation. Feel free to hit the clip button. I always love to see funny clips and stuff. I have to say, I do like pasta. But I also like sausages! Oh my god, more goddamn sausages. No end to the fucking sausages. Roast sausages. Oh, for fuck's sake. go over here. Oh, that flip though. Couldn't have done that if I actually had tried to do it. They had so much fun they blew up the universe. Okay, there's levels of having fun, and then there's summoning a chaos god through having way too much fun.
I mean, like, people have got to have a hobby, right? People have got to have a hobby.
Has Bun not had a chance to actually, like, sleep? Bun, what you doing? Go to sleep, hun. Stupid farmers! Like, you're the ones who said free food.
In sync as well.
What?
Mostly. Munch. Oh, God, we need to have at least 3 people to go munch. I've got her! The guards are coming for me! Cities! I'm trying to call you out. If I wanted to call you out, I'd call you, I don't know. I can't think of a good insult, but insert one here. There. Woo! Post. Well, that's a post edit. There you go. Remember I told you the beginning quests are a bit glitchy? This is what I meant. For some reason they kind of wait. And you're kind of like, okay, I'll do it, and then they kind of don't respond, and you try again, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Son of a bitch, I hate that jump scare! Did you just say those words out loud, sir? When did this game come out? 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 I'm really? God damn, it's so funny when things like that show up. Deaths. Oh good, I got healed, right. Holy shit. Alright, well, boot sequence it is. Oh god, they're fucking thieves. Jesus Christ. Wah, 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 wah. Okay, no. Oh, we're gonna have some fun now. Yeah! Skelly Wars! They're missing! There we go. Yay! Oh! You make it thunder. I would kill to be with you. We gon' make
It's true. Well, I'm at 1 health. Yay! Ooh. Fall back into the giant fish's mouth. Pretend that this is a safe and normal activity to do. This sounds super not safe to be walking into. Ooh. Multiple copies of Waterboy. He's not casting anything. Is he literally just gonna sit there until turn 6? I had a channel that I watch where every time they put this track to whatever they're doing in their video, it's usually some of the most creepy and cursed, fucked up shit. Every time I hear it, I find this to be a creepy song. I can understand why no one else would see it that way. Or no legs, you know. Frustrated cricket noises. Oh, what is the sound of a cricket with no legs? No! Against my very soul, and excuse me while I take it personally for a bit. I know you didn't mean it that way, but you've honked, and I'm done. I'm just gonna be here on the side of the road for the next half hour crying my eyes out because I did something to offend you. What happens when you're a people pleaser? I'm just saying. And potentially getting yet another bar is too much to resist. I have taken his picture using a dwarvish camera. Huh. Well, I did see that Fox Girl had 2 answers, or two yeses, so we're gonna go with Fox Girl. I didn't quite see the end of it because I was trying to get organized. I guess we go in with Alisa. She's scary and funny at the same time. She's fucking terrifying. After closing my backpack, I ran down the stairs. I scanned my surroundings through the window in the main hall. Nobody suspicious in sight. School doors creaked. The sound was similar to the music from a thriller, the high note that comes before an intense scene. I ran around the school corner, trying not to catch anyone's attention. The smell of pastry and burnt sugar wafted from the school cafeteria. I froze when I saw a silhouette in the second floor window. It must be Paulina, lighting a bow on violin strings, her head slightly tilted to the side. I could hear the melody as she played, but Paulina was only a dark outline on the window's yellow sheet. I dragged my feet forward. The net on the football goal in the yard fluttered in the wind, the same wind that hurled small, white whirlwinds through the field. Somewhere nearby, an invisible tractor was humming, scaring away a flock of cawing birds. The hum of its engine sounded like the howls of hungry beasts that chased me through the snowy desert. Alisa and her scary mask also came to mind. Right now, in the light of day, it was really hard to believe she was real. What'd she say back then? The backyard near the hangman? Why'd she say that? Just like the fucking hangman. Man's fucking lurking. Excuse me? The silhouette turned around the corner and walked deeper into the dead end, leaving cigarette smoke in its wake. It's an adult. A teacher, maybe? Fucking drugs here on the floor. Oh, a squirrel. Or a squirrel chomping on sunflower seeds. Someone from the school's probably feeding her. Interesting. Used syringe among cigarette butts. I hope somebody just needed an insulin shot. Uh-huh. I'm sure that's what it is. What's the Discord role called for the mods? Which mods? Which was mostly just in case I needed to make a difference for, like, Discord mods, but the Twitch mods are Discord mods. But the actual rank is called Twitch mod. I looked at the wall. There was a hangman, drawn under the thin black line of resin. Someone played the hangman here. Something was scribbled on both sides of the man. Escape, fear, truth. Come closer, sweetheart. It took me a while to realize where the sound was coming from. My eyes strolled through a cul-de-sac at the school backyard, through windows and snow. One of the snow piles started trembling like a volcano before it erupts. Give me your heart. In the blink of an eye, the white crust crumbled and a fox jumped at me. She made a gracious bow, enjoying the effect her appearance had on me. The silver of snow shined on her coat. I couldn't even imagine thinking about girls with tails can be this. I don't know what to compare it to. Something infectious? Toxically sweet? Fight back or your heart's in my bag. She giggled so enthusiastically that it forced me to smile. Oh, come on. I quickly rolled a ball of snow and threw it at Alisa. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. Hit to the shoulder. Oh, you insolent boy. Yeah, that's me. The fox slowly backed down, trying to arm herself. You're sly, but I am a fox. I think out of the box. Her retribution was swift. Snowball arced its way above the snowy yard and ravens flying in the air. I wanted to duck but slipped and fell to my knees, and while I was getting up, I caught a huge chunk of snow with my face. It burned up from the cold. Ugh. I swore loudly from the immense disappointment. Using the words I heard in Sector Gaza's songs and the cassettes I hid from my parents. Soviet and Russian rock band that played hillbilly punk. Founded by... played homages to Western rock bands who used a lot of profanity and fairy tale themes in their lyrics. Supposedly died from overdosing on drugs. Everybody's dead. My dad heard this, he definitely would have given me a good whipping. He had a very low tolerance towards obscene words and always communicated in clean Russian. Oh, come on. It can't hurt that much. She brushed off my hood as if to show compassion, took me by the elbow, and helped me to get up. With care uncharacteristic for a child, she took off my glasses, blew away the snowflakes that were stuck to them, and handed them back. Now we're even, Tosha. Only people who were close to me called me that, and I hadn't even seen her real face and didn't know her last name or what class she was from and if she had a real tail under her coat. You want to get ahead? We're gonna go look for Vova, remember? We'd better hurry before my parents start looking for me. The fox let out a lazy yawn. Parents. Don't be so boring. Let's play for a bit. You're always bored at home anyway. And how'd you know that? Oh, it's not even a secret. It's always way too boring being locked up in a house full of adults. I get all jittery from both houses and parents. See? Her furry fox brows started twitching. I faked a laugh and reply, unsure whether being able to move parts of her mask like that was genuinely funny or not. Come on, Tosha, don't be scared. I can see you want to play. And if you win? Foxgirl got dangerously close to me and stood on her tiptoes, almost touching my face with her rough little nose. Playful fires danced deep into her eyes. She smelled nice, like berries and saccharine. Is this smell of independence and true freedom? I mean, the kind where all you have to do in your life is run wild and eat sweets? Her whisper poured into my ear like scalding hot water. You win? I'll be your guide. Believe me, I have lots of things to show you. We'll surely find your Vova, for one. I felt as if a giant invisible spring bent inside me. My tummy hurt, and the sensation was somehow not entirely unpleasant. So weird. I had a conversation with Paulina, and now Alisa was going to drag me along with her. Felt like my mind was becoming blurry and splitting in two like those gravestones on the TV record. And what if I lose? I'll claw at your soul, softy. Come on, let's go. She burst out laughing, whipped the hem of her coat, and ran toward the road we used to come to school in the morning. Promise. It almost sounded like a threat. It enticed me. I bent down and scooped up some snow. I wish I had a device that could tell whether Lisa was joking or being serious. Or was there a third option with people like her? Between her jokes and her laughter and her hot breath on my ear, I wanted to win, to punish her for lightness and freedom she possessed that was clearly too much for an average girl, when I, on the other hand, was possessed or rather intoxicated by the thirst for adventure, by my curiosity. And just like that time when I ate the cherries from Mom's... I have no idea, probably some sort of food? Alcoholic drink made from fruits and berries. Oh, also known as getting really fucking drunk and lie down with my eyes closed while the bed was spinning underneath me. Yeah, I suppose it would! Heavy duty berry alcohol with fruit in it. I spat and then cleaned my lips. Do you want to play, little sister fox? Well then, let's play. I armed myself with a snowball and chased the fleeing fox girl. I saw a familiar street with the wooden posts that didn't look scary anymore. They were just logs covered in snow. If I were to shout now, guard dogs would start barking and their owners would peek out of their windows. Elisa's small silhouette was mocking me from far away, so it was useless to try hitting her with a snowball for now. It's a waste of ammunition. Birches, mutilated by the cold, peeked out to view along the clear road. A giant snow pile towered near one of the trees. This was probably the place where the tractor brought all the snow for the village. A whole family of foxes could fit in such a pile. No, I thought, she's the only fox around here, and she alone is already too much. My second morning acquaintance was running around near the edge of the forest, the stray dog with a mangy tail. She sniffed around and marked the naked berry bushes and ran toward the other ones. Alisa showed up from under the hill. Zulcha, follow me, girl! The dog's ears perked up, barked in agreement, and followed her lead. We ran farther and farther, exchanging snowballs, laughing and stumbling. The winter forest towered in front of us, reaching for the low clouds. We were at the edge of the shadow, bony and almost corporeal. Fox hid behind a huge pine, clearly trying to get close to me and shove some snow down my collar. It was a good plan, but Zulcha, who was running circles round her, gave her away. I broke off a dry branch and decided to act even trickier. Put my hat on and peeked it from the side of the pine. I'll make her think that that's my head. I bit my lip to stop myself from laughing, then jumped out the other side and performed a point-blank throw. Alisa probably cracked my plan right away, but still let me win 3-1. I was wounded in the leg, and she got shot in the chest and the stomach, losing imaginary blood in front of my eyes, pleading for mercy, while also choking from laughter. Oh, please, mercy! I'm dying. Okay, I'll let you live. Oh, thank you, O valiant knight. She pretended to bow to me, then grabbed 2 handfuls of snow like a dying warrior, threw them my way in a last-ditch effort. I dodged her attack easily, laughing uncontrollably and being mad at the same time. I finished her with 2 precise shots. You'll let me live, huh? Learn me how to do it if you're so smart. Oh, shut up, you're already dead. Oh, when did that stop me? Let's play something more interesting. She dashed behind the trees after blowing snow in my direction. 1, 2, time to play with you. 3, 4, 5, the owl will arrive. I hesitantly moved toward the windfall. 6 on end, the wolf's gray fur will stand. I thought it was a real tail gliding across the bushes. I rushed to the intertwined branches that helped Alisa hide as if something was pulling me there. I had to move them, tear them off like a spider web. Branches sprang back in my face, but it felt like they were caressing my cheeks and not hitting them. I was sweating, but I still had a lot of stamina left. Be sure to catch you, little fox. Alisa's voice was wandering among the windfalls. 7, 8, stomp your hooves and wait. Seems like I underestimated you. I thought you were just a boy. Confident that she was behind the dry pine, I rushed to intercept her. But the local acoustics tricked me. Her voice was already echoing from the other side. And you're a bunny. So nimble and cute. A snowball flew at me from the shadows, whistling near my ear. I'll show you a bunny. Yeah, do that. Show me. A bright fox fur coat flashed near a rotten stump. I rushed there, jumping over a ravine. Bunny boy, show yourself, be brave. Give the beasts fresh meat they crave. This furry collar that flashed from every tree was the most important thing in the world for me. My lips started trembling as if I was a cowboy that was chasing his prey. One jump and the fox was in my embrace, smooth and desirable. Oh, fine, you win. She leaned against the scratchy bark and started puffing. Please, let's have a break. You're too fast, too strong, too tasty. Satisfied, I put my hands on my sides, waiting for the spoils of war from the defeated girl. But what I got instead was a sly snowball in my smug face. The cunning fox ran away, roaring with laughter, but I wasn't even mad about it. I needed to catch up to Alisa, to tackle and subdue her, tear off her mask, and see everything. Poor little bunny jumps around in the wet pine forest, afraid of getting eaten by the big gray wolf, thinking of hot summer, keeping his ears low, sneaking glances at the hidden sky. The sky really did disappear under the trees. I moved, using the barking of Zulka as a guide, since she was closely following her owner, and I was getting closer, and the same trail I imagined back at school blinked under my feet. Turned out that running like there's no tomorrow was so easy. Faster and higher and faster. I felt like there was a well of untapped potential inside me, and I drew from it. My muscles were buzzing, my lungs felt bigger, I felt much stronger overall. Even my vision became sharper. I saw every icy branch, every dent in the bark. Something colorful was lying near the bushes, a piece of clothing, another colorful spot to the right. Alisa was losing her clothes on the run, like shedding her skin. I also used my teeth to take off my mittens, excited by all of that. I'll get naked and feel all the wind to the last drop. Faster! I reached out to take off my hat to throw away everything that stops me from running wild in the endless forest. The backpack slowed me down, so I threw it in the snow along all the pens that were inside. The notebooks, all my drawings, and the sidelines, and the dinosaur for Olya. Suddenly a clear picture appeared in my mind. My sister, standing still near a window, basking in the dusking sun. Her small, childish palms were pressed to the glass, leaving marks where they warmed it up. She could warm up the whole world like that. She was looking at the taiga and saying my name. Tosha! I stopped and took a deep breath and realized how rash and stupid I was, trying to undress in the middle of a forest while chasing a fox. I returned to get my backpack, as if it was part of my being that I'd dropped. I remembered again how my sister didn't like to be left at home, alone. Now she asked me to come home faster? What a brother am I? Running in the forest that I used to scare my sister with. Having fun while she's not even allowed me over the doorstep. Sit at your cage, Olya. Watch the same cartoons over and over. Tusha! Yeah, Olya? Tusha, where are you? Where are you hopping to, fucker? I wasn't sure who fucking said it. I'm just gonna imagine he actually did say it in that tone of voice. From the darkness behind the pines, just like cavemen from their cave, appeared smirking Simon with a bunch of his cronies. the North fake.
Wow!
Wow. Yo, Antoshka. You thought you could slip away, huh? Check out the four-eyed freak, hey? They surrounded me like a carnivorous pride, making me step back. The smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty, as if I'd licked a battery. Alisa? The name of my companion turned into a stifled cough. Pines were swaying back and forth like solemn guardians. I was frantically looking everywhere. I dreamt of finding the fox among the trees, expected her to come to my rescue, but only the wind replied to my pleas. Where's Alisa? What'd you do to her? I shuddered after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural and rough and scary. Who the fuck's Alisa? Did you hit your head? Whatever, we'll fix you right up. Fatso spit through the gap in his teeth and pushed me so hard I hit my back against a tree. So you feeling better now? Can't be. Alisa really lure me into a trap? To these bastards? No, I can't believe this. Look at your guys, he's not so brave here compared to the school. Total wimp. Fuck with the wrong guy, transfer student. Simon was whirling towards me, readying his fist. In that moment, the other delinquent in track pants made a loud whistle, and the hulking boy lowered his hand. Unexpected. Seems like Babarun wasn't the leader of his gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with strong and sharp teeth. Probably decided to have some fun at my expense first. Hey, Naughty Word Jr., is this your Alisa? Only then I noticed Zulka beside my legs, Trembling from the cold, snow plastered all over its fur. The delinquent squatted in front of the dog and beckoned it with his hand. Oh, this dog's gonna die. I don't know how bad this gets, so, I'll let you know how bad it gets. Oh my, Alisa, come here, you flea-ridden bitch. The others let out nasty laughs. Dog's ears perked up and she carefully started moving closer. Yeah, come here. I got something for you. Dog didn't even have a chance to sniff him when this animal abuser caught it by the ear and kicked it right out of the tail so hard it flew into the nearest snow pile, squealing. The whole gang burst out laughing and my heart got encrusted in ice. Even the birds that were perched up in the tree branches let out frightened caws. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusory twilight of the sleeping forest. Were those just bushes moving their icy branches in the wind? Romka, I won't be able to shit after that! Oh, let me kick the fucking thing one more time. 2 negatives will make a positive! The stray was already nowhere to be seen. What, are you an idiot? Go and show Four Eyes his place. In a way he'll understand. Yeah, he fucking owes you. Went whacked you in front of the whole class. Sure thing.
I'm gonna die.
Simon brought a sizable signet ring with some geometric shape carved up to my face. In a moment, I'll hit your face so hard, it'll leave a mark for the rest of your life. Where will my inner strength and bravery go? Stop! A wheezy whisper left my lips, and my head tilted forward, hitting Simon's fist. Red sparks flew from my eyes. Yasha, give me a hand. Simon gave me a rush push toward the bastard with the slanting eyes, and he tripped me. I felt the sharp crust of ice, and the fatso stepped on my hand, preventing me from getting up. A painful groan escaped my throat. Did you hear him whimper? Is he actually a naughty word or something? I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. The pain was growing. My ear was hot, and pulsating pain was shooting through it like it was cut off, and a ball of nettle was sewn in its place. Why so silent, Antoshka? Come on, tell us! At this moment, I felt pure unbridled rage, the amalgamation of my anger. Like the Sprouts ink, it rose up from the depths of my mind and filled all my thoughts. You morons! Did you know that my dad... What? Is also gay? Simon burst out laughing. This became the last straw. Fear and anger were grappling inside me like mad dogs. He knows Aikido! You got it? He's also a vet. And he'll kill the likes of you with his eyes closed. One word from me and he'll... Romka lifted up his arm, stopping my torrent of lies, and made a couple of steps forward. Simon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. Did he believe me? Or was he confused by my face, twisted with rage? A vet, you say? My dad also fought in the war. An Afghan. And yours? Mine too. Oh, really? What force did he serve in? I stumbled. Fear chomped at my rage's throat and made it bleed. Oh, he's full of shit, Romka. Sure as fuck. Think I'm so easy to trick? I see all through your lies, little bitch. There's a nasty smile on his face now. This didn't bode well for me. Well, you've asked for it. The teacher saved you at school, but here... I don't know where the damn fox girl went, but... it could possibly be that the fox girl is a complete manufacturer of my character's imagination. So, there may yet not actually be a fox girl. In which case, this is all gonna go very badly. You're fucked. That's right. Pray they find your dead body come spring. If only you stayed quiet, you wouldn't have lost a hair. Getting fatso's one thing, but fucking around with stuff like that again. My dad spent time under fire on international duty and fucking Dash DeMargo. Damn. Give him a good pounding, Sioma. Delinquents closed in on me again, and I ended up in front of Simon. Blood was pumping in my temples. Branches were swaying back and forth as if whispering something and giving me hope. I gritted my teeth, fighting the thought that I looked silly. Took a boxing stance I saw in the movies. What are you, like fucking Mike Tyson? This was my first ever fight. I'll remember it for the rest of my life, if I don't kick the bucket, of course. At the edge of my vision, I noticed the darkness writhe again, as if someone was walking back and forth there. I sensed Roma's claws grab my backpack. Give me your shit, Antoshka. It'll get in the way. I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard, but then he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket with one smooth motion, spun it as if showing off, and put the blade to my neck. Hey, easy, buddy. I can make it painful. I let out a cloud of steam instead of words. Romka pulled with all his might, and my backpack ended up in his hands, calm and relaxed. An insidious smile on his face, he looked into my backpack. Are you hiding something from us? Some rat stole my school shoes. Let me see if it was... Oh, what's this? So what do we have here? My text and notebooks fell in the snow. He was holding my backpack in one hand and something weird in the other. It looked like... a mask. Roma lifted it high as if showing it to someone else, someone to the treetops in the twilight among the trees. An old bunny mask. Long worn-out ears, barely visible nose and whiskers, mangy fur on the sides. Where'd it come from? Who put it there? Simon laughed. It's way past New Year's, moron! Or are you really a loony? That's not mine! How come it's not? It was in your backpack. Romka was watching the scene unfold with an evil smile on his face. You know what? Put it on. Why? Because I'm telling you to. You'll hop like a bunny for us. Yeah, come on, or we'll leave you pantsless. Anything but this. What if someone from our class will pass by? I won't. Oh, Simon, put him on him. Biasha rushed to his friend's side and took out the worn mask with a buffoonish bow. He passed it to Simon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. I looked around the pine woods, as if waiting for help, as if the shadows that writhed around us would take pity on me and take my side. Branches looked like arms twisted in unusual angles. Blackened bark was their charred skin, and the darkness was the smoke they produced. I can't run. I won't get away, they'll catch me. And then... Let me warn you, Sioma. If he won't hop, you'll take his place. Got it? This piece of shit won't. Just look at him, he's a total loony. The loony already had you smacked... this loony had already smacked you once in the face. Yeah, Ronka's right. Come on, fatso, assert your fucking dominance. We'll make you hop so hard, your piggy tits will fall off. You must be scared of Romka. Simon swore silently and glared at me. Here. It'll fit better this way. He hurled a huge ball of spit inside the plastic bunny face and put it close to mine. Spit looked like a squash spider. Romka's face twisted, spasmed like a beast, like he wanted to tell Simon something. Then he suddenly stopped. Simon was still close by with a disgusting smirk on his face and a terrible smell coming from his mouth. Better put it on fast, or you're dead! Mask almost looked more disgusting now, despite everything. I felt like it was a chance for salvation. It could become my second skin if only I was to put it on. If only my face was to touch its bumpy surface. I'm sure the fur would glitter, the ears would tremble like they're alive. I just need to put it on, and Simon and his friends would be gone. Forever. Oh! Oh, this is a great decision to make. It's not gonna fucking work, but it's a great decision. I kind of want to see Simon get humiliated, but at the same time, I also kind of want to... put on the bunny mask and go fucking feral. I am not sure what I want to do. Well, that kind of feral is, he might be Irish. Maybe. That's probably right. I reached out. My hand wasn't shaking anymore. Simon handed me the mask and let out an evil laugh. The fur felt warm to the touch, just like I expected. I got goosebumps. Electricity flowed through my spine. It, my salvation. The voice whispered to me well my subconscious. Put it on, and nobody will hurt you. Forrest froze, gazing at me with the cracks in the bark. I acted slowly. I took off my glasses, got rid of the nasty spit on the paper mache. There was movement inside of the bunny face, as if something was trying to break out, and I needed to help it. I lifted up the mask, and it started moving it toward my flaming cheeks, just like in the movie with Jim Carrey. This mask had power. This mask had strength. Tartan touched my skin. It enveloped my skull, my nose took the shape of my face. It smelled like animal layer and pine. My lips touched some sort of hard, wavy material. My armor. Strangely enough, through the slits of the old carnival mask, I was able to see as good as through my glasses. A trio of boys frozen in the clearing, snowflakes frozen in the air. The trees whose shadows formed black streams toward me, and a weird silhouette in the early twilight behind the windfall. In all that silence, Simon nervously whispered, "Hey, guys, what's up with him?" I broadened my shoulders. My muscles felt like they were made of steel. Invisible plumes of fog flew toward me, breaking off the trees. I was absorbing the forest power through every pore of my body. I smiled underneath the mask. No, I showed my teeth. My fists were itching. My stomach was growling. He's turning. You asked for this. I made a step forward. Simon carefully stepped toward me as if he was walking on thin ice. A trail from my dreams snaked in front of me again. Endless, alluring, it was beckoning me away from all the problems to the new wonderful world, the world of magic Neverland. I pulled on the zipper, opened my coat, and threw it into the snow with a fast motion. Then I growled. I felt like something was frantically looking for exit underneath my skin. I went towards Simon. He's turning! Oh, fuck! Turning into a... Aw, naughty words. Into a bad word. Yashka was clutching his stomach. Roma smirked, shaking his head. And Simon,
who was laughing the most out of the three, spat on his knuckles and waved his fist like a club. You're such a moron, Tasha. My fist collided with my mask. The fur didn't dampen the blow at all. There was no power, no magic smoke coming from the pines. I flew toward the bushes and landed on my butt. But my vision, bolstered by adrenaline a moment before, returned to normal. Now that was something. I thought he'd get on fours and tear us to bits. You know, like a carrot. Did you see that? Did you? Does it count as him hopping? No, that was even better. I sobbed. Aw, honey. Mask had one advantage. If I cried now, no one would see my tears. What a loony. Belong in a loony house. For animals, eh? Simon put his knee into the snow pile and ripped the glasses out of my numb fingers. Oh, give me my glasses back. I won't make it home. Oh, bullshit. Haven't you heard that bunnies have a good sense of smell? Don't worry, just use it. Hip hop, hip hop. Simon shoved the trophy in his pocket and flashed me a toothy grin. Besides, bunnies don't wear glasses. Now scram, naughty word. I stood up, still wobbly. The trees became a blurry dark wall. 3 bright silhouettes were wobbling around me. There were black spots on them, their eye sockets and mouth, but it looked to me like there was more of them that it should be. I turned to the forest. Simon's boot came to my rescue, kicking me in the butt and quickening my shameful retreat. Hippity hop, hippity hop! Threw the mask into a ravine out of spite. And zigzagged through the firebreak, a lone, giant, snow-laden world. The trunks around me bent in all directions, their treetops disappeared into the darkness above me. The sky was pushing me down. I wanted to cry, but my eyes were completely dry by now. Only sadness and longing were left, a desire to bury myself under the snow or leave for the Neverland, joining Vova and Senya. I didn't care where to go, just somewhere far away from here, somewhere very far away. Hey, what's this? Where are your glasses, Anton? Did you lose them? See, How can you be so careless? Do you think I own a money printing press? Yeah, right. You'll be wearing your old glasses until next year. Olya rushed to me. I saw a fox! Surprise akin to a shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips in reply. A cup shattered into many little pieces with a loud thang. My mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale and her eyes were glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. My mom spoke with disappointment. First it was an owl, and now it's a fox. Will you ever get tired of this? But it's true. It was so fluffy. She stood on her back legs near the hedge, just like a person. The fox called my name, but then Mom came, and she fled. There was no fox. Stop making things up. Don't go near her. If it was necessary, was ready to shake my sister, as if she was a doll made of cloth. What's wrong, Tasha? Don't go, you hear me? Mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated. Well, a fox will bite you. I remember fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. I imagined my Alisa, liberated, carnivorous, running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands. It wasn't a real fox. Tell him, Olya. She stood on 2 legs and she wore a dress. And she was real. See. Mom showed us a tired smile, as if it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soap, right before it dissolves completely on your palm. But then I was left alone with my sister. I whispered, "You see her again. Run." My theory is the main character is probably schizophrenic and manages to hallucinate quite vividly. But also that there may be some supernatural element to stuff going on here too, which could be fun. Yeah, exactly. The whole concept of, like, this girl in the fox mask is making me think that she literally seeks out kids, offers them candy, gets them to follow her into the woods, and then kidnaps them. There's a whole lot of wild shit that kind of went on when the Soviets kind of broke down, especially cops, because they really didn't kind of exist. They were kind of already not so great during the Soviet, but now they weren't being paid. I mean, they really didn't do very much whatsoever, which meant that things like kidnapping and murder and other horrible shit could just go down, and really nothing would happen. I shut my eyes, threw the vitamins in my mouth, washed them down with water. Please stop driving me mad, please. Doing my homework on a Friday evening, like usual. I'd already finished the hard part. There was only my art homework left, my favorite subject.
Why am I old? Why am I fat? I just want to address the elephant in the room. Why am I old? Why am I fat? Why am I old? Why am I fat? Why am I old? Why am I fat?
I guess I can't do anything else. Let's start drawing. I need to draw some sort of magic beast. I wanted to draw a dino at first, but my brush reached toward the orange paint all by itself. One stroke after another, the picture of a fox started slowly forming on the piece of paper. It was almost popping out of the snow-white sheet. She stood on her back legs and wore a sly smile. My brush moved again, drawing a fluffy tail, and a moment later, it dropped out of my weak hand. After I finished my drawing, I spent a while studying it in surprise, as if I couldn't understand where this red beast came from. The longer I looked, the scarier her smile felt. Carnivorous, fake, like the smiles of women from adult magazines that were sold in press kiosks back in the city. An alluring smile with a masked, deep-seated malice. The fox's eyes turned out red as if bloodshot. They looked more like bullet holes you see in action movies. I don't remember drawing them this way. I moved them away from the table and the lamplight reflected from the wet paint. The drawing was glossy. It felt like the fox was watching me, waiting. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! Don't do that to a person who's fucking drawing! Holy shit! Anton! Are you deaf? I was just thinking. I'll ask you again. Have you seen your sister?
Got him!
She's hiding somewhere again. Something moved under my bed and I froze. Olya's dirty face peeked out with a finger pressed to her lips. Shh. Olya, I can see you. Get out of there, you're covered in dust. Olya crawled out from under the bed and started dusting off her stockings, looking down. Let's go. I'll read you a fairy tale, keep you company until you fall asleep. I want to sleep with you, not in that room! Mom entered the room. What, the owl again? And what do you think? Olya, it won't come anymore. I chased it away. Olya shook her head in defiance. You didn't! And it'll come. And it said that it'll come every night. Oh, it talks now. Olya ignored the question and then asked with newfound determination. Can I sleep with you? Please? This'll be the last time. Didn't you say yesterday was the last time? Olya, you're a big girl now. Why don't you let her sleep in my room? I thought it was a great idea, but Olya shook her head again. No, I don't want your room. It watches you too. I felt goosebumps all over my body. Enough! There is no owl. You're sleeping in your own room tonight. You got it? Mom, please? Please? Mom took Olya's hand and tried to lead her out of my room. Let's go, sweetie. Don't bother your brother. Olya clutched the bed's head with her free hand. Please, please, please. I don't want to go to it. Mom was tugging Olya toward herself, but she didn't budge.
Only the bed's head squeaked in agony. Dad intervened by picking Olya up and carrying her out of the room despite her desperate protests and pleas. No, don't take me to it. It's gonna watch me again. I've listened to them struggling to make my sister go to bed for a while. In the end, my parents gave up and let Olya sleep with them. But it was surely the last time. Ever. When everybody settled down, I was lying in my room, thinking about Olya's words. It's watching you too. I felt uncomfortable. I barely managed to calm down only after closing the curtains in my room shut. As soon as I closed my eyes, the memories of my day started jumping around in front of me. I think she is too. I think the parents have a diagnosis for the son, which is why he takes pills, and they're really, really, really hoping that the daughter doesn't have it too, and that's why they treat her like that, like trying to just be like, you know, if she becomes braver, then maybe this won't be true for her, which is just straight up denial, but isn't uncommon in parents who are at their last fucking straw, you know? Doesn't mean it's right or good that parents do that kind of thing, but I've seen it play out so many times with my friends. I was in the middle of the stuffy school corridor. I could see the literature classroom from here, the faces of the dead classical writers on their portraits, the prim and regal pose of our homeroom teacher, Lilia Pavlovna. And around that corner was her daughter Katya, snitch and a gossip, eagerly waiting for me. Hey, transfer student! Transfer student! What do you want, Katya? She got up on her tiptoes and started swaying while hiding her hands behind her back and then asked me with a fake smile on her face, Can I ask you something? Why'd you get transferred here? I might have told the truth about this to Polina. Katya will sell it on the market for 3 kopekas. It'll be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Vova's picture for everyone to see. For a reverted to an answer I knew by heart. It's all because of my parents. Dad has a new job here. My mom... Katya didn't even listen to me. She just rushed towards the perked up ears of her friends. Whispered something while stealing glances at me and giggling. Yeah, right. He takes us all for fools. I've heard it's all because of his father. He crossed the road to some big shot, and now their family's hiding in a remote little village. That's not true. You're lying. Oh, and did you hear how he had Barberin out of the blue? What kind of freak must you be to start bullying your classmates from day one? Stop it. You know he started it. And if that wasn't enough, there are rumors the weirdo carries a bunny mask around with him wherever he goes. Who in their right mind would do something like that, huh, girls? I see. Our Antoshka must be truly special. Maybe he's an autist, but what if he's a serial killer? I'm sure you'll be able to find an axe in his backpack if you look hard enough. Or something even worse. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Shut up. Look at him scream as if something bit him. His pupils, look how wide they are. Hope he doesn't go insane and resort to violence again. I mean, there must be some reason his mom always feeds him those pills, right? I stood there in confusion, trying to understand how she found out about my medicine. What scared me even more was the possibility that her nonsense had some truth mixed in.
Dishonor! Dishonor on your whole family! Make a note of this. Dishonor on you! Dishonor on your cow!
Mm-hmm. Thing is, this is just him, like, imagining this late at night. Like, she isn't even doing this. Though, I have no doubt that she would. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's as insane as his little sister. You imagine she says a human-sized owl visits her every night? Yeah. But not a single healthy person has seen it. And this simpleton believes her. Can you imagine it? And then I caught a single kind look from the smirking crowd. Is that true, Anton? Are you unwell? Polina, please listen to me. Yeah, right. Don't listen to her, this liar, Polinchka. You don't even know that he cheated on you with someone not even from our school. With
Alisa.
Polina slouched as if someone had kicked her in the stomach, and then burst out in tears and fell to the dirty floor, wailing and screaming. No, no! Why her, Anton? Why? I couldn't understand her reaction, but still rushed to Polina's side before getting shoved violently by Katya. Get your paws off her, you monster! Right? It's like it's the meme. It's the Arthur meme. Rage was building up under the veil of my fear. It slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lip creep up, showing my teeth. The fact that your father beats your mother doesn't give you the right to do the same to girls. My fists became hammers. I couldn't unclench them. Nobody can speak about my family like that. I came to my senses when I'd already lunged at the angry Katya. Oh, he went nuts! He went nuts! Help, help! Petrov went completely insane. At the same moment, the crowd around her became louder and it started whistling and roaring and growing. The subtle silhouettes of my schoolmates became larger and wider, and they shot upward toward the ceiling, turned into a giant black forest, chock full of toothy faces. I shrank into a tiny ball of fur and started shaking in fear, with the might of ulcer-ridden trunks that belonged to either trees or humans. It was impossible to tell. So you've finally shown your animal nature, coward! Katya's face was twisted with jubilation and ecstasy. Anton! Why her? No! What makes her better than me? Polina screamed while choking on her tears. He's just an animal. An outsider. Scary flapping of wings came from the forest. A pair of giant white ears descended from somewhere from above, and I dug myself into them. Anton! Anton, please! Wake up! I jumped up, almost falling out of bed. Apparently I was thrashing around for hours on the sweat-soaked sheets. Olya's scream pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of fear. Anton! Please! Please wake up! Wake up! It took a while to focus on the silhouette near the window. Olya's voice was distant. My head was still ringing after the fight. Sounds got distorted, as if my ears were stuffed with cotton. Oh, for fuck's sake. My sister, as distressed as ever, just kept on repeating the same phrase. The owl! The owl! Please! I'm scared! Her tears poured on my heart like boiling water, but I was almost thankful for the owl's appearance. Otherwise, this scared Olya wouldn't have woken me up. Wait a second, Olya! You want me to read Mulitska, or whatever the heck for you? Monthly illustrated magazine for kids. Unidentified yellow creature wearing a scarf and a red beret is its mascot. Yeah, interesting. Give me... I placed my bare heels on the cold floor, felt around for my glasses, remembered Simon, his underhanded act, and sighed. Anton, please! Please, look! She couldn't tear her eyes off the window as if it was a staring contest. Found the light switch with my hand, with the lamp poured bright light all over me. I got up. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer, only to push it further the next moment. My sister was just a blurry spot. I took a hesitant step forward. Olya! Oh, for fuck's sake, I did it again. What's there? What happened? Want me to open the curtains? No, please don't! The owl is there? The voice was coming from behind? I turned around and froze from terror. Teary-eyed Olya stood in the doorway. Who are you talking to right now? She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with her hands wrapped around her shoulders. Her voice was nervous, as if she was afraid to hear my answer. I was talking to you. To someone who pretended to be you. The ledge outside my windows creaked ominously, as if something huge was sitting on top of it. The thing that pretended to be Olya started spreading, changing shape, growing to scary heights under the light of a carnivorous moon. Anton, please, come closer. I'm here.
The voice didn't belong to my sister anymore. That thing that was hiding behind the curtains got tired of pretending, of making me look like a fool. I pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare. A hallucination brought upon by the cursed house. Those don't bite, do they? The silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard Olia's shrill scream when someone had knocked on the window. It came to get us! Another knock. I stepped back into the middle of the room, as if there existed nooks where I could hide from this horror. The sound was sharp, metallic. The lamp started shimmering, and then it suddenly lighted the whole room and went out. Like a candle in a strong wind, the filament inside it snapped with a ringing sound. Darkness that was waiting for that exact moment poured from all the angles and enveloped me. There was only this window left in the whole universe. Moonlight poured through it, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. Olia started squealing and pressed herself into my back, seeking protection, and then an eye, burning with carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. No, it wasn't trying to break the window. It was toying with us. Just kept on knocking, driving us mad. As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging above the abyss. No way, get out, shoo! She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers. Anton, come closer. I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot. Tell her, Anton! Tell her that I won't be a bad girl anymore! Never, ever! I just wanted to leave, please! The moonlight suddenly disappeared, and the room descended into darkness. I couldn't see the burning eye anymore. I swallowed the stingy lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped toward the curtains, entranced by the call of the disfigured guest. Olia was standing behind me, mumbling, I'll be good! I'll be good! I'll be good! The bleak window was creeping closer. The curtains rustled. I reached out to move them aside so I could look my fear in the eye. And at that moment, I heard noise coming from our parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtain to the side in one swing. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge. Among the scattered feathers, my glasses. The ones that Simon took from me. How did they get there? Was that a gift from the gurgling night, or did the owl really bring them here? I looked at the front yard, the forbidding clearing, the toothy forest. The soul had a trace of our late-night guest. Only the old lamppost, screaming like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulating tape and strips of glued newspapers. Strips, I guess, of glued newspapers. Opened the window with big trouble. Frost pinned me with its little needles. The paintings on my walls moved from the draft. Touched my glasses. Sure, they would melt in my hands, but they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. Simon and his game just pulled a prank on me. That was it. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anyone was to get close to the house, to climb the pipe to the edge of my window, they'd surely leave footprints. There were none. I cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into the darkness, full of restless writhing. Why aren't you in bed? I swayed from surprise and almost fell out the window. Are you out of your mind? Did it feel hot in here? You want to catch a cold? The owl is here. Tasha scared it away. Go to your room immediately and get in your bed. And you, Mom paused, directing her seething eyes at me. She was thinking of a punishment equivalent to my crime. In the end, she just waved her hand, pulled Olia by the shoulder, and left, throwing gloomy words my way. We will talk tomorrow. I managed to get the frame back in place with a couple of hits, pressed in the latches with all the strength my fingers could muster. Cold left the room, but the fear was still present. Placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. It didn't look like a face, or like a death mask, like the one worn by the boy from the notice board. That night, I was on the edge of joining him there. Black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between student heads. And it wasn't Vova. His face was right beside it. I recognized the fat cheeks, the damaged skin. Simon. Well, thank you for letting me know, and holy shit, and, yeah. Well, that was disappointing. But thank you, Potato, for taking care of that for me. Babarin's photo was printed out and placed under the glass like an exhibition piece. I wondered.
He's the one who hated Babarin. Do you think he did it? I heard he's a real weirdo. I hurriedly rubbed my glasses. The glasses! Someone was clutching them in his fist while I was getting beaten up. In just a couple of hours, this lost item was lying on the ledge of my window. It was hard to imagine that Siomo had suddenly got a guilty conscience to return my glasses in such a strange way. I was shocked, but kept walking toward the classroom, accompanied by nasty whispers all around me. Photos still stood before my eyes. Simon had gone missing. Simon was gone. His fat fingers will never get to my throat. His signet ring won't smash into my chin. He'll never humiliate me again. Isn't that what I wished for? On the other hand, did I really wish for Simon to become a murky stain on the notice board? He was still someone's son or a grandson, and he went through the same struggles as me? Alright. Did I really wish for my unseen companion to dispatch him in such a brutal fashion? Well, I mean, if it was her. Because it might have been you. It might have actually been you. There's always a possibility that it's you. I didn't know the answer, or I was just scared of it. Nonetheless, school still had something nice about it. Polina, the girl with the violin, was like a mountain spring, like well water that you gulp down, pressing your lips against the zinc outer ring of a bucket. Can't ever get enough. What if I make her one of the characters in the story I'll draw? The protagonist could save her from terrifying monsters. As soon as I thought of monsters, a bunch of my classmates slid down the rails, smirking like xenomorphs from the Alien. I immediately felt larvae of fear writhe in my stomach. Didn't want to cross paths with Romka and Biasha after what happened yesterday, especially since Simon suddenly went missing. I entered the classroom and went toward the last row. All the chatter suddenly died down, so I walked there in complete silence. I felt like my classmates punched and poked me with their stares. They carefully observed my every move. They looked at me with a mortifying mix of pity, ridicule, and derision, like a scientist looks at an ugly representative of a new-formed species of worms. I stared at the desk with a huge pile of library textbooks on top, my fist clenched. Felt like I was the one who disappeared in that snowy forest, and my desk was finally used for something worthwhile. Simon's empty chair stood in front of me. The chair that once belonged to Vova gathered dust somewhere in another classroom. I looked at the portraits of classical writers. My eyes stopped on Ensign's photo. Last year I was tasked with learning any poem, and my dad suggested I would learn one about the dog Jim, written by Esnin. I don't remember all the stanzas by now, but the last one was somehow deeply ingrained in my memory. I'm sure she'll come here in my absence. Please catch her eye, go kiss her hand for me. For all my real or fancied errors, asking forgiveness of her in humility. Cheap old slide projector called this model a tank because it looked like one. There was a time when I had a lot of cool fairy tales that we used to watch with Dad in complete darkness. Remember Little Raccoon and One Who Sits in the Pond and Kipling's Mowgli and many others. I was immediately swept away by the memory of the projector's hum, of its hot casing, of its bright rays hitting the wall, turning it into a screen. It's a pity that the school slides are mostly about minerals and PSAs. Every boy my age has something like this in his arsenal, powder firecrackers that blow up with a very loud sound. Essentially, inside an archway, it's said that they're produced in China, and a single one of them can blow your fingers off if you light it up and clutch it in your hand. Especially the Black Corsair type. They won't be enough to blow up plastic soldiers, but when it comes to stuff made of plaster, they should work. After a moment of hesitation, I sat down at Barbarin's desk, the place where I was supposed to be assigned by Lilia Pavlovna at first. The chatter resumed, as if someone just unpaused a movie. Barbarin's grandma made such a fuss when he didn't return home. First she ran to the school, and then she called the cops. Yes, yes, yes. Katya snuck a cunning glance at me, then leaned to her neighbor and whispered something. Girls in the second row also leaned in. She shared something with them, too. Whispers, nods. I kept catching her stare on myself. Her neighbors stared, too. The whole class was watching me. It's like they felt the need to watch me because they were searching for traces of blood on my fingers. I wanted to defend myself and showed, hey, guys, listen, I'm innocent. Delinquents turned around and stared at me in silence. Their looks were dripping with malice. But why? What did I do to them? Their friend went missing, and they're so focused on me. Suddenly, I noticed Biasha drilling a hole in my nose with his eyes. Felt like he was about to point his finger at me and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone look! Babarin snatched his glasses yesterday, and now he has them back! He's the murderer!" But he remained silent as if there was nothing special at all about my glasses. I may be going mad, but I think Biasha knows something. He knows something, but he won't tell me what. As if looking for protection, I clutched the ruler until my hand hurt. You don't have to be Columbo to solve this. Is it just literally Columbo? Yep, it's just Columbo. Who would hold a grudge against Babarin? Who hit him yesterday and bullied him? And then the metal rule fell out of my weak fingers. It hit the floor with a jingle, and that made the other kids shudder. Katya bit her tongue and squirmed nervously. Chairs scraped against the floor. My classmates moved away from me, closer to the exit, toward the teacher's desk. I was not the only one to catch wind of that change. Romka and Biasha glanced around and winced in contempt. Too bad they weren't afraid of me like everybody else. Shut it. I bet you Babarin was just got a whipping from his old hag and ran off. They'll find him soon. No, they'll find him all right. In a ravine with his stomach cut open. I gulped. I imagined Siomo on a snowy blanket, his face white like a fish belly, split down the middle by the crevice of his mouth, snowflakes falling on his glassy eyes and filling up his throat. See, I could almost hear his condescending tone. It's all your fault. Why was Simon the only one to get his just desserts for bullying me? Weren't all of them supposed to disappear? Romka, Biasha, Katya, along with every laughing onlooker. Of course, Simon did me a favor by disappearing. Thanks to him, my classmates now stared at me in awe. But that was only one side of the coin. What if I'll have to repay that favor soon? The door creaked. Polina entered the classroom. I straightened up in a hurry so she wouldn't see me looking like a scared critter. Polina went to her seat without looking at me. The ringer's trill announced the start of the class. Alright, stop messing around. Class, stand up. You too, Petrov! Lilia Pavlovna went to her desk, followed by a policeman in a uniform. It was the man that visited us just recently, tall and his stare so sharp you could get cut on it. Hello there, kids. Hi! And sit down, kids. This is Senior Lieutenant Konstantin Vladimirovich Pidnikov. Almost got that. He's going to ask you a couple of questions and give you a small PSA. The class livened up. Talking to a policeman was way better than studying. I, on the other hand, was ready to sit through hundreds of hours of Russian literature just to escape the lieutenant's oppressive stare. Brown eyes felt around the cloud. God, he's really looking right at you, aren't you? Looking for me. Hair stood up on the back of my neck and an icicle lodged in my gut. Is it true that Babarin got killed by a serial killer? Hush, Ekaterina. Let the adults ask questions here. We're all scared. Maybe the killer's somewhere close. Maybe they're sitting among us. Her sly stare was directed at me. Tikhonov stepped in between the rows of desks and started walking at an excruciatingly slow pace, brushing his fingers against the chairs he passed by. Some of the students almost broke their necks following his movements. How a crowd of commoners would gleefully anticipate a public execution in the Middle Ages. He just walked, getting closer and closer to me. I gritted my teeth to stop myself from screaming. Calm down, breathe. You didn't kill or kidnap anyone. He already knew the answer to his question, but the policeman still asked in a stern voice. Anton Petrov? Yeah? Stand up, Petrov. My muscles turned to stone. I got up and glued myself from the chair. I felt like I could hear all my joints creak in the process. I only wish the Polina wouldn't turn around and see the grimace of horror on my face. If only there was somewhere far away in the forest, digging myself into a snow pile, rolling up into a ball there. The officer stared at me as if he was about to lock a pair of handcuffs on my wrists. I wonder how cold those bracelets are to the touch. I imagined myself getting jailed, put into a juvenile detention center, where tens of Simons would constantly harass me. I don't know anything. I have nothing to do with this. Nobody's accusing you of anything. For now. Then I noticed a file that said case number in his hand. It had a gray cover, made from rough carton, flopped onto the desk like a guillotine blade that slid down someone's back. The measured motion Tikhonov opened the file, still studying me with his gaze. The glimpses of documents and photos, they showed prints in the snow. They looked like animal prints. Have you spoken to Simon Baburin before? I only knew him for a week. Everyone knows that Petrov hated him. I turned red. You ugly bitch. I sink my teeth in to catch his face and chew out her cheek. Instead, I replied with the calmest voice I could muster. We had a fight yesterday. But he started it. So I hit him. How hard did you hit him? Not that hard. I mean, I waved my hand indecisively. He kind of looked at my fist and was as if he was surprised I managed to hit the big kid from the photo. Surprisingly, Lilia Pavlovna came to my rescue. Baburin is a troubled teen, a true pain in the rear. The officer replied with a meaningful nod and fished out a notebook out of the file. Is this yours? I averted my gaze. It was a math notebook with my name in it. My classmates devoured me greedily with their eyes. It felt like even the writers on their portraits were squinting at me with suspicion. Yes? We found it in the forest, in the area where the tractor driver who was plowing snow there last saw Baburin. I started blinking in bewilderment. Romka ransacked my school bag. The notebook was probably just lost out there in the bushes. I kinda knew about the school brawl, but was he aware of the fight in the forest clearing? I had witnesses that could testify to Simon and I walking into different directions after that. I looked towards the boys, hopeful. Romka, who sat behind Tikhonov, put a finger to his lips. When the officer quickly turned around, he pretended to pick his nose. Deciphered his signal. Boys like Romka would probably say something like snitches get stitches in a situation like that. Frantically fixed my glasses. Wait, Simon took them away yesterday, but now they're... So what are you doing in the forest yesterday, Aunt? I go to school through the forest. It could have easily fallen out of my bag. Easily, just like me producing this half-truth. Careful out there. Before I could realize whether it was a genuine piece of advice or a veiled threat, the teacher said, Class, the officer will now tell you about some rules you should follow. Oh, so the killer does exist! We can't make any of this public for now. Whether the criminal really exists or not, you should be mindful of your safety. Police, your parents, and your teachers will all watch over you, but no one guards you better than you yourself. Alright, any questions? A stockade of arms rose from the desks. The kids shouted over each other, swarming the policemen with questions. In an attempt to calm down the chorus, he moved toward the blackboard. The gray file was left lying in front of me. I stared at it, my breathing so ragged that I might have looked like someone who just ran a 100-meter sprint. Beads of sweat rolled down my back. I looked around the classroom. My classmates were catching officers' every word. Only Romka was saying something to Biasha. Little Lila Pavlovna was staring into the window, fighting back yawns. Well, shit! You know what? I can't help myself. I'm a child. I don't care. Continue. As soon as I touched the folder, Tikhonov lashed at me with his eyes. My hand instinctively moved away, as if the stare actually hurt. The officer just kept staring at me without saying a word, making me squirm under the weight of this uncomfortable silence and the sneering looks of my classmates. Suddenly he continued his speech as if nothing ever happened. Stop looking! I clanged my teeth from surprise, pushed myself into the back of my chair, blinking in bewilderment. The officer silently gathered the documents and gave me a stern look. Well, aren't you a curious boy, Petrov? Let me say this again. If you see anyone suspicious in the village, be it near the school or on the forest trail, contact the police immediately. You know our number, right? 02. Thanks for listening, boys and girls. Thank you, Lilia Pavlovna. Ahem. We'll find your classmate. Yeah, right, a thought flashed through my mind. enough ditches, you might be able to piece them together, like Legos. My thoughts turned evil for some reason, and I couldn't control them. I tried to switch to the lieutenant's speech about suspicious individuals. What if I saw the killer before? What if I was a hair's breadth away from them? Suspicious people, hmm? How suspicious was the fox girl that wandered in the darkness? A weirdo that always appears out of nowhere and then dissolves into thin air with her riddles and her rhymes? Did she really harm the hulking Simon? Did I tell the officer about her? What if lives of other kids depend on this? Of the cute Ksenia and Vova, too? Wait, what if I get mocked for speaking out? What if they start whispering behind my back? What even worse, that they think I'm insane? Rumka gave me a stern look over the shoulder. I thought someone like him would approve of cooperating with the Catch spray dangled nervously behind the delinquent sitting in front of me. Glued to the
До
desk.
свидания, лейтенант.
Tikhonov was saying goodbye to Lilia. He was about to leave. It'll be too late soon. No way. I've had enough of humiliation. Keep my head down, like a bunny. Off my fingers and zip my mouth. Bell rang. Lilia passed by without even looking my way. Polina left after her. My classmates went silent at the same time, as if someone muted the sound on a TV. Followed me with their eyes the whole time I was passing between the rows. Judgmental looks. Felt like I was in the scopes of many sniper rifles. Squeezed through the barricade made of desks, looking for Polina. I stumbled into my new buddies instead. Romka swaggered up to me.
Решил сдать нас ментам.
So did you decide to rat us out to the cops? I didn't say anything! But sure as fuck thought about it, eh? Rumka towered over me, breathing out a faint smell of tobacco. You are very wrong if you think that with that Sioma you'll have a better time here. Make this place hell for you, you got it?
До скорого.
You four eyes. My head tilted forward from his slap. What a loser, eh? I wasn't surprised to find a note stuck to my back during the break. It said, "Kick me." My nightmare clearly wasn't about to end. "7 days since the lieutenant visited our class. At first glance, everything was still the same. Forest still held its gnarly claws toward the village. The wind whipped up white flags weaved from powdery snow every night. My parents argued in the other room. I would turn up the TV's volume to silence their muffled voices and sit close to Olya. Bova and Simon's photos were still two black spots on the notice board. Round-faced Senya hadn't returned home too. Something did change. See how different the looks of my classmates were. They met with me with a new portion of pokes and insults. Contempt, mockery, and loneliness became my faithful companions. Most importantly, shadow slid across my desk, leaving behind a mysterious note. I glanced into the spaces between rows, but the messenger was already nowhere to be found. He sent me this note. What could this carefully ripped out and neatly folded piece of paper be hiding from me? Threats or humiliation, or... I took the piece of paper and carefully inhaled the wafting aroma. Blackberry. I'll be waiting at the cul-de-sac near the dressing room. Come alone. Inside was a message in beautiful handwriting. I'm waiting at a dead end near the dressing room. Come alone. Drunk on that sudden call, I immediately started walking, looking over my shoulder from time to time, making sure no one was following me. Even though I suspected it might be another trap set up by Romka and Biasha at first, this buzzing thought soon left my mind. Two of them didn't have enough combined brain power to fake Polina's notes so carefully. I didn't even notice how I almost broke into a run and jumped around the corner. As soon as I did that, I ran into somebody inside the dark nook. Ow! Like a magic bird, a green notebook glided to my feet. Polina puffed her cheeks in exaggerated anger. Petrov, have you lost your sight completely? I fixed my glasses. My nearsightedness wasn't that embarrassing anymore. I bent down and picked up the notebook. Sorry, I was in a rush. Were you waiting for me? Did something happen? Polina studied me with her eyes and clicked her tongue. You know what you look like, Antosha. Like, blues improv. I blinked in bewilderment. What do you mean? I always associate people I know with something. I do that too, but why music? It can't be anything other than music. Some people are like guitar solos, some are drums. Some are like our Lilia, our war marches. And you're so thoughtful, so mysterious, sometimes even a bit sad. And you're definitely blues. And what about the improv part? It's when the listener has no idea what their melody will go, or what tempo it'll adopt. Of course, some of the things Polina said went completely over my head, but I couldn't stop looking at her smile, light like a breeze in May, and her eyes deep and blue. One needs to have experience and taste to recognize the music in you. You're not like some pop music. I don't even think I know what blues is. Polina gasped and frowned, which made her look even more beautiful. Don't say something like that to my face. I'll make sure to give you a cassette. Grandpa used to bring me as much music from the city. Jazz, swing, classical too. He was the one to notice my musical mindset. When I was still very little, I tried recording the sound of nature on paper, the songs of the rain and the forest. I wish I had ears like yours. I'd love to have your eyes. I tensed up, worried that she was making fun of me, but Polina shook her head. Oh no, I'm serious. You have the eyes of an artist. You're so good at picturing things. I can't do that. Yeah, well, that strikes me as too odd. Katya walked past us with her trademark frosty glare. We dove into the shadows, trying to escape it. I understand why we're hiding here. And what melody is Katya? Polina flashed me a sly smile. Oh, I was gonna say throwing dishes down the stairs, but the squeaking sound of unoiled door hinges also works. You know, this nasty deskant. I giggled, covering my mouth. Katya didn't hear our whispers, but she suddenly glanced over her shoulder, clearly annoyed. A moment later, she sighed and went her way. Remember about the notebook I was still clutching in my hand. I turned it in my hands. Instead of subject name, the front side had the name of the owner and 2 words, friends only. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. I'm sorry, is this a questionnaire? You ever filled one? I lied that I had. In reality, girl classmates from my previous school had never asked me to fill out their questionnaires. It was quite upsetting. I mean, it was a girl hobby. You just answer a standard set of questions about your favorite actors and colors, but entrusting someone with such a notebook was a sign of friendship. And maybe of something even more. Something I only had a vague idea about. You can fill in mine if you want. My heartbeat quickened. I do. Thank you. Polina giggled. Actually, there are so many secrets there. You'd be better off not knowing what we girls think. She reached for the notebook playing with me. I tossed my finding into my free hand. Polina tried to intercept my move. Her hair briefly touched my face, tickling my nose with its silky locks. I sensed an aroma that immediately filled the whole world, fragrant, alluring, lively. I felt like I could picture it and steal it for myself. I felt dizzy, but gathered myself and spoke in a voice reminiscent of the Lieutenant Tikhonov. Questionnaire is an important piece of evidence, so I'm afraid I'll have to confiscate it for further examination. Polina covered her mouth, that rounded in fake horror. And what are the implications of concealing evidence? We'll decide that in the course of our investigation. I surrender, Mr. Policeman. Promise me you won't read anything? It's full of sensitive information. I'm afraid I'll have to investigate whether someone is in love with Mr. Petrov. Oh, really, Anton? You really fucking said that? I don't believe that for a fucking second. Not a goddamn fucking second. Polina burst out laughing and pressed herself against my chest, showering me with her aroma of her yeah, okay. Her whisper was hot like a piece of butter sizzling on a pan. And swear that you'll keep the information private. I swear on my police badge. And now we need to hurry, Antosha. I took out the notebook during class. Skimmed through it, reading to other people's preferences. I was quite surprised to discover that Romka's jerky handwriting inside. His letters bulged out of the cells of his, as if embarrassed by their shapelessness. Fearsome Romka found time for something so silly? I chuckled with my fist. I found out Romka's favorite cartoon wasn't even Darkwing Duck, but DuckTales. Somewhere in the distance, a teacher was reciting pieces of Andrev's Snapper. I paid them no mind. Alina's page was decorated with flower drawings and clippings from the Cool Girl magazine. Her favorite musician is Schubert. Her best friend is her grandpa. Her hobby is not violin like I expected, but much more mysterious listening. Can such a mundane process really be someone's hobby? I looked at Polina over the heads of other students. She was focused on taking notes. I flipped the pages until I found a blank one and armed myself with a pen. Anton Petrov, Class 6B. Took a long time to decide my favorite musician, until a trendy pop band Carman came to mind with the cool dancers in their music videos. Soviet and Russian techno-pop band that was most popular from the 80s to the 90s. Founded by Bogdan Timur and Sergei Lemkov, it's mostly remembered for unique dancing performances and writing a music theme for the Captain Pronin cartoon. Favorite holiday? This one's easy. New Year's. My hobby is drawing. My dream going to Disneyland, I guess? My hero... My hand moved on its own, writing da. Slept on those two letters. What if those who read this after me will find my answer laughable and stupid? After thinking for a bit, I decided that not everything should be disclosed on paper. So that's how Dad turned into Spy Dar Man. Spelling is wrong, but who cares? Your biggest fear, huh? I immediately wrote losing a person who's dear to me. Phone number. Your favorite cartoon? Transformers. Best friend. I hesitated, gnawing on the pen's cap. Your best friend. I read the question out loud. It was easy, but at the same time very important. The answer to that was my sister's name, so I carefully wrote it onto the squares. Olia. Olia. I repeated my sister's name while sneaking out of the school. There's a cute, freshly drawn dragon in a notebook that I made to please my beloved sister. In this land of darkness and deceit, her support was the only thing that inspired me to keep drawing and stopped me from losing hope in humanity. Refreshing, frosty air made my cheeks turn beet red. Right outside, the sun looked like a whole egg yolk. The road looked as if it was silvered. The snow sparkled under the sunlight. I smiled, squinting from blinding whiteness. Who cares if I don't have any true friends anymore? I have someone more important. Someone who needs my help, who will never betray or hurt me. Family's the most important thing ever. That's what Dad always told me. And what's up with that stupid grin? My numb limbs immediately shrank. Yasha was shuffling his feet in the middle of the yard, his boots restless on the ice. Not a grin. I tried to go around him, but to no avail. Lady Fortune had waved me goodbye, disappearing in the early twilight. In a hurry, eh? A little bit. My dad is waiting for me. Oh, I'll shoot him a pager message that you're not coming, eh? They have a glossary for pager, just in case you didn't know what one was. But they didn't have a glossary for Tamagotchi, and I think that's way more niche, potentially, theoretically speaking. I totally owned one, yes I did. I flinched unwittingly, my skin dampened. Let's go, eh? We have a small business to discuss. Felt chills run all over my body. I didn't like the sounds of that small business. Right? I mean, I think a pager could send some sort of text-type message, but generally speaking, all it did was just ring you, and you had to go find a phone to call the person. Anyways, I didn't like the sounds of that small business. Yeah, okay, so there were some pre-sent replies. I thought so, but I wasn't sure. Those words, accompanied by spitting, normally hid very dark deeds underneath them. Strangers used to call our old apartment used to say, "Get your old man, we have a small business to discuss." Yasha turned around. He looked like an astronaut in his tight hood. If I were to imagine him as a sound, he'd be a deafening whistle, a signal given by someone who stands watch. To my demise, there was nobody in the backyard, apart from the grim-faced Romka. He stood there, his feet wide apart, with his right hand hidden behind his back. Romka's dry lips were tightly pursed. He kept shooting glances at me as he looked around. There he is, eh? I can see that. Hello there, Antosha. What do you want? Slowly took out his thin, carnivorously shiny blade from behind his back. Knife, the thin, steel butterfly of death that flies towards the victim's heartbeat. I stepped back instinctively and ran my back into Biasha. Romka's minion pushed me back. We wanted to know. Do you have any hard feelings for me or Biasha? Romka started picking on his yellow nail, looking at me with an evil smirk on his face. Well, there in the forest, we kind of roughed you up. It's just our upbringing, you know? Yeah, not as cultured as you city folk. So we get feisty sometimes. I nodded, my eyes glued to the knife. The blade glowed under the setting sun, and Romka's eyes had the same evil glow. He stepped toward me. The knife traveled inches away from my coat. One movement, and the steel would cut into the cloth, and if he pushes deeper... Little bird told me that you were snooping about Polina again. I was so scared that it took me a while to remember who Polina was. My brain was malfunctioning, my knees were shaking. Suddenly our class rep slowly walked up to Romka from behind. I see you boys are getting along quite well. I owe you one, Katya. Oh, no need to thank me, Ramoshka. I'm always fighting for true love. Yes, yes, yes. Kill you, I swear. I can't hear you. Were you near Polina or not? Well, we didn't hang out or anything. The only hanging out here would be your guts when I cut open your stomach. The blade slid across my sleeve with its dull side and reached my collar. The wind made my face cold, but a bead of sweat still trickled from my temple. Switch flipped inside my head. Well, it all made sense now. I remember Romka constantly sneaking glances at Polina. I remembered his scrawly handwriting in the questionnaire. Why didn't I study it more in depth? I see you near Polina, even once, and you won't get away with a simple bump. Got it? Yeah? Now scram! I was so hypnotized by the knife that Romka had to repeat his threat. Scram! I thought about the cold, sharp blade when retreating from the yard. I was asking myself whether I had enough courage to break the promise I made to those bastards. The aftertaste of the horrible water as I drank down my meds lingered in my mouth. Thoughts were focused on Polina. Romka's threat was also on my mind. I wandered around the house feeling intoxicated. I nodded to everything my sister said without trying to discern her words. Olya was talking non-stop, at times lifting up her arms and laughing, only to suddenly go quiet and give my mom's signature gnarly look. I was yanked out of the prison of my own mind, where seething thoughts pecked at my brain like harpies, stopping me from coming back to reality. I stared back. Olya looked like a mini version of our mom right now. Well, to be precise, she looked like the person Mom turned into when we moved here. Her intimidating posture and her eyebrows directed toward the ceiling. You weren't listening to me, were you? I tried spitting out these words at her, copying facial expressions of the person she could spend almost all her free time with. For a moment, I felt like the light Olya excluded all those years waned and wavered in the wind of prolonged changes. Very soon, my beautiful princess will turn into a dragon that was once guarding her personal power. That was much scarier to me than any other horror sneaking up on me from... Sorry, Olya. I didn't want to make you mad, I just got lost in thought. I looked around the room, my gaze jumping from one subject to another like a hungry beast, trying to find anything that could distract Olya. Let's play on the console! Olya pouted, but there was a spark of interest in her small emerald eyes. Snow Queen's ice shard inside them started thawing. And what about the second controller? It's not working. Dad has no time to fix it. Well, we could play with the light gun. What do you want to play? Cowboys? Ducks? You're better at me than both. Oh, come on. You must have been practicing the whole time I was away from home. Olya burst out laughing. Her heart was warm once again. How did you know? I'm a good shooter now. You already lost. You picked the wrong fight here. Come on, turn it on. Little Olya jumped toward the TV set, and after flicking the power switch, she started feeling blindly around the backside of the photon, trying to plug the console's cable into the antenna output. Bits of TV shows started flashing on the CRT screen when I armed myself with the remote to look for the channel with the sought-after Dendy signal. 8-bit gaming console that circulated in the CIS regions of the 90s. It was an unofficial third-generation Famicom or NES clone. Neither Famicom nor NES were ever licensed for the Russian market, so Dendy was the only popular alternative for 8-bit gaming during that time. Did anything interesting happen at home? It was a mundane question for me. I didn't put any actual meaning behind it. Olia's expression suddenly changed. She lost all childish nonchalantness she worked so hard to acquire before. Well, what happened, Olya? Sister managed to put the cable in its place and started brushing off her dust-covered hand. She was clearly looking for the courage to continue the conversation. Mom, Chi... Olya went silent. For a moment I thought I saw tears welling up in her eyes. Had this scary thing happen to her again? My sister looked at me with wet eyes. You had a fit, huh? This had happened before, but it was a rare occasion. Now that we moved to this godforsaken place, Mom's fits had risen in frequency. Dad brought home a big fish. It was wrapped in newspaper. It had a foul smell. Mom got angry again, and then she took a knife. Olya squirmed, looking fearfully out of the window. Started screaming at each other. I froze, imagining my sister so small and unnoticeable standing in the kitchen doorway. She wasn't even trying to hide. Our parents just paid her no mind at all. And then Mom struck it like this. Olya moved her fist downward, imitating a strike. He hit the fish. It was still alive, Tosha. It must have been in pain, and Mom... It was easy to imagine what happened next. The writhing fish with a blade between its fins squirted some foul-smelling musk into Mom's face. Whenever death got this close to my mom, be it when a person was hit by a bus in front of us, their blood was smeared all over the windshield, or when Grandma chopped off a chicken's head, Mom would always get into a weird, dreadful fit. Her eyes would roll over, she'd fall on her face like a freshly cut tree, started writhing just like that agonizing fish, turning over chairs and blurting out all bits of scary sentences. What about Dad? Did he help her? Olya shuddered as if remembering it pained her. He actually tried to make everybody have a fucking... Yes, but at first... He started laughing, Tosha. He let out an evil laugh when he saw that Mom was in trouble. Then he cried. Olya's story made me raise an eyebrow. It seemed like the forest oozing madness had not only consumed our mom, but affected our strong and courageous dad. I quickly stepped forward and toward Olya and locked her in a tight embrace. She dug her face into my chest, and I could feel my shirt becoming wet. Why are they bullying each other, Tosha? Are they crazy? I stuttered, unable to justify the actions of our parents. I'd run out of words, and all I could do was to hug Olya even tighter. What the fuck was that for? Olya screamed and hid behind me. Turn it off, quick! No matter how many times she saw this intro, she'd always act the same, just like when she saw the owl. Yeah, I know! What the fuck was that for? Not to say that there isn't definitely something looking in the fucking window at us right now. But I always got goosebumps every time the ghastly face appeared on the screen, so I immediately complied with my sister's request. TV company logo depicting a ceramic head of a Chinese philosopher. It's a still horror in the whole generation of 90s kids in Russia. I shouldn't laugh, but that's actually kind of adorable. It's like trying to explain, I am Astar, a robot. I can put my arm back on, but you can't, so play safe.
I mean, I also got goosebumps every time the ghastly face appeared on the screen, so I immediately comply with my sister's request. Finally, the game selection screen showed up for the cartridge that was bundled with the console. Most of the names here were just different levels of the same game. I picked up the gray rectangular controller and started looking around the pixel levels to find the familiar English word for duck. Background music from the menu soothed Olya's mind, and she asked in a calm voice, "How are things at school?" "Nothing good. School's new. My treatment's the same. If we never moved. I'm so tired of this." Before despair could lead me down a depressing road towards the clutches of oppressive thoughts, something evil writhed deep inside my skull, awakening wild and pleasant memories. Actually, something good did happen. Olya watched the hope-filled eyes with a wicked smile spread to my face, faintly resembling the wound from a box cutter knife. Another boy went missing. "Oh shit, you think that's good? Why would you say that?" My sister's voice trembled. She looked into my eyes through the thick lenses. "You know, that other missing boy, Vulva? Remember what happened to him maybe what happened to him was all his fault. Maybe he did something so bad that he no longer deserved to live." "Don't be so cruel, please." Oya pressed her knees into her chin and hugged them with her hand, trying to take up less space, as if she wanted to shrink or even disappear altogether. The only reasonable thing for us to do, go missing among all the other broken toys, and never encounter evil parents or mad classmates. We're the only ones left for each other, the only ones who can protect and listen and sympathize, which means she's bound to listen to what I think about them all, these beasts pretending to be children that are so eager to bully the weak. It was my turn to speak, and I think they won't be the last. My breathing quickens, my fingers start banging on the wooden floor. People like them aren't even worthy of living, going to the same school with us, or looking at your light. My thoughts got tangled and they slipped away along with my calmness. "Tosha, stop it, you're scaring me." "Don't be scared, I can protect you." Finally, I noticed that Olya was looking at me like I was a stranger. "Who are you?" The rage that welled up in me has subsided. It hid under the guise of my cowardliness, leaving me alone with a growing feeling of guilt for scaring my sister. "Olya, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I guess I'm just going crazy in this school." She rushed to embrace me, barely holding back her tears. "It's okay, Tosha. Just please never say anything like that again." "I swear on Mom's heart." Olya flashed me a bitter smile. "You told me I shouldn't say that." "You're right. Let's just start playing already." "I'll go first." I'm not controlling this, by the way. Hell yeah! I was going easy on you here. Kiss my ass. No! Stop replicating my childhood, it's killing me. Fuck. It's your fault I missed.
doesn't count. You were closer to the screen. Really? I was closer to the screen? I'm not playing with you anymore. Oh, give me a break. I also sucked. Mom only managed to get through to me on our third attempt. Anton, there is a call for you. It's a girl. I sobered up in an instant and rushed to the hallway. Watch your step. Grabbed the phone, pressed it to my chest, looking at my mom. She shrugged and went into the room, gathering all the toys thrown around by Olya as she went. Hello? Mom has such a young voice. Well, I mean, yeah, she is young. Are you busy right now? No, of course not. If only she knew how costly this conversation could be for me. What risks I took on just by answering it. There was a pen and a shabby notepad lying on the nightstand.
Sportos, motorheads, geeks, sluts, bloods, wastoids, dweebies, dickheads. They all adore him. They think he's a righteous dude.
And we do think you're a righteous dude. Welcome in, Lindy the Cryptid Panther. Give me a second here. Gotta make sure I don't misspell anything here. Oh, still misspelled it. Oh, that's kind of you. You're playing some Killing Floor. That's pretty fun. A fair warning, this is like a fucked up horror, psychological horror more type game, so be aware. There's also been some flashing lights and some gore. Not a lot, but some. It's also like a fucked up ghost story. There was a pen and a shabby notepad laying on the nightstand. I picked them up and started moving the tip of the pen across the paper, producing chaotic doodles that always ended up turning into hearts. I've been thinking, I need to tell you something. I froze. Can't be. Does she like me? You've been looking so lost lately, and when I saw you at school today, you were pale like a ghost. I couldn't find words. My heart was aflutter in anticipation. I wanted to say that I'm on your side. A smile was spreading on my face in anticipation for Pollona's next words. And I feel so sorry for you. Good guys like you deserve better. I want to believe that you'll find the strength to fight back at some point, and the others will stop picking on you. Pen fell out of my weak fingers. Is that all she was going to say? Maybe Evelyn, you'll find a girlfriend. She sounded as if she were unsure of her own words. Well, I just want to know that you're a nice guy. It was a total failure. Compassion instead of an invitation to hang out. You there? Or I could reply, Olya descended the stairs. She was holding a book, some book in a pink cover, Encyclopedia of a Young Lady. Will you take long? I covered the headset with my hand. In the middle of a conversation. What happened? Read me a bedtime story, please. Mom fell asleep. Go to your room, I'll be there in a minute. Be quick, okay? Fine. My light surprise sounded excessively annoyed. I sighed, watching my sister running up the stairs. Hello, Polina? Sorry, I need to run. Imagine there's someone in love with me and he sneaks about under my windows demanding to go on a date with him. I'll go chase him away before Grandpa wakes up. Maybe I should give him a chance. I bit my lower lip in jealousy. I'll tell you tomorrow if you want. We're friends after all. Really? Really? God, be more of an incel. Friends. At least she didn't say we're besties. Yeah, sure. Scraped my hand the other day. We were trying to get the last of your boba pearls for your drink. Oh my god. That's such a mood, isn't it? You're like, god damn it, try to do something, and then, like, it's something so innocent that you end up hurting yourself. You're like, how? Why? Really? 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 That's such a genius thing to do. Definitely draw a picture of a girl dying after you've been accused of killing a lot of people. Good. The buzzer hammered at my brain. Really? Oh, an angry voice spoke through the teeth in my brain. Like a restless zombie devoid of consciousness, I dragged my feet up the staircase. I could tell Dad, or ask for his manly advice, but he doesn't show up home until late at night because of his new job. My parents didn't have time for me, to put it lightly. Well, where's your book? Stuttered. The kids' room was empty. Oh, yeah? Probably snuck into my room. I started walking down the corridor. The room was infested with shadows. The blinds were wavering there like there was someone hiding behind them. I smiled, sneaked towards the curtain, and threw it open. Gotcha. There was nobody behind the cloth. The window was a TV screen showing winter scenery. The lamppost, the field, a couple figures walking in the middle of it. Alisa and Olya. I gasped and pressed my fist to my mouth, sinking my teeth into it. Alisa was leading Olya into the thicket. I needed less than a minute to hurriedly dress and rush out of the house. My heart was beating like a firing machine gun. The wind carried the cold. You tripped on the street while eating the— oh, like we were pouring the boba back. And tripped and fell. Oh, that sucks. Freezing air crackled somewhere in the field. Two shadows loomed in front of the gate. I could only recognize them as my sister and the fox girl because of their height. I ran towards the fence, listening to the howling wind and the squeaking snow. One of the figures moved and slowly glided toward the thicket like an ice skater. I slowed down and touched my glasses, trying in vain to adjust my vision to the surrounding darkness. Worry landed on my shoulders like a weightless snowflake. The snake woke up in my belly and started writhing. I felt nauseous. I thought about my home, the flimsy fortress I'd left behind. I finally caught up to my sister, dressed only in a coat. Olya! Have you seen the fox? Olya, why'd you go outside? If Mom finds out. My sister froze in place, facing the taiga. She was in a hand's reach. I put my numb wrist on her shoulder for some reason, probably to make sure it wasn't a dream. Of course it wasn't. A pointy beak directed at me, strewn with feathers that formed an owl face. Something wearing a bird mask was staring at me. Hoot hoot, she won't. Voice sounded exactly like Olya's, but there was something else hiding behind the feathers and the carton. Oh, that sounds so good. I sprinted away as if I got whipped. The masked creature only pretended to be Olya, just to lure me out. I was running like crazy, drowning in snow. The house in front of me was rapidly growing. The yellow light in its windows granted me hope. My mom and sister there, my salvation. I couldn't hear anything from behind me, as if nobody was chasing me. Maybe it's only because owls can fly? I was already climbing the porch when I noticed another figure. From the soot-black shadow of my house, a scruffy wolf cub crawled out and stood in my way. Its movements were jerky, chaotic, as if it was performing some kind of terrifying dance, or convulsing during a stroke. And even though I could clearly see the wolf's face was a mask, something in this werewolf's convulsions made me freeze in place. A boy in the wolf's costume rubbed his side against the porch post and fell to his knees. He bent his back so hard I expected his spine to crack. The beast's eyes shone, but he didn't attack. He kept crawling around and running on all fours. I shifted my feet, my mouth agape, trying to keep him in my line of sight. Something was trickling from the slit in the mask. Vicious drops fell to the wooden planks. Saliva. Some unknown force pushed me in the back, whispering me to save myself. Fence was flashing at the edge of my vision. I was running in another direction this time, towards the toothy edge of the forest that smelled of pine. My heartbeat measured time. The wolf boy growled from behind my back as if he forgot his human nature. My right leg got stuck in the snow-laden cavity. I yanked it out, cursing under my breath, and fell to the ground. Plastering snow prevented me from standing up, from propping myself against anything. My unbound thirst for life helped me get out of that trap. Darkness was creeping closer to the toxic fumes of burial pyres. I ran again, gasping for air that stung my throat. My hair swayed in the wind. I lost my hat when I fell down, and my ears were now hot from the freezing cold, while most of my body was still sweaty. The field finally ended. After running into the forest wasn't the smartest decision I could make, I dove into the line of trees. I ran without stopping, my face covered with one of my palms. I didn't want to lose an eye to some random branch. Branches whipped my clothes and pricked my skin like butchers that were herding a pig into the grinder. A knot of roots sprouting from the ground grabbed at my foot. I rammed into a scratchy trunk, slid down to the base, and looked around in a panic. Oh, you're so fast. My first desire was to dash toward her and hug her. I resisted and squeezed myself even tighter to the pine. What are you doing here? Oh, this and that. She was holding the hat that I'd lost. Working part-time and lost and found. Put it on or your ears will freeze, maybe even fall off soon. She giggled. I squinted in suspicion and shifted my gaze back and forth between her and the hat, scared that Alisa might be holding a severed head or something even more sinister. In the end, my hat just turned out to be my hat. I took it and pulled it over my forehead. You feeling warmer? Didn't reply. There were some children in the yard. And? Did they bite you or something? No. Then why did you run away? The answer was obvious, but after rolling the thought on my tongue, I mumbled, I don't know. Oh, and why did I promise never to call you a dunce again? Oh well, I do keep my promises. She walked up to me and grabbed me by the elbow. Sensed the familiar aroma of mint and oranges and burnt sparklers. I wanted to lean into, probably Alisa, to savor the minute details of her smell. How many times do I need to tell you? You're safe as long as you're with me. I'm your friend. And they are too. I quickly turned towards the place the fox girl was pointing to. Kids en masse appeared at the clearing. At least they looked like kids, since they were all pretty short. A wolf boy, an owl girl, and a bear boy. They all huffed and gasped for air, clearly tired from running around. I thought you fell through the snow. Started digging around, but couldn't find you. I didn't care enough. See, if you're dumb, you run around and dig. And if you're smart, you wait until others get tired of running around and digging. Then you start talking. You're a rat. Degenerate! Huh? Oh, don't mind him. He's a weirdo. I stood there stupefied, my mouth agape, my hands dangling helplessly. I had no idea how to react to the words of these late-night guests, but I managed to squeeze out something resembling a smile. You just scared me, that's all. We started looking at each other, and somebody even snorted, as if I'd said something funny. Yeah, the fox is right! He's the one. No, this is our... Have we finally found him? Our bunny! Yeah, he does look the part. This game is so fucked up, it's amazing. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Every time I think I have an idea, I'm so wrong about it. Yes, he looks the part. The wolf boy started wagging a part of his costume, like it was his tail in excitement. First. Of course you were first. Wolfie here was first to sense the bunny in you. Told us about you. Hello? And you've already met our Hootie before. She isn't that scary, is she? I guess? And this smiling guy is definitely Simon. I mean Teddy. Be mindful with him, or he'll chew off your head. What? I see you've also dropped your sense of humor somewhere on the way here. I was still unsure these particular little animals had the best intentions in mind, so I hid my hands behind my back, trying to look away from the gaping holes of their carnival masks. Alisa put her hands to the sides in a theatrical manner, and somehow managed to wink with her fox face. The next time we come, we'll ring bells for you. That way, you'd be less scared of our visit. Can have any bells? I will be ringing. My paw hurts. Get her. My smile was no longer fake. Oh, you showed us your teeth. That is a good sign. I didn't expect you to find us fun. I thought that was an emotion reserved strictly to Disneyland. How do you know that? I read about it somewhere. You read about me? Aren't you funny? No, about Disneyland, darling. You can read human? You think I've been going to school every day for nothing? And she sang in a coquettish voice.
Как детей не замечать, как мечты их развенчать. Учат в школе, учат в школе, учат в школе. Крепко-накрепко вломить, с детства слабеньких творить. Учат в школе, учат в школе, учат в школе.
I am highly disturbed at this point. I let out a cautious laugh. The new acquaintances didn't seem... Yeah, I know! I'm not high enough for this right now either! Everything's gotten so fucked up! This is not where I thought this was going! My new acquaintances didn't seem scary anymore. On the contrary, they looked friendly and welcoming. There was something about them that attracted me. Like this clearing, this moon, the snowflakes that fell backwards from the ground to the sky as if someone were winding a tape. Masked kids got close and I felt their touch. They gave me friendly taps on my clothes as if checking whether I was real. There was no animalistic malice in their touch, only pure childish curiosity. For some reason I thought to myself, I can trust them. Snowflakes just kept on floating upwards. Nobody will hurt you anymore. Friend! Yeah, if somebody even tries to. Fox gave me a slight tug and burst out laughing. Well then, Tosha, will you run away screaming or come with us? Where to? Oh, to the amusement park! At that moment, Taiga's deceptive silence was broken by the sound of a distant flute. Mesmerizing and alluring, it brought about the ring of crystal glass as the whispers of fresh winter spring. If I had any doubts before, the flute's song shouted the last of them. I started following my new friends before I could even make my decision. My legs carried me of their own free will, and the tunnels made of pines stepped apart. Bushes bowed in front of our procession. Everything looked dreamlike. Because even the clearing we ended up on, I only saw in my dream. Flute soared up above the treetops like some fantastical bird. Snowflakes floated up in a spiral. The moon painted tree branches with silver. Alisa gasped in amazement, and I was also in awe. I tilted my head backwards as far as I could. Oh, what a sight! So beautiful. This is nothing. I can show you much more. I did want. I wanted to see what the fox girl saw with her eyes hidden in the semi-dark of her cape. I didn't feel weird about these masked kids. I felt weird for being the only one without a mask. I was naked in the January winds. Why do you wear masks? I was trembling, but wasn't scared. My trembling wasn't caused by the cold. It originated from the peculiar anxiousness, the anticipating of something amazing. And why do you ask? Touch my cold cheek. Well, I'm not wearing one. Oh, I love human tails. Human nails? Human fails. I've already told you. All the villagers wear masks. Just you won't find anything human underneath them. Even me? Oh, you're so clumsy, God. You already found your glasses once already. Yeah, and your hat. And your real face. I looked at the mask the fox was holding out to me. A bunny mask that looked like a silver ingot under the moonlight. I was curious to see the world through its slits. I don't have an option. I have to take it. I guess we're taking it. Suddenly, fighting its way through the flute's melody, a thought came to me. The glasses they found were in Simon's possession. My new acquaintances must know what had happened to him, or even worse. Where did Simon disappear to? What happened to him? And the other children? Bear and the owl looked at each other. Wolf Boy curled into a ball. The fox lowered the pointy nose on her mask. One who is kept in a cage. One who cuts into little pieces raw. One who wears a skin face. If I knew how to cross myself, I'd do it. So you're saying it was a human? Were you even listening to us? How can you call someone like him a human? Just one word for him. An adult! So easy to get lost in the adult world. Killers, cruel animal trainers, cold parents. Oh, if you don't want to get sad, it's better not to think about them. I don't know about you, but I definitely don't want to get sad. Somehow I'm also not sad today. What about you, Anton? Huh? I was lost in thought, staring at the pines. Trying to pinpoint the location of the flute. Sure, the person who played it was standing right behind the piney stockade. Someone tall going over the holes of the flute with their long fingers. What now? We gonna sit and be sad or have some fun? Alisa also wanted to show me something? Let's start with the sweet stuff. The fox girl took out a handful of candy from her pocket and handed them to each of the kids. Covers shuffled, the smell of pineapple and cocoa and melon wafted through the air. The last treat, a chocolate-flavored waffle candy. Alisa put right on my mouth. My tongue engulfed in spiciness. My body was covered in fur and small sparks were running along it. I chewed on the waffle and the chocolate and gulped them down, enjoying the vivid taste. Thanks. My gratitude was barely audible because my lips were already touching the inside of a mask. Didn't even notice how I put it against my face. The vapor mache was warm, the mask stuck to my skin, giving it a nice prickle. The kind when you dive into a hot bath after being outside in winter. You lie there and purr from the soapy water. See, I told you, this is yours. Fine. What are we waiting for? The fun won't save itself. Melika kept swirling in the field like a hurricane. Couldn't wait to release the energy, the heat this enchanting magic was filling me with. The owl jumped and disappeared into the sky. I heard her laughter from somewhere above, then she landed back, huffing and sighing. You can do it too! Give it a try! Followed suit. My feet tore off the ground. I flew towards the stars like a rocket and screamed from happiness after seeing my friends down below. The wind helped me fly. It felt like I was jumping on a huge trampoline. Stars looked like vivid sparkles that I could reach and lick up. The moon also got closer, and then I plunged. I got scared I'd break my legs for a moment. My soles landed softly on the ground. I regained my balance. You're safe with us, and all your dreams will come true. I'm so happy that I finally found you, Bunny. In a fit of merry laughter, I realized the most important thing, that these four are not a threat. My real enemies, and I felt that with every single hair on my mask. Those who knew nothing about magic. Humans from the village. I realized how alive my surrounding had become. I heard the dry grass under the snow moan. I saw the faces of the trees and the stars. The trees were smirking, and the stars were grimacing in fear. That's right, be scared. I'll jump up to you. And I snapped my teeth and let out a jubilant laugh, jumping up along with the fox. We flew higher than the tallest pines and stayed in the air. I swirled and Alisa followed my rhythm. I knew she was smiling, so I smiled too. The flute just kept on playing, carrying us higher and higher. Hey, did somebody put a spell on you? Someone is standing next to me, I thought, trying to unglue my chin for the desk. He's drooling all over the place. My muscles felt slightly sore, but the feeling was pleasant. The whole class was wandering about for some reason, whispering, passing notes to each other. Their faces looked like discolored masks to me, bleak and boring. I yawned, remembering the time I was soaring high above the forest with Alisa by my side, laughing and squeezing my hand. Probably it was all just a dream. Because I didn't walk back from the forest, just woke up in my bed on a normal morning with tea and medicine. Still, I was hardly worried about trying to find a rational explanation for my night dance. That feeling of flight was much more important. There's another kid missing. There's another kid missing behind her head. The knowledge of how it feels to be hanging in the air above the treetops of majestic pines and baring my teeth at the moon. Sorry, I got lost in thought. You heard about Katya? Huh? I glanced at the empty seat in front of me. Katya went missing. My sleepiness was gone in an instant. I frowned in suspicion. What do you mean? It can't be! I couldn't believe it at first, but Lilia didn't come to work today. The test is off. Remember Katya? She was both beautiful and mean. Katya, the first girl in our class whose body started maturing, so the envy of all the other female students. Main source of gossip, a snake and a bitch. I continued scribbling in my notebook, drawing rows of pines and two small figures flying between the treetops and the full moon. Shivers ran up to my shoulders, sneaking playfully under the hem of my shirt. Even soaring through the sky felt so simple. There was something evil weighing me down. The culprit was definitely still in the village. They were hiding something horrible under a mask of piousness. What are you drawing? Embarrassed, I covered the notebook as if there was something shameful about the figures above the forest. Nothing, just fooling around. Helena put her elbows on the desk. I'd already forgotten how light and graceful she was, just like the violin. The anger and rage that boiled inside me yesterday during our phone call subsided, hid in a hole. I just couldn't stay mad at Polina. I wish she could also jump around with us after stripping away her mask of fake mundanity. I smiled, imagining Polina's skirt flapping in the wind, the stars sparkling all around us, her asking in bewilderment whether it's all a dream, myself telling her that it doesn't matter. Polina's expression grew dark again. It's also tragic that I find it difficult to empathize with her. I tried so hard, but then I remembered all her nasty deeds, and Polina shook her head. I'm a monster, aren't I? No, I thought, you're one of the most beautiful girls I've ever met, but alas, you're only number 2 on that list. I decided not to say that out loud. It's not okay that I felt worse when I lost my questionnaire than when she went missing. My nostrils picked up the smell of candy and tree resin and fireworks. You lost your questionnaire? Yeah, somebody out there is reading other people's secrets now. Yeah, the forest, I thought, measuring the crooked branches, turning notebook pages, and touching the childish handwriting with their icy twigs. I hope the search goes well. I was unsure whether she spoke about Katya or her notebook. I wanted to ask her about it, but then I noticed Polina's intense stare directed at me. What? You've changed. Moved my hair flat, surprised. I just didn't sleep well last night. Different melody today, some mysterious, ancient tune. What about the flute's melody streaming between the bushy treetops? I hope you haven't told anyone about our chat yesterday. Of course not. She nodded, as if acknowledging that she can fully trust me. I was unsure whether I merited such trust. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders. The smell was so wonderful that it sent me flying towards the glowing stars of my inner cosmos without any magic. Yasha jumped at me like that Jack-in-the-Box toy and yelled in my ear. Looky here! Having a lovey-dovey time, eh? Hey, Four Eyes, are you trying to pick up Polina? Polina came to my help even though I didn't ask her to. Or maybe I did with my entire appearance? What's with this nonsense? We're just friends. Your girlfriend, then? You had to go buy dresses together? What's with this naughty word? He's not. Leave him alone. I needed to do something, but I just sat there, clutching the edge of my desk. Romka gave me a deriding snort. Girl saved, you ugly face. I'll let you live for now. My enemies left the classroom, guffawing. Polina showed me a sad smile. Strong. I wanted to stream that I couldn't. I couldn't be strong and stand up against these bastards. And stand up for myself or anyone else. Pathetic. I want to disappear into the forest, dig myself into the snow. I want to go home, get under my blanket, far away from humans. Polina left, and the thoughts that were terrorizing me finally made me weep. I stayed late after school again to escape Romka's ire for my rash act of talking to Polina. It meant that I had to drag my feet toward home in the twilight. Bored school janitor scraped a shovel against the asphalt, and the upperclassmen blew out smoke that formed clouds similar to dialogue bubbles in comics. I wanted to fill those bubbles with friendly words, but there was nothing friendly but the icy stare those guys gave me. I was leaving the unpleasant world of stale buns and nasty insults. Someone shoved me near the stairs. Didn't their parents teach them to apologize? I crossed the village and slowed my pace near the bridge. I turned my head about looking for my fox friend, but neither she nor my other new friends could be seen anywhere. I was met with a silent forest. I felt like a crouching predator pretending to be asleep. It still watched me with one eye from under half-closed eyelids, and I walked through it, my fingers gripping the backpack straps, looking at my feet through a pair of glasses. Katya! Katya! Once again, black shadows flashed among the naked trees, shouting the name of a girl who was most likely already dead, over and over. Sunset fizzled over the pine tops like a flame from a gas burner set to a minimum. I walked forward, trying to hide my head on my shoulders, avoiding the sight of the trees. The house was a dark stain on a white, snowy blanket. The front door was open and swayed lightly in the wind. I felt like my skin was getting covered in rime. I clenched my fists. Darkness oozed into the hallway. Snowflakes floated along inside with it, landing softly on the rug, like a pack of vultures that sensed their food. I stepped into the door with the utmost caution. For a moment I thought I heard someone talking in the kitchen, but it turned out to be a radio broadcast. The previously mentioned cyclone's getting even closer to the region. The official broadcast for tomorrow suggests gusts of wind reaching up to 70 kilometers per hour. The Mercom of Russia has called on citizens to exercise extreme caution. The roads are closed off. The cold air streams coming from the Arctic are bringing massive blizzards. I heard voices coming from the upper floor, too. The staircase let out a long squeak. Took one step. Had my heart managed to beat 6 or 7 times in the meantime. The door to my parents' bedroom was ajar. Shadow play unfolded inside a light spot. Black silhouettes were performing a dance of hatred. My mom hissed at Dad, her wrists flying towards the ceiling, and he towered over her, his hands crossed on his huge chest. We're all in danger, and it's your fault! Stop lying! You saw him in the village! He found out where we live. It wasn't him. I've read about the things your buddies are capable of in the newspapers. I ran towards the bedroom. My parents were in the middle of another quarrel while they showered each other with mutual accusations. Dad let out a low beast-like roar. Make them stop! Olya stood in the corridor, pressing her little palms against her ears. Her face swollen from crying made my skin freeze. What happened? They're gonna get a divorce. I hugged my sister and held her tight. My tongue refused to listen to my commands, to look for excuses. I felt like the screams were coming from every direction, right and left, up and down, splitting my head apart. Swear words rained down on us, so we covered our heads with our hands like refugees running from a bombing. I want to escape. To your room? Go far away. Lead me to Neverland, you promised. I carefully unglued Olya's hands from her ears and led her away from the room with her parents, which was vibrating with malice. It's your fault! For whom? Your own, and only your own! I would never. In moments like these, I despise them more than they despised each other. I bolted down the door to my room and leaned against it. My knees gave way. Look, Olya, I also hate it here. At least you can go to school. I let out a sad laugh. School's one big nightmare. Everybody hates me. There's only this one girl who isn't making fun of me, but she takes pity on me instead. Look, I'm a beaten dog. You're not a dog, you... I don't know who I am anymore. The outside world is clearly no better than our home. You know a better place? Let's go there. We'll fly or swim. If only we could do that. I would have sacrificed everything to escape and take you with me. Olya's upper lip trembled. Where? Put on a bitter smile. On my own life. Something hit the window's ledge on the outside. Olya shuddered and shifted her gaze toward it. Bam! Another snowball smacked into the window's frame. Were you expecting someone? Didn't reply. Said I'll let go of her wrist. Olya wept in fear. Across the room, wincing from every shout coming from my parents, I could hear plates getting smashed now. Must have moved their argument to the kitchen. Oh, there they are. That's not terrifying in the slightest! I flung the curtains and the window open. Hootie, Teddy, Wolfie, and most importantly, the charming Alisa stood outside waving at us. Olya gasped in surprise when she saw the owl girl. See, I told you! Yeah, I know. I always believed you. Who are they? Her fearful voice had also had some curiosity mixed in. Only the most boring children sit at home in weather like this. We still have so many games to play, Hoot. But let's not play all of them. My paw hurts. We play a little and then we gotta rest. Friends! Come out to play and dance! My heart started beating faster as soon as I saw Alisa. My inner voice practically screamed, she's here! She's finally here! They know the way to Neverland? Entertain that possibility looking at the animal kids. Maybe? Let's go find out. Silhouettes of my forest friends promised to free us from sadness and anger and nightly horrors. I made sure that Olya wore warm clothes. Mom barked at Dad like a wild beast from that show with Nikolai Drozdov. Zoologist, traveler, and popular science advocate, featuring Inside the Animal Kingdom, famous for his infectious optimism and an overwhelmingly empathic attitude towards animals. Sounds like the slap chop guy. Only about animals, which is ridiculous. Hello, King Boy Dodo. I hope you're having a lovely one, and thank you for coming back. I hope you're having a good one. This is so bad. This is so bad. We are being disappeared forever. That's what's happening now. We sneaked past the rumbling kitchen and into the snowfall outside. Lisa ran up to me and hugged me tight, poking her cold nose into my neck. You took so long. We almost got cold waiting for you shut-ins. She pressed her body into me even harder. Turns out waiting is so tiring. Well, give me a moment to catch my breath. I was preparing to leave for a long time once, Hoot Hoot, and when I was done, I forgot where I was supposed to go. Olia looked at the owl with suspicion, but she still giggled when the bird did a backflip and landed perfectly on her feet without staggering. All the other animals, as if on cue, stopped fooling around and stared at Olia in amazement. That's the girl who didn't want to become friends. My name's Olia. I was afraid of you before. Were you afraid of our Hootie? Maybe she has an owl phobia. Can you cure that? It doesn't matter as long as she's not afraid of having fun. Or she might get scared to death with us. I was stunned at the realization that my lips were slowly forming a smile. Every time I met Alisa, I felt like I crossed a river and the sound of flowing water suppressed all my negative thoughts. Costumes are so pretty! Foxgirl let go of me and squatted beside Olia. My, what a cutie! Why'd you hide such a cute creature from us before? I glanced at the house, worried our parents might have seen us. We're about to ruin our fun like they always do. They had hugged my sister and replied, let's just get further away from here. Sure thing. Hey, Olia, you know how to find Grandpa Frost in our forest? A legendary figure similar to Santa Claus from Slavic mythology, depicted wearing a heel-length fur coat, a round fur hat, and traditional winter footwear. His face is adorned by a long white beard, and he walks with a long magic stick. He brings presents to good-behaving children on New Year's Eve. My little sister's eyes widened. How? Well, you need to follow the sweet trail. Alisa bent down and took a candy out of the snow. Olia raised her hands in amazement. She gave me an inquiring look, and I nodded. My sister munched on the candy. Wait, do we, Hoot Hoot, have Grandpa Frost in our forest? Why, Hoot Hoot, didn't you tell me? I did, this afternoon. But I sleep during the day. Right, I told you while you were sleeping. Alisa dashed away, waggling her red tail like a torch's flame. Olia went after her without thinking and laughed after taking another candy out of a snow pile. You're so lively it makes me sick to my stomach! And you stop being so passive. Come with us to Grandpa Frost while there's still presents left. No way! I won't believe the fox's tails and does 10 pounds of sweet drop on my head right now! When the affirmation sweets started raining down on the bear's head, I couldn't stop myself from laughing at him, ouching and bobbing his head up and down. Tasty treats glistened in the snow. Teddy sneezed and pulled the little bear of the north candy out of his ear. I'd take an hour long nap and then count all these chocolates. I expect there's no more than 3 pounds here. Lisa shouted at us from another side of the forest. Maybe in another life! Hurry up, Grandpa Frost is already tired of waiting for you in his castle! I shrugged and ran, running loose in the grip of fear I'd felt all this time. Something whizzed round past my temple. I decided it was a snowball, but then Olia proclaimed, it's a zephyr! Oh, it's kind of like a meringue cookie? I know, Olia's adorable. Don't pick it up, it's dirty.
What, you believe that the moon is real?
Huh? Do you believe in microbes? And you don't? Well, I used to. Graceful rows of colossal pines greeted us with their rustling paws. Snow drifted upward into the endless black sky, just like the last time. Snow piles lighted up like melted silver. So pretty, and I thought the forest was scary. Parents told us scary stories of the forest, owl and snow. We weren't one bit worried playing with her when the moon glows. I did my best to keep track of Olia's movement, but it was a difficult task. My sister would jump inside bushes, picking up more candy, only then to get back on the trail, laughing. Hootie flew over our heads, landed on a branch, and started hooting and shaking her head. Wolfie dug into the snow with his face, dragged out a pile of bubblegum, and swallowed it without taking off the wrapping. Your tummy's gonna hurt. Wolf got scared and spit out the gumball. Lies, lies, nasty flies. Tummy aches don't exist. All that nonsense only happens to grown-ups. Alisa stopped in her tracks and moved a canopy of intertwined branches to the side in a pompous manner, like he would open the curtains in a theater. Behind that obstacle lay a clearing. There stood an ice castle glistening with silver. Is this real? Should I pinch you? There's no need to pinch her. He stared at the sparkling miracle. Its towers and walls were made out of snow and icy marble. I heard a calming sound like the ringing of little bells. There was also the smell of chocolate and burnt sugar in the air. Welcome to our humble abode. Come on in. Didn't have to invite us twice. We entered the castle spinning around and squinting for the blinding sparkles. Grandpa Frost sat atop a shiny throne. Fluffy pom-poms swung atop the two peaks of his hat. Snow-white beard covered his kind smile. He looked just like I imagined him back in the day when I still believed in Mom's fairy tales, tall and strong and hairy, radiating frost and warmth at all the same time, and his voice low and syrupy enveloped me like the smoke of a festive bonfire. Anton and Olga, you probably got tired while getting here, my dear children. Oh no, Grandpa, we got here really fast. My sister spoke with the castle's master like she never spoke with adults, in a lively, carefree manner, as if they were the same age. Oh, of course, I know all about it. I have a lot of friends. They tell me everything. If you're diligent all year, I will bring you gifts, my dear. If you're lazy and upset, please forgive this kind old man. Candy won't encounter lazy bones and downers. I'm not lazy. This too I know. He gave us a long, evaluating look. His real face was hidden under the Grandpa Frost mask. I was just sitting there, unblinking, my gaze glued to the old man. I can accept children living in the forest and fantastical jumps towards the moon, but seeing Grandpa Frost in his frozen castle left me completely speechless. I have something special for you two. A sack appeared in his hand. My nostrils got attacked by the aroma of cocoa, halva, and tangerines. What the hell's halva? Huh. Flour, butter, oil, saffron, rosewater, milk, cocoa powder, and sweet. Interesting. Thank you, but we've already eaten some candy. Grandpa Frost pierced me with his eyes. Oh, you call that candy? That was nothing. My candy is special, straight from Neverland. Ho, ho, ho! From Neverland? I'd give them to you right away. You clearly deserve them. But rules are rules. You need to solve 3 of Grandpa's riddles. Want to try? I tried splitting my parched lips apart, but Olia was the first to reply. Yeah! We are all gonna die here. This is going to be a miserable, gory fest in just a fucking second. Oh my god. Here comes the first one. It's a home for cars and all sorts of tires. I looked around at the masked children. They stood without moving in the corners, but their shadows danced on the walls. I heard a low hum, and in my confusion, I thought it was the sound of their rumbling stomachs. Okay. Now on to the second one. You try and solve it too, Anton. All day long to the shadows they belong. They rattle the plates and hiss at their mate. Oh, subway. Myra shot out in confusion. Bombs? Leah raised her hand. Can I? Oh, it's a kitty! Here's the last one. Solve it and the gifts are yours. What a stroke of bad luck, my dear children. I forgot what the riddle was about. Maybe our little animal friends can help us? Children in costumes surrounded us, laughing and stomping, only to start spitting at a crazed roundelay. That someone reminded me of the dance under my window on that fateful night. Grandpa Frost sits on his throne, and at the kids he's smiling back. Please don't make them wait too long. Open your coal. Come and open your old sack. Grandpa Frost burst out laughing, satisfied. Okay, you proved yourself to your old man. Here you go. Gathered a mountain of sweets from his scarlet satin, some of which I'd never even seen in commercials before. Bubble gum and all shapes and colors, and tasty aromas with inserts sticking out. Lollipops the size of a fist, tangerines the size of Olya's head, also Snickers and Mars and Bounty Bars and Kinder Surprise eggs that we haven't eaten for so long already. Wow, thank you! I wiped away tears of joy with my sleeve when my inner voice persuaded me to get rid of all doubts. It's exactly what I wanted for my sister and myself. True Neverland, without bullying and taboos. Finally going to be happy. Grandpa Frost straightened up as he left his throne and threw his hands in the air over the treats. Yeah. Animals that stood to his side also raised their paws. Their eyes sparkled brighter than precious gems. The wolf's maw was wet with saliva. Feast, my children. The animal kids rushed to devour candy one by one, pushing each other and growling. Their faces were smeared with something dark. Olya grabbed the closest candy and tore off the wrapper. I don't have a chance to not accept. Yep. Yep. Why does it gotta be like this, huh? I don't get a choice in the matter. Oh, I'm gonna fucking die. Oh, I'm gonna die horribly. This is gonna be so bad. Oh my god. I fished out the most tasty looking candy from the pile of sweets on the floor. Took a bite. Milk chocolate melted in my mouth. I applaud your bold decision. Now it's time for you to play. I will grant your deepest wishes. Let me lighten up your day. Anton, look! Sister's face was smeared in chocolate. I was about to reprimand her. The words got stuck in my throat. Giant spruce shot towards the star and disappeared somewhere in outer space, crowned by a giant moon. Giant balls shined on its branches. Garlands of light gleamed with all the colors of the rainbow. Roof disappeared and myriads of constellations sprawled on the night sky above us. Music, laughter, the smell of evergreen and sweets. Teddy and Wolfie and Hootie dancing beside us, and the snowflakes floating backwards. I burst out laughing, touching the bushy golden tinsel. It was all real! Is that it? Are you talking about Neverland by any chance? Is this Neverland? Alisa performed a theatric bow. Christmas bells gleamed and shimmered, and my soul shimmered in unison with them. I was becoming the magic winter forest, the soft evergreen, all the constellations at the same time. Welcome home. This is where my home always was. Snow sparkled, almost blinding me. Olya started spinning in a dance. She grabbed a candy with each of her hands. Wolfie juggled Easter Kinder Surprise eggs. Did you see that? Consoles, handheld games, dolls, and Transformer figures lay under the spruce as if they were brought here by trucks. Is this for us? I realized there was also dancing, so I replied while I was moving. It's a bit too much for just the two of us. I'd like to share it with somebody. And what do you think? Only if it's somebody nice. A group of children stood at the edge of the woods, their enchanted gazes directed at our celebration. Hey! I jumped across the whole clearing and glided to the ground near them. Want to come to us? Can we? Of course. Kids took each other by the hand and led their procession towards the gifts. There's no better feeling than leading someone on the road to their dreams. The holiday party was finally in full swing. And every holiday, just like in a beautiful apple, always sat a nasty little worm called transience. Yet here, under the bristly paws of magnificent spruce, holidays never ended. Are you happy, Tosha? I am! Up in the sky, majestic fireworks went off, illuminating the dancing figures. My eyes wetted, my muscles sprung up. I tilted my head backward to look at the moon and screamed at the top of my lungs from overflowing emotion. Are you happy, Bunny? I jumped toward the stars and did a flip. All of Neverland could hear my scream. I am happy! The first time in long days I'd spent in the new house, I woke up with a smile on my face. This time, happiness had a tight grip on me. I stretched, enjoying the sweet sensation with every cell of my body. Outside, I could hear the joyful chirping of red-chested bullfinches who celebrated the bright January sun. Their chirping granted me hope that the naked forest outside my window would someday turn into a lush paradise for my parents and my little sister. The corridor was filled with dog barks and the patter of tiny feet. The door to my bedroom flew open, greeting me with a warm breeze and the aroma of freshly made coffee. Olia stood in the doorway, shining with happiness, holding the cute Zulka, who wiggled both her body and her tail. Look, Tosha, look! Papa could sit, he could stay! Tears of joy formed in my little sister's eyes. I have my old dog now! I couldn't help but jump up from bed upon hearing this wonderful news. That's Zulka! Zulka? No, her name is Princess! Right, Your Highness? The dog barked in agreement. Knock, knock, can I come in? Boy, oh boy, you must be hallucinating while you're dying in the middle of a fucking frozen forest, kid. Jesus Christ. To my complete surprise, Dad stepped through the doorway, smiling and hugging Mom, which was outright bizarre. What do you think of our new family member? This idiot threw herself under my car. I barely avoided her. The car got scratched, thought I'd choke her with my own 2 hands. And I looked her in the eye, and there I saw, how should I put it, intelligence? Yeah, the poor thing was shaking all over. And I said, all right, if you manage to make it home without soiling my seats, I'll let you stay. Princess can't soil anything. We laughed in unison. Oh, this is so awkward. Just like in the good old days where every little thing could easily make us burst out laughing. Well, why did you stop? Continue with your stories. Mom gave Dad a cunning look and he turned away, red as a beet. You were acting like total kids. There's more good news. Your dad got a promotion. Shouldn't exactly be happy about it since the chief accountant went missing and all. Oh, the reference to the accountant disappearing. No! But you know, for us it's a silver lining. Does that mean you'll be away from home more? It means double the bonuses. That's right, Karina. Which means you should all prepare for a family trip next week. My heart started beating faster after those words. Where? Olia loosened her grip on the stray. Oh, are we going to McDonald's? Oh, come on, Olia. Aim higher. We've been planning this trip for a long time, but something always messed it up. We're so sorry about that, kids. Mom wiped away a tear with her fist. It's okay, Karina. Now it's all in the past. Anyways, gather your things. We're flying to Disneyland. My sister and I jumped up to the ceiling with joy. The dog also got excited from the passionate speech and joined us. Hooray! Our jubilant screams filled the house, rushed through the attic, and the drain pipes flew across the front yards and sinked into the shining white forest, taking the scary D word away with it. For that, I'll remember this day forever, the day when my parents finally dropped their derisive masks. Underneath them were the faces of parents we always knew and loved. Lilia still hadn't returned to school after Katya went missing, so today I was able to get a good night's sleep. To school when it was already bright outside. The kids are really cute. The trail led to a snow-white plain with blackened houses in the background. They pumped out gray smoke that carried the smell of birch and pine logs. The freezing cold of the night had finally let up. Fell into a slumber under the early sunlight. Ice sparkles appeared on the white caps atop the houses. I stopped confident that nobody could spoil my good mood today. Not even my personal tormentor Penyatvanov, or his nasty crony, Vyasha. Not even the shining knife that threatened to cut me up like a dead fish. Not even the mix of disdain and pity in Polina's rare glances. All that was left in the past, forgotten like a bad dream. All of it was gone forever. Cow let out a long moo somewhere in the distance. I fell out of my fleeting daydream and walked forward, crunching with the snow blanket under my soul. Fluffy clouds floated above my head, and I recognized the friendly shapes of animal kids in them. Suddenly, a snowball landed on the back of my head, girlish laughter that reminded me of a small ringing bell, and the spring breeze tickled my ears. I turned around expecting her to see her, my lovely guide to the dream world, my dear Alisa. Instead of the fox girl, Polina stood in the trodden path behind me, her faithful violin case in hand. Got your head in the clouds again, huh, Petrov? She lunged at me with contagious laughter, locking her arms around my neck. I just stood there in awe, drowning in the sweet aroma of her perfume. Did something happen? She flashed me an embarrassed smile. I saw her cornflower eyes gleam. My grandpa, he can walk again, can you believe it? No, I can't! The local doctor had no faith in him. It's like he stood up and started walking just to spite him. Oh, this is the happiest day of my life, Anton. Dug her face deep into my chest, tightened her grip on my neck, as if I was more than just a friend to her. I started looking around, anxious. Polina, somebody could see us. Are you worried about Pyatvanov? Then you're worried for nothing. He's not been seen for a while. I cautiously parted with Polina, trying to understand whether it was some sort of prank or the truth. What, you don't believe me? That officer, Lieutenant Tikhonov, came to our house just last night. To the Byasha, along with his body, Romka went missing. Of course they did. A group of skiers glided past us right into the forest. Polina leaned into my ear, sharing her whisper with me, her eyes still locked on the skiers. As far as I know, Tikhonov suspects all the previous cases were Pyatvanov's fault. No way! I was shocked myself. The rumors that Romka, went off the deep end. I mean, I'm not exactly surprised to hear that. What do you mean? You heard? He's from a very troubled family. I don't even want to imagine what had been going on in their home. Romka always seemed excessively aggressive to me, always angry at someone without a good reason. Now the darkness that he harbored within had overflowed into the outside world and led multiple small innocent souls to their demise, as well as his own. It's hard to believe, but the first time I laid my eyes on Romka, I thought that things would end this way. Let's move, or we're gonna be late. Polina grabbed my hand and started running along the village road, accompanied by joyful laughter. With every step and every joke, the warmth I'd forgotten about enveloped my heart more and more. God, I'm waiting for the second shoe to drop. The all-consuming feeling of falling in love came back to me, this time for good, it seemed. I tried letting go of Polina's hand near the classroom entrance, embarrassed that our classmates might taunt us. But it was as if Polina didn't care at all. She only gripped my palm ever harder while opening the door. And she was right. Now that the cunning Katya, the heartless Romka, and the sneering Byashka were gone, the class looked as if it had been sanitized from parasites and had become friendlier and kinder. I didn't get looks overflowing with hatred anymore. There was nobody to spit out a ball of chewed paper at me through an empty shell of a ball pen. I sat at my lonely desk when Polina joined me. I wasn't surprised at all. She was so charming, I could call her my muse. A wave of inspiration hit me, and I couldn't help but pull my sketchbook out of my bag. I liked the pencil lead and my eyes glued to the model. She smiled at me again. What's on your mind? No worries, professional is at work here. I drafted the shapes of her mesmerizing figure. You know, I've watched you from here often. She glanced at her former desk, then fixed a strand of hair behind her ear in embarrassment. Really? Outlined her cute cheeks with multiple wide lines. The first time I was able to grasp someone's proportions so precisely. Polina? Yes, Anton. She froze in place, afraid of disrupting my work with one round move and dispelling the magic of the moment. Lean it here a bit more, please. Yeah, like that. Good. Choking from anxiousness, Polina loosened the knot from her handkerchief. I always wanted to draw you. Our eyes met. Oh, Anton. Hey, would you like to become the main heroine of my comic? Pleasant shivers ran across her body. She rolled back her eye. Okay. What? At what point are you going to wake up, you dumb shit? The lead couldn't endure all the tension and cracks, bursting into a million tiny pieces. There we go. I couldn't believe my eyes when I looked at the drawing. He has some serious issues with illusions and delusions, and this whole positive thing ever since meeting Santa Claus has been absolutely 100% a hallucination, an extreme one. So, because the last time he drew her, which was not too long ago, he literally drew her as a corpse because he was mad that she wanted to be just friends with him. So, yeah, this is about to go completely south. Fair warning. I was looking at a terrible daub. In the place where Sophalina's face was just a second ago, now rested some sort of formless mess. It took me some time to realize that I was sitting alone in an empty classroom. The only specks of dust flying in the moonlight is my company. Dark outside, my classmates, Polina, the feeling of euphoria, all of them were gone. Somebody wrote down a nursery rhyme on the chalkboard with a piece of chalk, but some of the words were wiped out, and I could only read bits and pieces. 1, 2, bunny, meat. I was no longer smirking like an idiot. I stood up, pinched myself on the wrist, and a ringing silence engulfed me. There was a taste of vomit in my mouth, and my ears buzzed like from an endless scream full of despair and horror. Hey, is anybody out here? Yeah, he's very not okay. Shadows swarmed in the corridor. I walked past boarded-up classrooms, past the rotten spots in the walls and the silvery cobwebs. Oh my god, it's everybody! It's everybody in the class! Yep, he was definitely the killer the whole damn time. Holy shit! Spiders crawled under the ceiling. Lamps flickered anxiously. I stopped before the notice board, stunned. Hundreds of new photos were added to those of Seimon and Katya. Black and white print cutouts were glued on top of each other. The horrific collage, childish faces stared at me with empty eye sockets. Unable to endure the torturing stares of those watchful, gaping holes, I ran into the school. I crossed the front yard and reached the road where wind was whipping up powdery snow. No people, no cars, no birds. Low clouds got stuck on chimneys. Windows looked like they were painted over with ink. Photos of missing people enveloped lampposts and fences like paper skin, mostly kids, but some adults too. It felt like all the people who once lived in this village became black and white ghosts, like in the photos with the person missing label. I dragged my feet forward along the dead street. Some houses had their windows smashed. The wind made itself at home there, wandering the rooms. Right? Don't break your pencil. This is what happens. This is the result. Every gust made the front doors swing. Kids' coats hung from the fences. Their sleeves moved, reached out toward me. An empty village, an empty husk. What happened here? An overthrown waste bin rumbled across the back alley. Something flashed inside the window frames of a charred village store. It ran away from its sooty facade, and I heard a guttural roar coming from the well. I started walking faster, trying not to pay any mind to the darkness inside the front yards, inside the bloody dog houses, inside the crooked shacks. The moon appeared from under the clouds. Something flew over my head in this draining silence. As if a crop duster flew from one roof to another, a huge shadow loomed over me. I rushed to the right, hoping that I wasn't noticed. The small greenhouse in front of me was my shelter. Oh, this isn't his house. I pushed the gate, crouched, and scampered toward the porch. Tugged at the doorknob. The front door was open. A wheelchair rolled out of the darkness, almost hitting me, tumbled down the stairs, clanging with its wheels, and stopped near an apple tree. I followed it with round eyes and turned my gaze from inside the house again. The corridor was obscured by the dark, empty frames on the walls, glass shards on the floor. Is there anybody here? I heard growling in reply. Oh! From around the corner at the end of the corridor, a furry paw appeared, and after it, a scary beast face with a pair of burning eyes. A huge, overweight beast crawled out on its belly, writhing like a snake. It could barely fit inside the corridor's mouth. It squeezed forward, clawing at the floorboards. Its maws clanged up like a bear trap, inches away from my face. Beast got stuck. It banged its paws on the wall, spitting saliva in every direction. I turned around, needed to get the hell out of this nightmare. A hunchback owl, bigger than the average human, landed near the front gate and stood in my way. Its beak kept on clicking. A snow pile bulged nearby, and something reminiscent of a giant shrew crawled to the outside. I fell to my knees as if praying to these eldritch creatures. A figure draped in a dirty fox scalp crawled out of a hole, smiling with all its teeth. Its tail dragged after it, just a piece of vertebrae laced in torn sinews. The creature's bodies became extremely distorted, and I decided that I was going insane. It seemed to be small to me one moment, as small as a child, only to stretch higher than any of the desolate houses the next. Man-eating creatures towered towards me. Something kept on writhing in their stomachs, as if looking for a way out. The longer they stared at me, the wider their twisted smiles, their death masks became. We had such a long... Mutilated fox taxidermy mount licked its lips. Its tongue looked like a black centipede longer than my forearm. A nasty insect ran between the razor-sharp teeth and dropped into the bottomless pit that could swallow the whole world. Hoot hoot, my sweet meat. Juicy meat! We devour it and we won't stop! Whoa! There was nothing human about their speech. It was all just animalistic growls and bird-like whizzes. But I was able to understand every word as if we were speaking the same language. It's a shame you couldn't catch up with us, Bunny. You couldn't bite the moon. You stole my food, traitors. You refused to eat your family, remember? But... Hoot hoot, pathetic meat. Worthless meat. You're absolutely useless, brother. You make me sick. Shame, shame! Indescribable horror gripped me when the laughing beasts held their clawed paws toward me. And suddenly, the thing that pretended to be a fox started barking loudly. Fools, it's his time to bring the treats. Good for nothing! Hoot hoot, let us fulfill the mission. We'll be waiting for some meat from you tomorrow night, or else... Or else... Or else... Or else... Or else we'll eat your entire family! Monsters formed a circle around me and started dancing. I screamed. Huge eyes and fangs and claws flashed in front of me, blurring into a string of colorful spots and smudges. 1, 2, time to play with you. 3, 4, 5, the owl will arrive. 6, on end, the gross gray fur will stand. 7, 8, stomp your hooves and wait. Foxface proceeded for the fuzzy lights that the beastly carcasses had turned into. For the fox and for the bear, funny tasty meals prepare. A desperate cry, my cry, rumbled across the back streets of the desolate village. I will prepare! Circle broke up and I ran for my life. Yes, I actually agree with that. I'm gonna deny the word, because schizo is banned. Most people who use that aren't actually using it as an accurate medical diagnosis, but that's true for this character. You did no harm, but I don't usually allow that term to come through because most people use it in an intensely ableist and absolutely destructive way. But yes, I do believe that he is deeply schizophrenic, and that's what's going on here. Or it's supernatural. It could be either. He does take a lot of medicine, though, and he may not have in the past who knows how long. I felt like I was running into a snare trap. My head was splitting. Ugly images danced inside it, colliding, falling over, getting up, and dancing again. 1, 2. They flapped their wings, poked their face with their beaks and their salivating maws. 3, 4, 5. They howled and jumped around, making my eardrums ready to pop either from their screams or from the internal pressure that fractured my skull from within. 6. My winter hat obscured my vision. It seemed like the whole sky tilted like a roof that's about to collapse. 7, 8. My scroll crumbled from the sky like plaster. I ran through the empty streets through the icy world, chased by the pack of beasts. Yet I couldn't see anybody when I turned around. I shut my eyes and hopped away from the ritual dance that went on inside my flared-up mind. I squeezed my ears with my palms and tried to suppress the noise. I just wanted to stop my head from cracking open. God knows exactly when he actually fell into this delusion the last time. Because it could be fucking at any point. The sunrise found me deep inside the forest. Okay, so he's finally woken up in the forest. God knows when the last time was that he was at home. No more! No, I need to know what happens next! I want to know if my choices actually resulted in my character eating Olya, because I have a feeling that's what we were heading towards doing. Yeah, the name of the game is Tiny Bunny. I played the first chapter of it a long time ago, and now I suppose it's up to 4 chapters. It is still early access, and I'd actually forgotten that. But it is good. I do like it a lot. I'm curious if you, like, completely ignore all the supernatural shit, if it goes in a completely different direction with just you being a kid who has a serial killer, etc., or whether everything just still ends up going south and you have similar encounters throughout. Oh, there's some interesting achievements I've managed. Apparently not everybody chose to put the mask on after the guy spit in it. I really don't have many. Oh, apparently obviously the worst achievement for everybody is actually winning Duck Hunt. Yep, the one that most people struggle with. The one that most people struggle with is Duck Hunt achievement. Ah, it was so much fun.